I'm live. Exactly on time. Can y'all hear me? Let's put this thing. Can y'all hear me? Why is it not playing? Okay, can everyone hear me? I just want to be able to hear myself. Refresh this. Let's see, what's the issue? Okay, Restless Native, bless MES and chat. Yes, yes, for sure. Alright, I just want to let me know if you guys can hear audio. Can hear myself. Okay, I can hear myself now. I think you guys can now. I'll just type it anyways. Can y'all hear me? Alright, we are good. Okay, and then what's his yeah, so John Hutchison was in the show for was in the chat. That'd be pretty epic. Oh, ads. Okay, people had ads. Nice. Guys, watch ads. And you know what to do. Okay, 9/11 Revisionist can hear us. Ryder Liger. Oh, another donation. Let's go. CHF, $2. I don't know how much that is, but it sounds epic. All right, thanks a lot. Thanks for donating. Just want to open this up. And I told John Hutchison, yeah, feel free to chat and ask questions in a live stream chat, and I'll go over it, and so on. Let's see how many people we have. We have 8 people right now. Okay. Oh, we should wait a bit. Yes, 9/11. Good day to you too, sir. All right. Yes, for sure. 9/11. Yeah. 9/11 Revisionist is a epic name. I'm like, yes, 9/11. I have to think who's he talking about. All right. And then Roadie Motion. Hello all. And Roadie Motion. I have a shout out to you in the notes for the infinite tweeting. Let's see this. I'm gonna go see how much people we have now. I'm gonna scroll out. I think we have 11 people. 11. Man City top of league, by the way. All right. Wrestle Native's a Man City fan. I'm a Ronaldo Messi fan. So I'm an Inter Miami fan now. All right. What is the? Just want to see if we should go now or just wait a bit more. We have 11 people. Usually get a lot more. We're trying to break the record of 69 people. Okay, Christoph Zhang, Heidi all, and thank you for the stream. Yes, Heidi, to you as well, and thanks for joining. I'm gonna check the record. Stats record. Okay, 34 was the record. Oh no, this is the longest record. Okay, this was 9/11 Revisionist MES livestream 34 with record 5+ hours, 5 hours and 20 minutes. All right. And then what's the other record? This was, oh, the missing wing one, 69 peak congruence. Yeah, once they see this missing wing one, you're like, all right, let's go in this. All right. So let's see what we have now and the notes and so on. All right, we have 15 people. I think once it hits 20, or I should just go now. Up to you guys. Should I go right now or should we wait till it hits 20 people in the stream? All right, anyways, I'm just going to do the housekeeping and then people can catch up in the stream and so on. All right, so we have 16 people now. All right, I am just going to go and straight into this thing here. So as always, guys, here is the link to the links. Okay, so link to links. I'll put a compilation of the Hutchison Effect samples that I found and also some of the WTC stuff. Epic stuff. All right, so rotor motion, don't mind. All right, it's all good. I'm gonna just do the housekeeping. All right, so MES links. Yes, as always, everything I put is on MES links, like a lot of important links. You can press this, and then it can hide everything, and you can open and close. You go to the MES 9/11 Truth and see a whole bunch of stuff there, and I have the X threads and so on. So there's a link to the links, MES links, and then another one is. Yeah, the donate button. So donate. Make sure to go donate crypto. Become a super fan. Yeah, you could become super fan here. Donate crypto, PayPal, and so on. Give me a bunch of cash money. I need to buy a gold toilet and gold bars and so on. So hook your boy up. And now MES become an MES super fan. $15 Canadian a month, and you get emojis and so on. That's about $2 American. So throw some cash at me. All right, next one. Let's see how my camera is. Is my camera decent? Yeah, how's my face doing, guys? Is it all right? Too dark or bright? All right, it should be fine. All right, and okay, I'm gonna close some stuff. What's the next one? Oh yes, and as always, yeah, the MES links telegrams where I throw everything there more as an organizational setup. so I could instantly search stuff and so on. So go to MES Telegram, follow it, and you can see for the latest stuff. And then after I upload here, then I start uploading on YouTube and so on, depending on what I find there. All right, so we have some pretty wild stuff here. So, okay, looking good to go, man. Okay, let's go now. Okay, so we have 22 people. We just finished the housekeeping, and I'll zoom in here. So now let's do some bit more just what's on the horizon. So May 25th, next week, Saturday, Morgan Reynolds live stream is a go. So make sure to buckle up for that one. And remember, this guy, he actually sued NIST or filed a legal request for correction and against the alleged plane crashes on 9/11. So that is pretty epic. And you can go and click it here. I believe initially you thought it was CGI, but then later sided with Richard Hall's analysis that it was something in the sky, some sort of projection / missile-like object. And you can click this and his affidavit. This is affidavit, and also the request for correction and so on. You can see the whole thing. Make sure to check this stuff out. Also, we'll go over that next week. But if you want, make sure to read up on all this stuff here. So, anyways, all the links will be here, and you can play around with those and see it. And also, June 8th, John Hutchison live stream. That's gonna be absolutely epic. And let's see if I have the actually I haven't made. Actually, I did post it right here. Hutchison preview. So here's a preview of the John Hutchison. Yeah, June 8th, MES and John Hutchison live streams. This is gonna be me. That's gonna be. All right, your boy looking good. Let's go. All right, and see the next setup. Okay, that's legal filings. All right, and yeah, so Matt Giesenhaus, nice. Yeah, yes, that's gonna be me. And also, so June 22nd, possible Bob Greener live stream. He's the Martin Fleischmann Memorial Project. So he's yeah, he says message him closer to that if he's free. But yeah, so eventually we'll definitely gonna be live streaming with Bob Greener. So that's gonna be epic. Martin Fleischmann Memorial Project. Yeah, it's gonna be absolutely epic stuff here, and this is his channel, and he's done a whole lot of electron microscope and spectroscopy, sorry to pronounce it, on the Hutchison effect and so on. So you can just go there and search Hutchison. Whoops, typed it wrong. You can search up Hutchison and you can see a whole bunch of stuff on here, electron microscope images and so on. And he also interviewed John Hutchison. And that's actually the photo I did. This one here, this is actually Bob Greener. I just photoshopped my face over him. You go discussion of John Hutchison, replication. Let's go discussion. So there it is. There's the actual one. So there's there's Bob Greener and John Hutchison. Accumulated over time. Yeah, so that's that one, and there's me. Let's go, baby. I'll be more prepared. I'll be wearing. Dressing for it. All right, so that's Bob Greener's gonna be epic. I'm gonna see his info on the Hutchison effect, EVOs, exotic vacuum objects, and some other stuff, and all his work on that and so on, because he's done some pretty epic work, and I think he's replicated some of the Hutchison effect stuff on a small scale. All right, and then another shout out, Rotary Motion replying to everyone with MES tweets. So if I go to my notifications on x.com, so it's not Twitter anymore, it's X the whole time. And then I have a whole bunch of Rotary Motion notifications, and it's all because yeah, he would retweet or post everything on there. So for example, here, let's see, where's this one here? Yeah, so here's a Rotary Motion replying to Richard Gage, 6.3 million for 17-second views. Okay, so anyways, playlist of all 260 samples and examinations. Epic. Oh, that's life is done. You know what? Yeah, definitely share this, guys. Yeah, this is going to be a playlist of all the Hutchison samples and so on the Martin Fleischmann Memorial Project. And going back to the train of thought here. So yeah, so be like Rotary Motion, guys, and start sharing the tweets. So he shared this MES Livestream 15. He shared other tweets as well, but I want to keep this one open. Because that's interesting. And then also here, come here live. So yeah, he actually replies to this one as well. So retweets this one. I mean, yeah, he posts the live stream to replies to Richard Gage, the certified liar and so on. Anyways, so Richard Gage, he's getting 6.3 million impressions for a one-day-old post, and all he says was, and it's 17 seconds, and he has a photo, and he says, Some pictures are worth 1,000 words and some are worth much more. What do you notice in his picture from 9/11? Saying it's this picture from 9/11. Look what he's zooming into. Okay, he's zooming into. He's ignoring the elephant in the room, which is this entire thing is a giant dust ball. It's a ginormous dust ball, and these things here are also trailing thick dust. But then instead he's saying, look inside. There's a little puff there. That's he's claiming it's explosive. All right. So what do you see? You see a giant dustification. All right. And so that's this mind control expert, Richard Gage, absolute clown, absolute clown show, and he's been going on forever. That's why I think he might be actually a robot, because he's no one could be that good at lying for that long. All right, going further, I also want to point out here before we get to the Hutchison stuff. So someone on Telegram messaged me saying that there's a Spanish conspiracy researcher, and he's getting no, he's fighting for his life in court. I'll just edit this. Okay, fighting for his life in court, just like Richard D. Hall, and I'll read some of this stuff, and I'll send that over. I think it's the personal. Where's the guy here? This guy here. All right. So this guy right here, sent me this stuff, and I'll put some links there. I haven't had a chance to go through all of it. But basically he says, gratefully, if you can distribute, publish whatever you consider opportune about this expert in elite symbology from Spain. He is suffering like Richard Hall legal harassment by the Spanish government. He's preparing the following short explanation about a situation. He's about to go to jail and need at least an international reach. Here it is, original translation. It says, I am Ramon Valormo, known as the internet as the Técnico Preocupado. Anyways, he's a hardworking family man. His hobby is writing a blog and making podcasts, help other people who are searching for the truth. And then one day, this search led me to discover some alleged atrocious acts of child rape and Satanism perpetrated by high officials of a regional government in Spain. He investigated and wrote about the story that other important media had already talked about, but by reporting the facts in an orderly manner, I began to be considered on the internet as one of those who reflected them. And then on one day in 2016, the alleged violating officials made complaints of insults and slander to some of the small creators who had commented on the subject on the internet, but not to renowned media. For this reason, I'm currently in a case with 8 other people in which they're asking me for 40 years in jail for allegedly having insulted and slandered personalities, and a bail of $2,400,000. All right, and in these 8 years, they've entered my house and searched it as if I were a criminal. They've investigated me fiscally as well as my computer devices without finding any evidence of criminality, which I no longer recovered. And the latest judicial surprise was to decree an arrest warrant for me for not being personally notified to go to trial, a procedure that took place 2 years ago, and I had a lawyer working on the case. I need help, and I cannot bear the burden of so many years in which I'm being held. I'm bled dry with the cost of lawyers and other judicial machinery. I'm innocent. I have not insulted or slandered anyone. The facts I reported are prescribed, and I only echoed previous duly verified publications from important media that I have not reported. They are trying to punish me as an example so that content creators on the internet inhibit themselves from exercising their freedom of expression and self-censor when they touch sensitive contents where politicians or judges are in the question. Yeah, so you can see his website here. Copy, I'm going to, how do I just click this? Can't even copy the link. This one right here. Copy. Okay, I got to just click it. Open link. So this is his website, and it's in Spanish and so on. I looked at some of the stuff. It is pretty interesting. And he's a small blogger and podcaster. And he's literally going after it. Similar to when I remember during Pizzagate days, I actually felt kind of like that. I was like, this is, that's why they created the whole, the fake shooting and so on. And another interesting part, here's some the mainstream news articles on it. Okay, Matt G, what's up? Thanks again for the truth stream. Yeah, for sure. I'm just going to go over this and we'll go to the Hutchison stuff. So this one right here, I went over, if you look at some of this stuff right here, and you also do some court documents, I'll start posting this more on Telegram and go over it in another live stream. And so on, and this guy's pretty much fighting for his life. And I showed right here, so this one right here, I forgot the, okay, so this, I think is this one here. Tell him, this is the mainstream news article in Spanish. So if you use the auto translator extension, just click translate this entire page. And then if you look at, let's say retracted, And once I saw this, I'm like, all right, obviously he's very likely true about his stuff. So for years, internet users specialized in the spread of hoaxes and the dissemination of conspiracy theories, spread the story and publish and maintain it in different forms, says the judge. And he adds that none of them has carried out any work of contrast and verification of the sources in what was published, deliberately hiding the retraction of then minors. So basically, minors actually stated that these politicians and judges and so on were doing X, Y, Z to them, but then they allegedly retracted their alleged complaints and the condemnation of the authors of such hoaxes for lack of certainty in the accusations made. So the minors they did make the allegations, and then obviously they later retracted. Whenever you hear later retracted, you mean they were probably threatened and so on. Anyways, that is this stuff here, and this is his Telegram, and I'll put this in the links as well. So I'll just put these all in the other thing, the Telegram here, and I'll see if more info on it. But it's pretty much very similar to the Richard Hall one, and this is like literally a tiny account. He has Odyssey account and so on there, and you can see the traffic here. He gets 7,000 monthly viewers, and they're absolutely destroying him. All right. Anyways, so that is that stuff. And now we're gonna get straight into the Hutchison stuff. All right. See if I get some messages here. Okay. Okay, and yeah, all right. So now we are good. Let's see. We have 26 people. All right, guys, 26. We gotta pump this up. We're gonna go and yeah, just see how it goes. Because again, this is a May 18th live stream, and now the next setup is. All right, so the next setup. This is John Hutchison online account. So I made a list of all his accounts, and I have more here. I'm just gonna scroll here, and Hutchison sample. No, this is solid iron block. All right, I'm just gonna go here. I think I added a few more. So here's his. This is his Facebook and PayPal. I'm doing like live work here, and then I'm just gonna go open all these stuff. 1, 2, 3, 4. Whoops! Man, I absolutely hate when it does this thingy. 1 second, everybody. Okay, and paste as text. Okay, I'm just adding this. These are the links to all of his accounts, and he has a lot of content there, and so you can go and scroll through and find them and so on. So here's this Klingon Baroness Princess Carla Knipian Hutchison. All right, all right. Let's we'll take from there. And I found his other YouTube channel, Hutchison Effect 2009. This is the one where a lot of his experiments that are, especially that solid iron block, were actually obtained from here, and I'll show you good ways of verifying and everything. And this is his eBay, where he was selling everything. But now nothing's there. Now I'm asking him to see if he can actually somehow give me access to his email or so on, so I can see all the ones that emails to get. Where when you sell something, it would usually emails you saying this thing's sold. I tried to go on my eBay to see how long it goes. You can only check 1 year in the sales, because right now he doesn't show anything here. I think it's all sold out and so on. And but what you can do is you can go to MES links and go. So you can just search up Hutchison. Okay, and then let's go here, archive here. So here's archive links. You can go and click the archive, and then it will open it up. But you can see a whole bunch of these stuff. You can see all the ones he sold and so on. Again, this is in terms of verifying Hutchison Effect is real. He literally sold like almost yeah, actually this is just on eBay, like hundreds of samples. Probably 1,000, yeah, probably 1,000 plus samples. You can see all of them over here. A lot of these, and the one, and then interesting wording here, he has dustification of steel. All right, and yeah, the archives aren't there, and he has a whole bunch of stuff here. You can buy $250 American. All right, so that's that stuff, and let's just continue further. All right, and this was one of the companies that was actually filming him. I actually got in contact with this guy here, Peter, and I believe yeah, so he might be visiting Vancouver in June, so I might meet up with him to see what stuff he has, and I believe he may have like footage, because he owns like he made a deal with John Hutchison, so he gets the rights to the footage, and he sold a whole bunch to different companies, Discovery Channel and so on, news stuff, and then Hutchison would get a cut. And this is his Beyond Invention energy cut down right here. This is the John Hutchison one. So this is the company. This is his agent, I believe. Yeah, I think this is his agent, not his. So that's his agent. So again, this guy has an agent. When we're verifying Hutchison Effect, this guy has multiple, has like thousands of people verifying, and then
For a small light bulb, Hutchison made a 60-pound cannon.
So this is Peter von Puttkamer's actual Vimeo channel. But then he told me, so he emailed me and told me to share the Tubi one. So I believe they sold the rights, or no, or they sold the, or they made a sale of this video to this Tubi company. And that's where he says watch it over here. It's this is high definition, way higher than the YouTube uploads, which are again illegally uploaded. I've watched those ones, but you can watch the new energy episode here in high definition, and
as usual,
helps them out and so on. Timothy Sullivan, sorry I can't stay with you. I watch the replay. All right, yeah, for sure. No worries, Tim. And yeah, I go over some of your stuff too, especially that near-death experience. I got to see the vortices stuff. I looked at that just a bit. I'm gonna look at during the live stream. All right, this is the Tubi stuff, and I told him that I'll share this one here, and I'll see if I can get him on the live stream, even possibly with Bob Greener, because he has a whole bunch of footage, and I asked him to find more of the iron block, which I'll go over soon. All right, let's go back here. Let's see what else in the setup here. All right, so search MES Telegram for Hutchison for many posts, and also you can go to his website. You can do a whole bunch of search on his website for photos and so on. Let's make this reset. Right here, you can see his you can see photos, documents, and so on. Video. I think videos just links to stuff. Yeah, but this one needs to be better. Okay, this Hutchison Effect videos portal. Let's see what this does. This bottle. I just want to see the iron block. Like I was trying to find all footage of the iron block, the one in the trailer, and just because some people think it's clay or something or plastic, it's like absolutely ridiculous. It's literally iron block. Okay. Going back here. So Hutchison has many TV shows, documentaries, and has sold many Hutchison Effect. First, I'm gonna open some stuff here. This is an eBay archive. Hutchison Blogspot, HutchisonEffect.com, and he also has an X account. I don't know if he hasn't posted in a while. And so you go here, waiting, and then this is his old blog, Waiting on the Edge, right here. His last post was November 22nd, 2015, and he has let's see, archives. What, October 2006? All right, and he put this Art of Love here. Okay, so he's got some interesting posts right here. Let's go to 2008. December is when I want to look at. December 2008 is an interesting time period. Homeless Tracy dies. Okay, it's 47 homeless Tracy. Is he just posting random stuff here? I don't know what this is. It's probably just an article he copied. Or is this even Hutchison anymore? My life in search for a soulmate, romances. Okay, so this is John Hutchison. I think someone took over it or something. Hutchison Effect funders. I don't know what's going on here. For more love links. Okay, someone hacked it, took it over. Existence and love. This is not John Hutchison. He does not type like this. What is this thing? Okay, so we have some next level stuff going on. All right, so I haven't looked at that, but anyways, that was his old account. Again, and here's his X account. Last post, it's December 13th, 2020. What is this link? Okay, videos unavailable. So anyways, this is the guy that found the secrets to the Tesla technology and so on. It's a very unique person. All right. And from his, yeah, anyways, here's his Facebook. I believe he lost access to his Facebook account. And so on. This Oracle. Okay, I'm doing like real-time research right now. Oracle room. All right. And let's see if I think I'm friends with him. Okay, add friend. Let's go. But I think he lost his password and then he's gone. So, and here's his PayPal if you want to send him cash money. And so good to have him in the live stream June 8th. It'd be epic. Go over a whole bunch of stuff. Anyways, so I'm just showing, I'm opening some stuff here just to illustrate that this guy's got a whole lot of content everywhere and stuff sold and items and so on. Okay, MES links right here. Okay. Okay, so now we're gonna get into some soon debunking. Okay, so John Hutchison has many TV shows and documentaries, and has sold many Hutchison Effect samples. So we went over all those he sold, and yeah, he has also many videos of him showing them. And now we're gonna go Hutchison. Let's go to the TV shows. Hutchison TV. Okay, so he was actually part of many TV shows, like 30 or plus or more. Some of them aren't even included in here. And I'll go over the descriptions, actually. Where is the... I'll just show description. Okay, so here's all the ones that Hutchison's in. He's in Conspiracy Theory with Jesse Ventura. This was, yes, this was his biggest one. He's in Phenomena Lost Archives, Naked Science. So all these are documentaries, and they include his stuff. Again, they're not gonna go include someone that is an obvious hoax. This is 100% real. Northern Mysteries, Is It Real? Strange Universe, and you can click on this. This is from. You can go over here, and you go to his IMDb page and search it up. This is literally, you go search up most popular TV shows and movies and TV shows with John Hutchison. These are all the ones he was included in them. In the credits, and so on. There's John Exploring the Unknown. Okay, that's a photo of John Hutchison. Beyond Invention, that's the one I showed you. Interesting, two reptiles there. Okay, Ghost, Dossiers, Mystery, Bermuda Triangle, $1 Billion Secret, and these are all more recent ones. He's actually been in a whole lot of like 1980s, 1990s, and so on. Like this one, Strange Universe, Exploring the Unknown, Conspiracy Theory with Jesse Ventura, Death Ray, and then he has the Hutchison one, and so on. All right, so we have that. And let's go back here. Let's see, we have 27 people in the streams. Keep going. Okay, the next setup is this one here. Actually, we'll go with this maybe later. Actually, we'll play a bit of here. So John Hutchison speaks positively about Dr. Judy Wood and Andrew Johnson, but he tries to distance himself from the 9/11. This one here is, you have to post here, Judy Wood. Right here.
Oh, we had fun today. We went for a tour too.
Can you guys hear it? And then later in the video, it gets a bit talking too ridiculous.
People and myself to look at later sometime to the Frank Howard Memorial Hospital, where it's all fenced up, and we did a little video with the tractor and some other things. It was Michael McCardle. So anyway, I want to address the nasty people from the internet who I don't even know them. About 9/11 and what really happened there, okay? I want you to know that Dr. Wood and I had an amazing relationship, and she's one of my best friends. She's a scientist I fully respect, and everybody has their own belief system, and she never inflicted any of her belief system on me or calling me an idiot or whatever they do, these stupid internet people do. I still miss Dr. Wood. I'd love to see her again. We were together on lectures down in Seattle, Portland, and went to see Ken Shoulders. I did my thing, my presentation. She did hers. And there was no friction at all. It was awesome. Brilliant scientist and beautiful person. And she has 2 cats. She is, we communicated for quite a while, actually a number of years. Haven't heard from her lately, and just wanted to point that out, that everybody has their own belief system, and it's important to them as well as it's important to me. And if somebody is trying to inflict it on me, like one of my friends did a long time ago, and he was turned religious, started inflicting it on me, and I just simply said, time for me to go. Take care. So that's in regards to a comment that some of my friends believe what happened with those buildings is a little different than what I think it is. So what? It opens up doors, and everybody should have a diversified, objective observation. Because I'm still learning, and I have no idea what I'm learning every day. That's a reply to a comment. So I did delete the post on the stupid Facebook thing, because it caused a lot of friction and fighting amongst people, as well as people attacking me. And I just deleted the whole thing and blocked all the nasty idiots and forgot about them. So I just wanted to point this out. And Andrew Johnson is an amazing person. I was with Andrew Johnson on radio with Dr. Wood in Washington, D.C. with Ambrose Lane several times. I talked about things I did, and they talked about things they are doing and researching. No friction. So, unfortunately, there are psychopaths out there like Alex Jones, John Searle, Dennis Lee, and a bunch of others. They just want to press all their junk onto people. I didn't have that headspace, sorry. Accept human beings for who they really are. Okay?
Alright, so that's pretty epic there. So he speaks glowingly about Andrew Johnson and Dr. Judy Wood, and then calls out Alex Jones as a psychopath. Epic stuff. Let's go. And here I gotta make this a bit bigger right here. Okay, I'm gonna make this just like that. Okay, that's gonna be that size for the text, so you can see that a bit more. And let's see, everything should be fine. Alright, so we got that stuff. Next one is... Alright, okay, yeah, also he mentions a fake rumor that he was storing radioactive waste. This is when his stuff was stolen. We'll go over that, maybe... Let's see if I can find it right now. Rumor. Okay, this is near it, actually. Let's click. I'm going to click a bit behind it.
A bunch of stupid people in Willits here started that rumor about we have barrels of radioactive waste stored in here and in the dome. Talk about a bad issue of reality comprehension disorder. I would not want to store anything that's dangerous. And
Alright, yeah, so that was a rumor. Someone said that he was storing radioactive or dangerous waste there, chemical waste. I'll have to ask him about that specifically. I don't know which date he was talking about, because there was some in news report in 1990s where they used that as an excuse to confiscate his lab while he was in Germany. Alright, so that would be interesting. And now the revisionist sent the Hutchison and Dr. Wood in Seattle. That was presentations as well. Yeah, so that'd be epic. So make sure to check this out, guys. Yeah, I just gotta fix the audio there. Dude, this was 16 years ago there. And yeah, so 16 years ago, they're talking about Dew and 9/11, and you have Hutchison there, and so on. And again, another big thing is Judy Wood literally verifies, she's like an actual witness to the Hutchison Effect and so on. Actually, I'm 100% sure that she was a witness as well. So if that'd be great to have her on the live stream to ask her all about this, because when someone says Hutchison Effect is fake, what you're also doing is calling everyone involved a liar. Everyone that's seen it a liar. That's flat Earth mentality, which is pretty much every single agency inside this person is just lying. All right, about obvious things. All right, and so going back here. All right, so we have that. I'll leave that for when we talk to Hutchison himself. Okay, so Alex Pizarro picked up the sample while it was jelly, left his fingerprint on it, and Alex died in 1993. Yeah, he lives in Vancouver. I wanted to go and see him. He was a partner for John Hutchison. Okay, so Bob Green replicated the fingerprint Hutchison Effect sample. This one here, Hutchison sent me this one.
It's about how when you get
okay, so forces
these structures, effectively you would create a gravitational wave, and then if you take multiple of these structures and make a fractal structure, you would end up with a gravitational wave that pinches in on itself and then it allows for collapse. So if you just read this, listen to this section from John Glowing
back here. Never mind.
Inside.
Start from here. So metal forming, Hutchison, 1979 onwards, Bearden's teams, observations, Moscow, 1992. Failure in various LNR apparatus. Anyway, so 75 micrometer indium foil versus Ohama gas. This one here, 156.6 degrees, turned to jelly but glowed incandescently. So this is the Alec Pizzeri wrote. I think he wrote Alex wrong. This is Bob Greener. So Bob Greener says he was able to replicate something like this, where he had a fingerprint inside the Hutchison sample. And John is actually He told me to ask Bob Greener if he can find who still has the sample.
This aluminium.
So Alex Pizzero, who's again, he died in 1993. He actually put his fingerprint on the sample while it was jelly. So you
block, which was glowing yellow-orange, and then they turned off the electromagnetics, and he went over and he went to feel it. It wasn't glowing yellow-orange anymore. He went to pick it up, and he could feel that it was cold. And when he went to put his hand in it, he left these fingerprint marks in there. So we've replicated John Hutchison with this experiment by the coherent matter that's produced by HHO, and it's just it's the same phenomena, just one's kind of like non-contact, and this is a little bit more involved. So
so that's epic. So he literally says he replicated. So that'll be interesting to discuss how he did this exactly and so on. And I gotta find some more photos of this one, but that is pretty epic. And he sold that on eBay, I believe. All right, so that was Alex Pizzaro's fingerprint, and Bob Greener saying that he replicated, and I firmly believe he did. All right, going further in this journey right here. Okay, so Rob Simone, this is a testimonial on Hutchison Effect from June 4th, 2007, from Somewhere Out There documentary. And I put a screenshot. This was a higher quality screenshot, but I have the actual link there. This link was sent. I mean, this screenshot was sent by John Hutchison. But anyways, and Tim Ventura from American Anti-Gravity and colleague of Disinfo Alien Scientist, aka Jeremy Reese, says he doesn't believe there is a conspiracy against John. But anyways, Tim Ventura, I think he's legit in terms of Hutchison Effect stuff, but I think he just doesn't want to talk about 9/11 because of his affiliation with Jeremy Reese and so on. Because I emailed Paul Loveless, out of all people, actually emailed Tim Ventura about Hutchison and 9/11, and I replied saying, "Yeah, get on the live stream. Be epic to have you on there." And so here's a screenshot. This is Rob Simone, High Bill, and so on. It's just high quality, and then you can find the actual link. This is 0 Point Energy ZPE.com, and we'll play the video. So I'll show you that levitating Somewhere Out There by the Dominique Radwanska, Somewhere Out There documentary. I think this is the full playlist. So here's a full playlist. I also made a tribute to her. She died shortly, like just a sad story. I just check it out. Anyways, I'm gonna go. It's a rare footage. This is the full documentary, and here's the episodes in it. And here's the rare footage of here.
Dominic, we're gonna.
So that's Rob.
Go down now.
That's Rob Simone. I emailed him or messaged him through his website, but to see if he can get on the live stream. But anyway, so here's a witness to the Hutchison Effect. He says he was there for a few days or whatnot, and he filmed. And this right here started rising. So plastic bottle levitates. Let's play this.
It's levitating.
Okay, there's a levitating right here, right?
Yeah, we've got a spike there, but...
Yeah. Oh.
Got something levitating in there.
So this thing started levitating. Let's go back.
In there.
Yeah, it's just levitating. It's behind us.
It's levitating.
Dominic, we're gonna shut it down now.
Okay.
All right, so that was levitating in the back there. And now if you go read his actual eyewitness one, and this one here, Paul Loveless actually, yeah, so he's saying because it's hidden in the background that he thinks it's Hutchison's a scam. I'm like, no, you have extra witnesses and extra documentary. It reinforces that it's real. And then here's Rob Simone. So this was 2008 or 2007 documentary. And you can cross-reference everything. That's another thing about how you can tell things are real. You can cross-reference multiple times. So zpeenergy.com. It's from June 4th, 2007. Hutchison Effect caught on tape in high def. So Rob Simone writes, "Hi Bill, I was just at John's apartment/laboratory in Vancouver with a camera crew for a new TV series I'm co-producing and hosting. We shot for over 7 hours in high def and captured some extraordinary footage. You may ask about the HGH bottle or the plastic bottle that floated in the air for the better part of 20 minutes was floating. It was constant and controlled, stunning. It seemed to have, quote, overdriven some of the components. I'm not sure if that is a common problem." Rob Simone. And his website, robsimone.com, still live, and so on. And I messaged him from here, but I might have to tweet at him. And it's a Twitter feed, Rob Simone there. And if you go to his bio, Rob Simone, IMDb is a guest host on Coast to Coast AM, a nationally syndicated talk show on Sirius XM and over 500 radio stations across the U.S. Rob's insights have sparked national conversations about current events, ancient mysteries, and the growing field of conscious media. Rob is featured on NPR, Disney's Race to Witch Mountain, History Channel's Decoding the Past, Travel Channel's Mysteries at the Museum, Unsealed Files, Resonance FM, London, and more. Right, so we got some big shot right here that witnessed the Hutchison Effect, and yeah, he posts a bunch of science stuff and so on. So this is one I gotta message him to get on a live stream. And there is Rob Simone there with the interesting hand symbol there. All right. Let's see his IMDb page, Ancient Aliens and so on. Anyways, so that was him. And then continue further. So William Alec again wrote, tomorrow night I'll be having dinner with the legend John Hutchison, Terry Brady and Steve Elswick of Tesla Tech, and Gary Voss of Tap 10. If anyone has any questions they would like to ask of the group, please send me an email, Bill. And this is William S. Alec, Intellect, and so on there. Tim Ventura, this is Tim Ventura from American Anti-Gravity. This is from 2007. He says, please read entirely. And I think he's discussing, to Bob. Says, hi Bob, please read entirely. Because again, he was very keen on getting all info on John Hutchison. And he also made a giant PDF. It's pretty epic on Hutchison. So your description below sounds absolutely remarkable. I would very sincerely ask you to document every aspect of the experience to the best of your ability. Let's see. There's a place on the record where something disappears. Do you know when to look? I heard the disappearing stuff. I haven't looked at. I haven't seen the specific footage, so that's something we'll have to find out. But I'll show you some sources, all this stuff that you can have a look at as we go through this live stream. So he says, I would sincerely ask you to document every aspect of the experience to the best of your ability. And again, I also ask everyone as well, but also get links and archive links because things disappear. And make sure it's very step-by-step, easy to follow. So in writing would be the best, although if you like to schedule some time for an audio interview, I could record. You have a show as well, but there might be some advantage to a targeted recording for posterity. For instance, Harold Burnett noticed a buzzing noise like an overdriven tube resonance right before the event he witnessed last year, a small detail that may offer us a scientific explanation. And I suspect there may be several things like this that you might not remember noticing even a month or two from now. I'm also incredibly relieved that you got this footage on tape. Historically speaking, the problem with Hutchison has been the following. Skeptics questioning the intelligence and credibility of people witnessing the effect. Yeah, that is true. It's like, literally, it's real. You have witnesses. Are you going to call them all crazy or something? Or liars or just dumb? Again, which is, again, hard to do for infinite people. And then he says, so Machi, I like and believe Mr. Hutchison, but my complaint is that he can't replicate his work. Yeah, the replicate, even when he could do it, it was hard to do it with the apparatus he has. Because again, this is an unknown phenomenon. John Hutchison is eccentric and unknown as well, and he doesn't even know how he does it. In fact, he just does it. So he just gets a whole bunch of stuff together and then just uses his intuition and combines it all. So the thing is, it's real. The complaint isn't that it can't replicate it. The question is, well, we should start investigating how do we replicate it. He can't replicate it, but the thing is, it's real. That's the thing that we have to drive home the point. It's absolutely real. So it's not just on him to replicate it. It's on you. It's on me. It's on anyone willing to go and put their efforts into it. Because again, an opinion is just an opinion. A complaint is just a complaint. But actually doing something, it's like you could use your investigative skills, like a journalist can use investigative skills to deduce whether a person is X, Y, Z. Once you get that right, now you can do something about it. You don't. And anyways, going further, the claim that Tim Ventura has a big problem with the claim that the Hutchison is quote psychic and the effect is thus irreproducible. The claim that Hutchison is performing a hoax by tipping the room upside down, hidden wires, etc. Yeah, again, those are all just fake. Cannot replicate. No. The question is, you can't replicate on demand, and also the current setup. So Christopher Jong, it's replicate on demand. There are more than hundreds. I think there's thousands of samples. So the quote psychic or PK claim has been the most insidious and pervasive. It was first listed as a possibility by John Alexander, but subsequently picked up by other scientists as evidence to explain away a series of anomalies that appeared to threaten the existing paradigm of many people's scientific knowledge. But again, even if it's psychic, that's pretty epic. But yeah, but 100%. I 100% believe it's not psychic. In reality, Hutchison's work threatens nothing and offers a lot of potential, but psychologically, this explanation has become a tool for the scientific community to assuage their guilt as having no ready explanation for the effect. No, but this does threaten everything. This is the part I disagree. It literally threatens the entire power structure. Because they also know about it. That's the key thing. They know 100% about it. What's really needed in your documentary, hopefully, are observers who will come forward and sincerely testify about what they've seen in an accurate manner. John Alexander has done this effectively and fairly in past programs, despite never having reportedly seen the effect himself. Okay, it's interesting. I thought he had seen it. However, most documentaries are entirely third person, and it would help very much to build public interest if you could speak in a personal manner about your experiences studying the paranormal and what it leads you to believe about what you've seen. I'd like to say there are 3 things for the record on this. First, there are a number of possible avenues for understanding how the Hutchison effect works, and I believe all of them will lead us to an array of remarkable new technologies. While many scientists and inventors have explored a few of these in the past, Hutchison has never had the full financial and scientific apparatus to conduct a real research effort. My own belief is that with adequate infrastructure in place, it should be possible to fully harness this effect and integrate it into today's science in a beneficial manner. Second, while John has been the victim of small minds and some irrational fear by agencies like the Canadian EPA, I do not believe that he has been a victim of a conspiracy to suppress his work. Are you absolutely insane? Okay, this is 100% disagree with that. However, I am completely convinced that nagging doubts and a lack of understanding by the establishment has allowed this remarkable effect to, quote, fall through the cracks and prevent it from receiving the rigorous study that it otherwise would. Well, the doubt is what's keeping pretty much, keeping it in wraps, but also preventing too much, quote, conspiracy attacking John Hutchison from it, because it's people already are closing their eyes and ears and brains to this obvious thing. So that effect's already been done. So the majority of the cover-up has already been done subconsciously. Third, Hutchison's work continues to receive interest at the highest level of government and academia, but several groups that I'm acquainted with have expressed fear that they may ruin their own reputations by investing in such an unknown phenomenon. This fear is greatly compounded by several ignorantly skeptical comments that continue to circulate. Yes, they do. It is because of these factors that I believe what you've already accomplished has tremendous value in terms of keeping the Hutchison effect in the public spotlight and encourage public interest in what one day may lead to a full-fledged scientific investigation. To date, I've found that everyone with any real knowledge of this effect and its history does not dispute that it occurs. And while there are many different speculations on the cause, I hope your work is yet another block in the foundation of credibility that will help John's work to change the world in a positive way. And there's Tim Ventura, American Anti-Gravity, and so on. There's email and phone, so on. It's pretty epic. Is the Hutchison a directed beam at an object or some sort? I think it's a combination of both beam and interference. But like again, I think there's the beam one. I think it's an interference of a whole bunch of stuff. That's my take on it. So it's like like Judy Wood always says, the cell phone tower. You have a cell phone tower, and then you have your cell phone. So it's like you're inside the cellular field, and then this connects to it. But I believe there's also at the same time has like how John Hutchison also directs microwaves to a specific spot. So you could possibly do some of that, and I believe that the exotic vacuum objects, there might be some circuitry that is releasing a whole bunch of electrons. That's not a closed circuit. So you have a whole bunch of released electrons and so on, creating some exotic vacuum objects and doing a whole bunch of magic. So anyways, that's the things we got to test out. All right. So this was this, and there's a whole bunch of more stuff here. And then Rob Simone says, when I get some extra time, I'll be happy to. I'm off in 3 days to shoot 3 more interviews. And I believe this is for that same, Dominique Radwanski. Okay. And then he says, let's go right here. So when I was at John's, I had my own detection equipment, which provided, among other things, some interesting data on the nature of the interaction of the RF fields, radio frequency fields, which seems to be the catalyst for the effect. So the radio frequency seems to be the catalyst of the effect. Interesting stuff there. And that is some epic stuff. So we have that. So that's again, that's a testimony for firsthand, and hopefully get on the live stream. All right, going further. So quantum wave wireless energy transmission. Okay, so I have this link there. This one I was sent this quantum wave website, and they're talking about wireless energy everywhere. Quantum wave is developing a new wireless technology, quantum, to transmit and receive commercial scale electricity over vast distances efficiently and safely and reliably. All right. So they're doing Tesla tech as we speak. And I think 9/11, yeah, 9/11 Revisionist sent me this, and I believe he's has some interactions with them, but they're looking to invest and so on, or possibly if it's for real, or if it's not real, they're looking to see who's interested in this. Okay, so they got a whole bunch of stuff here. All right, going further. Let's see if I can zoom in one more time. Nope. Okay, going further, and okay, quantum wave. Pringles potato chip is in the shape of a hyperboloid. Because it's just that's pretty interesting. Pringles. So someone sent me a comment saying, in my math video, saying a Pringle is the shape of a hyperbolic paraboloid. This is my video on it. And there's a hyperbolic paraboloid Pringle. All right, so that's that stuff. So we cover that. See the next setup here. Fuming beams were sprayed with water. Okay, this is an interesting part here. The fuming beams sprayed with water. Let's see, fuming. Okay, and I put a note right here. The Trace Elliot 42 said, so at mint 101.45, the beams were certainly not red, but red hot, but it looks like someone not in the picture was spraying them with water. At least the one on the right was. You can see it coming from the left side behind the truck. That would explain why they were steaming. Great stuff, as always. So, and this is this footage, the rare footage right here. So you got the steaming right here, but you can see in the background, someone's hosing this down with water. But again, they likely were fuming anyways. And even if it's just water, why are they doing that to the water? Okay, and this is like, I forgot how many days, months after. Okay, yeah, CNN investigation. Yeah, so that Tom Bearden, yeah, definitely. I saw that investigation. CNN was literally talking about radio frequency doing like cold explosions and so on from a distance. Oh no, not human beings. This dude right here. So this was fuming, but nonetheless, why is it? Even if you spray something, spray water on it, why is it fuming for any reason? Because you're spraying water. You're not spraying vapor on there. I mean, you're not spraying like actual gas. And the thing is, it's not hot. It would have literally melted the whole thing down there. But that's pretty interesting stuff there. Going further, see what else we have. I just want to power through everything. So the mysterious flashes, it's going to take a while. So I will do this near the end. The mysterious flash I was supposed to do, I need to do a compilation of this because someone wants to do a presentation. I think the French 9/11 guy wants to do a presentation on it, and he wants me to compile. Well, I was going to compile it, but so there's these weird flashes on the like throughout the footage of the 9/11. There's like these weird mystery flashes, like right here. This as it hits, there's a weird flash there. So that's interesting. So I'll cover. I'll go over that near the end of the live stream. This is just a bit off topic, but it is related to Hutchison Effect. But I just want to go over some more debunking. Oh, I'm going to go actually debunking stuff here. Okay, so CGI disinfo agent commenting on MH370 Reddit post. So, do you remember that hit piece guy? He started commenting on me everywhere. Even then, he made this giant post on my he replied to this like 6-month-old post that I made on the Hutchison. I mean MH370 psyop, and this is that guy that deleted the video and made a hit piece on me. And he said, that's not even a real person, but a disinfo bot malware blocked me on Twitter, Rumble, where I exposed its lies. He's such a clown. And he's promoting Ace Baker and Simon Shack and so on. And then I said, well, you're commenting on this, dude. You never stop trolling and harassing me. And he says, I'm not trolling, stalking you. Anyways, as I stop harassing me, and he just replies, same thing as I do. Absolute clown show. Do converted towers into dust. 100%. King James in the house. All right, let's go. All right, and so that was this guy. And if for those who haven't seen, this is a hit piece guy. Is the same absolute clown that so he deleted it, but he made a hit piece on me. And he has 1 subscriber, and he made Matthew 7AK Matthew Solutions MES exposed. Okay, and then okay, so we have that. And keep that in mind, because that might be Tim. I mean, it might be Paul Lopez. All right, going further. So right here, can search tweets on X not shown on profile. This is going back over to the Ashton Forbes. My earlier tweets, gaming channel was suspended. So in my earlier tweets right here, I'm gonna start closing some stuff. I'm gonna close this. APAC, close this. Okay, this is closed. Close this one, and close this. So we'll keep this one open just in case I need to search some stuff. Okay, I'm gonna keep those open to the right and to the left. Okay, MES links. All right, so we have this. Close this somewhere out there. Close it. Rare footage. All right, and so the next setup is so Ashton Forbes. Ashton, okay, I have some updates. First, Ashton Forbes. Now he's threatening. Well, not threatening. He's just he's telling 9/11 revisionist that he's gonna block him if he keeps doing something. Final warning: stop spreading 9/11 stuff. And he says, I do not believe 9/11 is a holographic airplanes or whatever. And then he says 9/11 conspiracy theories require a lot of convoluted logic and conjecture. No, they don't. They'll return to dust. It's not like the fake teleportation videos. He says, I watched the videos. Towers collapse in real time on TV. I watch people jump to their deaths. I'm not interested in conspiracy stuff around it. All right. What does that mean? It's like you're not interested in finding the truth of why they're jumping, and so on. And then I also have a scheduled post about Ashton Forbes. This was sent to me by Rotary Motion. So Rotary Motion sent me this. So Chrysler TV, she was doing a live stream debunking him, and then he shows up at the 131 mark, and he says right here. Here's a zoomed in one. Let's go. So this is, where did it just go? Here's a zoomed in post. So here's zoomed in. Ashton Forbes goes on her live stream and says, you should probably end your stream and get in touch with your lawyer ASAP. See my recent post. Good luck, Chrysler. So he's threatening her with the lawyer because he's doing a debunking video. And I'm wondering, why isn't he not joining my live stream? Any source about ZPE from Egypt? Okay, that's interesting. 0.8. Any source? There are channels, other ones talking about it. We're dumb for questioning it all. Who's dumb for? I thought this was 0 point energy has been hard for citizen. No, questioning is fine, but sometimes it's like if you have questions that it's more of a redundant. Like obviously it's an obvious question. Just keep it to yourself until you find the answer, because obviously a Hutchison Effect, for example. Again, the questions are how exactly works. That is questions that are just obvious questions. Okay, going further, I want to go to the Ashton search. So I made timings. Ashton. I think Ashton here. Yeah, so right here. So in my earlier one, I did a timings one. I think, where's the timings? Ashton timings, interesting timings. So I made a giant thingy here, but interesting timings, but about Ashton Forbes and so on. Interesting timings relating to MH370 teleportation psyop. So I said, and I said, so December 16, 2011, Ashton Forbes creates his YouTube channel, and then Ashton Forbes creates his Twitter X on January 29th, and then I said he didn't tweet until later, just before the so Ashton's on August 13th, 2023, Ashton's first post on X was literally during the MH370, but that's actually not true. That's just the first one that was shown on his profile. But then if you search using the search one, so he created his account to tweet to Twitch TV support for banning his Twitch gaming account. 3 tweets from 2014 only show through search. So you go through search here. Yes, oh yeah, yes, I'm blocked. I gotta switch over to this one. Add an existing. So sign into my grade calculator. Where's the grade calculator? How do I just? Okay, I'll just sign into this one. Actually, no. I'll just open up. Yeah, I'll just sign into this. Sign into my personal. Just sign in. See what happens. Okay, so I'm signing into personal, and now we go back here. Okay, then I'll click this again. Great Pyramid 0 point power plant, among other functions. Interesting. Okay, yes, his timings are fascinating of user accounts, posts, etc. Like setup, long con. Yeah. So here's this one right here, Ashton Forbes. If you search from just action and then write until, or just use the advanced search right here, click advanced search and set the timing. You can see his first tweet was actually January 29th, make it latest. So January 29th, and he says, hey, Twitch TV support, my account just Trey was closed. Terms of service sent 2 emails and 2 expedients to reopen. A week later, no response. So just given this, I think he didn't create the photos. But the thing is, he's obviously, I think he was picked because of his gaming channel, because he's doing exactly what he's doing. He's literally talking over a video game. And that's where he gets his like fast talking and nonsense perfected from. Okay, it's like you saw Steve Carell, and then he also has a weird post right here. At War Machine 170, let's be honest, you have 2 choices: spend the rest of your pathetic life in prison, or spend it in a body bag. Like, what are you tweeting at? This was unavailable. I can find out. And he's at War Machine 170, and this guy hasn't doesn't have any tweets, so likes. So what is? And this says he's joined in 2023. So who is he tweeting at? This is 2014, August 11. All right, so something. What is the world he doing? All right, anyways. So then if you go 20, I think I have some more. If you could change the date here, and it'll show some more stuff. Okay, and he also attacks people here. So he was just saying, "Troll, you're good, not great, but pretty damn good. Approve, anyways." Going back here to the Ashton Forbes timings. We're gonna get back to the Hutchison Effect soon. Ashton Forbes timings. Okay, so now if we're using that search, using that new tool, using X search, we can find tweets and replies from Ashton that normally don't show up on his profile account. So he created his X account on January 29th, 2024 to tweet at Twitch TV for closing his Just Trey Twitch gaming channel. So he tweeted 3 times in total in 2014 and 2 times in 2016. And then in 2020, so you can see some of these tweets soon. Then in 2020, he starts tweeting against COVID mask mandates, which his first tweet was on May 18th, 2020. He even filed a legal case against San Diego's county's mask mandate. In 2020, he tweets hundreds of times, even going after likely pedo Kurt Eichenwald, which I have a video on him too. All right. Then on December 2020, replies to the Tic Tac video footage, changed his entire perspective of the universe. He replies that the Tic Tac UFO footage changed the entire perspective. So 2020, now he's set up for the nonsense. All right, going further. Then, when is he going to be the cover of Forbes magazine? Oh, that's cool. Yeah. Then in 2023, his first tweet about the MH370 teleportation videos was on August 7th, 2023. And a day later, August 8th, 2023, he starts sharing diamagnetism experiments by disinfo agent alien scientist, aka Jeremy Reese, who said he found a discovery on that same day that he started tweeting about MH370. This is literally everything at the same time, and I have some tweets here, the screenshots. So here's 2020 to there. It's just trolling some people right here. So it only had 2 tweets in 2016, 3 in 2014. And then here's his Just Trey. He had more followers, I think his unsuspended account. He has 2 videos on here, but he had more, 62 followers, and we'll play some of that Just Trey stuff. So we'll play it right here. Here's his gaming channel. There's the MH370 solver.
Can't even stop him.
Where's some talk?
Viral.
Alright, so he's just, it looks like he's just in the zone. Okay, so that's that one. And then, now the revision says, check his challenge post from an hour ago. Okay, I'll check soon. See this. See him talking. Okay, he posted a video of him beating someone. Alright, so anyways. So this is a hero of the ages. Alright, so that was that stuff. I just want to, the next one is, so now here's, if you click 2020, and then this is June 1st, 2013. And he says, please stop advocating murder. You've been reported, even if all that is true, which is not from the full video, would still be attempted. And now he's talking, I forgot what he's talking about there. And now he's talking about asymptomatic people, COVID, and so on. He's getting the conspiracy game. And then mask requirements are not necessary to stop the spread of coronavirus. So this one, he's suing the county, suing the San Diego County's for the mask requirements. So he says, there's insufficient data to support that mask requirements effectively prevent the spread of coronavirus. Ashton Forbes is a plaintiff in a lawsuit challenging San Diego's mask requirements. Right here, Ashton Forbes is the plaintiff in a lawsuit challenging San Diego's county's mask requirements. When new evidence and data come to light regarding the science and severity of this specific virus, there's no quote, virus, it has become ever more prevalent. The requirement to wear a facial covering is not effective in stopping the spread of COVID-19. As such, a requirement to wear a face mask is overbroad and violates fundamental rights of both United States and Constitution, as well as the California Constitution. June 2nd, 2020. All right. So he's everywhere. And then he says, you could end this today, talking about lockdowns or mask mandates or so on. You're the only thing stopping it, and so on. Then he's tweeting at this Kurt Eichenwald, lying of Trump AL by coronavirus. He said, weird, you were, anyways, he's going after him. He calls him, anyone who follows deranged psychopath, Kurt Eichenwald. All right, so he went after Kurt Eichenwald, which is a deranged psychopath, but then he's become who he's hated. And then Kurt Eichenwald, if you want to see my Pizza videos, delete on this. I have to watch on BitChute, but the guy's a straight up pedo. I got to update the notes on Kurt Eichenwald here. Let's see if I can go BitChute playlist. Let's go. All right, this was an old post. I gotta update these. PG. Okay, PG Pizza Gate. This is Kurt Eichenwald. Okay, Kurt Eichenwald. Yeah, straight up pedo there. It's Kurt Eichenwald, Pizzagate, Kurt Eichenwald, and Justin Barry in censorship. And so this guy was doing investigative research for New York Times, and it looks just like George Costanza. I literally have the best thumbnails ever made. Like, how do you make a better thumbnails? And he paid in his investigation, he paid for like this underage boy money for a film that he was using. He paid a check for what he's using the footage for, but it was like underage kid doing stuff online for like as a lead for some pedo. Anyways, I just want to see the video notes. I gotta update the video notes. I'll do this eventually. If someone can do it for me, it'd be epic. Actually, I'll just do this later. See if I can see. I can wall. I had a tweet. Let's see. And then he was also caught looking at. I think he was. Anyways, I think that was him. He was caught with some prawn tweet. So no, some prawn browser tabs with like anime or something. Anyways, okay. So going back to let's see what now the vision is. Check his challenge. Let's see his challenge. From an hour ago. Okay, the challenge. I'm Ashton Forbes, the world's leading expert on the MH370. I've researched every historical detail regarding the plane that disappeared without a trace in 2014. I'm challenging all major media into a formal debate. Major media. Okay, it's probably not going to count that. Mine is that. You can bring any number of experts you want, and I'll debate them all at once. I want to reach the largest possible audience with the evidence I've collected. My goal is to reveal the truth about what happened to MH370 and the advanced technology that has suppressed from the public. If interested in this challenge, have a representative reply to this post or direct message me. Many podcasters also have my contact information to make this happen. All right, so look at this absolute clown. All right, if someone smirks at you like this, just run away. Like, just don't buy whatever he sells. All right, sorry, I'm like crying. I can't. Like, I honestly can't believe anyone takes them seriously. All right, going further. Okay, let's go back to Hutchison stuff. Okay, so we get so Ashton Forbes avoids 9/11 again, and his channel was blocked, etc. So this one here, just timing's got to be updated because you can search X with hidden tweets. Are you going further? All right, so this is a 2013 explanation of Hutchison Effect. This is an interesting finding. I just wanted to bring it home. So this is 2013 excerpt from this video, but the video is gone now. If you click it, it doesn't show anything. But just an interesting 1-minute segment on this. Let's play this.
The type of resonance which causes the Hutchison effect and related effects can be explained by looking at how the frequencies compare to the molecular and atomic structure of the material itself. This phenomenon is only observed while using ultra-high frequency and incredibly high frequency Tesla waves. Why? Because they correspond to the frequency of the distance in the atoms in the structure. The distance between the atoms in a structure is equal to the wavelength, which will resonate that structure. Once you find the resonant frequency with the Tesla waves, you have effectively trapped and aligned the atoms. You can now tune the frequency a tiny bit higher, causing diamagnetism by squeezing the atoms together, restricting the electron orbits, which causes a north pole and a south pole, artificially induced diamagnetism, which causes levitation. If you lower the frequency, it pulls the atoms apart a tiny bit, which causes a phase change of matter, where a solid starts behaving like a liquid due to the strong electromagnetic forces resonating within it. This is the force that pulls aluminum bars apart and turns them into rubber spaghetti. This is the force that levitates 70-pound cannonballs. It's electromagnetic force, not a new force. Nothing.
All right, that's interesting. Now the vision says sounds a lot like alien scientists. Yeah, I thought it sounded like it too, but I highly doubt it's alien scientists. Because alien scientists is absolute like troll. Anyways, going further. So epic videos on John Hutchison. This is from 9/11 Revisionist. We're gonna play some of this. Okay, this is this is John Hutchison and Tom Bearden from 1996, above top secret 2. Again, this is 1996. We're talking like decades and decades and decades of this, and everyone, big names, small names, mainstream media, alt media, everyone is literally showing footage of this stuff. So now this is real. A structured atom model, interesting. I'm not sure, but anyways, watch that video.
Real progress is being...
John Hutchison and Tom Bearden from 1986, above top secret part 2.
Real progress is being made in a laboratory in Canada. Here, the full significance of the physical laws of light and space...
Whoops, I can't... Okay, I can zoom in more. I can play the whole thing. Oh, that's cool. Let's play it.
Real progress is being made in a laboratory in Canada. Here, the full significance of the physical laws of light and space have become clear to John Hutchison, and he is utilizing this knowledge to produce cause and effect experiments which lead to an understanding of the harmony of nature. Science, in harmony with the laws of nature for the good of mankind, will hold great values in many fields and would advance its course beyond our present comprehension. John Hutchison has been working in the areas of electromagnetic forces and the changes in the molecular structure of materials for many years. He has in this time achieved a breakthrough in anti-gravity knowledge, providing spectacular examples of heavy objects flying through the air without any visible signs of propulsion. He has also made amazing discoveries concerning the alteration of compositions of materials by subjecting them to a form of electromagnetic bombardment.
We're looking at something which you know shouldn't be happening.
The result of these experiments showed in graphic detail metal heating to a near...
Yeah, so this is the guy that put his fingerprint on, is Alex Pizarro. And this is, died in 1993.
You know shouldn't be happening.
The result of these experiments showed in graphic detail metal heating to a near-liquid state without heat. Hard metals would turn into soft rubbery objects, proving that any substance could change its form if the science involved was understood.
I immediately realized that this had tremendous significance. It had significance in space, it had military implications, and its understanding could possibly open up a whole new energy source.
Hutchison is one of the growing number of scientists who realize that by applying physics to the natural laws of the universe, science will be taken into areas previously unrecognized. John Hutchison's achievement will give science a new momentum as it moves into the next century.
Some of the work of the lone inventor, John Hutchison in Canada, Vancouver, Canada. Hutchison takes 2 Tesla coils and essentially puts in the center of them a target, which in every target has certain nonlinearities, and then blasts away with these 2 coils at them. Basically what he establishes is an electromagnetic fighting itself, electromagnetic forces fighting themselves. And gravitational force is made when, a gravitational potential is made when electromagnetic forces fight themselves to a draw, when, in other words, the gradients become 0. The gradient vectors, or the resultants, become 0. But the 2 forces are still in there slugging it out. All the energy is still going. The work is still going, but it's trapped locally. That's internal energy. That's what gravity is. And the Whittaker paper tells very well how to do that. So when John got things just right, he didn't have control of it, absolute control, but he bored in there with persistence. And when he got things just right to get the forces to fight to a draw, and there was the right nonlinearity in the target, he would have levitation of things even 64 pounds. He would also, another thing you do with such a thing is you cause the magnetostatic potential to change a vacuum. In other words, that's pole, an unfortunate name in magnetism. But in other words, it causes deposits of monopoles inside materials such as metals. And you'll literally have the monopoles repel each other, and you'll have the explosive separation of metals into all kind of grains and structures according to the waves in the Tesla coils that you're bombarding it with. And so he produced magnificent breaks, Hutchison did, in metals and splits as if it were Venetian blinds. And another thing it does, since this stuff comes from the nucleus out, it doesn't go through the electron shells. Its medium is the nuclei. What you have then is you have changes in the atomic nuclei which result in lattice changes. You have the production of alloys which cannot be made in this world with normal processes. And some of those alloys appeared in John Hutchison's work as a result of that kind of bombardment. Another thing you have is once charged with scalar radiation, the nuclei then continue to discharge over a long period of time. And so the material continues to change, alloy form and so forth, over a period of even a year. And you had those changes occur in his work also. He was reproducing, and has been reproducing, some of the work of Nikola Tesla, and even some of it going further. But that's what he's doing. What he's doing is real. And unfortunately, most people regard John Hutchison as being a little bit off and not really understanding electromagnetics and not really understanding a Tesla coil. Nothing could be further from the truth. He's doing the real electromagnetics. He's doing the kind of electromagnetics they don't know anything about. He's doing electrogravitation and real Tesla work.
Holy, okay, so there's Thomas Bearden literally laying it out, and then Joe Lafiama says a link to that. So links to this, again, all the links to everything is inside the links to the links. So go, I'm literally just following the links one by one, and that is where is this one? Okay, so this is epic videos on it, and then keep in mind what he said there. It created alloys that like material like not naturally formed, because I think Bob Greener mentions that, and also he says that the North Pole South Pole models are very flawed in mainstream science there, and that brings us to, if I go to my TikTok, my most viewed TikTok videos. YouTube has censored most of these types of videos and struggle to find them. Yeah, well, the channels that post them usually post other conspiracy stuff. They get them deleted, and then that kind of. So that's why you have to make sure you're always there. The material continue to change over time. Yeah, so material's changing over time, similar to 9/11, where it kept changing, it kept fuming, and so on. They kept having to put water, wet soil over it. So this one here, remember the polarity. I also play this video whenever someone say polarity. We're gonna watch this 2-minute video. Eric Lathwaite, 1968, showing you that. North Pole, South Pole, like mainstream model, is limited. It's very it's just a simple it's just a simple model, but is not the actual how reality is.
You always get into difficulties when you try to explain the behavior of permanent magnets. Let me show you what I mean. I'm going to use 2 bar magnets, and first of all, I place them with like poles opposite. So, of course, they repel each other. If I put a bit of steel now on the pole of that magnet, I don't change the polarity of it by just doing that. If that was a north pole before, then the outside of the steel will still be a north pole, and so it should still repel the other magnet, shouldn't it? Surprise, surprise. Now, in that condition, both magnets are pulling on the steel outwards. They're trying to split it in half. Let's give them the opportunity to do that by making it a double piece of steel. Now, when I release my fingers, will they in fact succeed in pulling it in half? They do. Now, here's a situation, isn't it? In that condition, they just don't want to know each other. But with only a single piece of steel, both magnets are quite happy to attach themselves to it. I told you permanent magnets are going to be difficult, but believe me, there's worse to follow. Suppose I take an unmagnetized steel ball and an unmagnetized bit of steel. I'm going to put the steel ball on the magnet pole. As I approach it and touch it with the unmagnetized bit, I can always succeed in bringing the ball away with the unmagnetized piece. If I put a bit of cardboard in between magnet and ball to begin with, you can actually see the ball jump away from the magnet. Now, I'm going to suggest that an explanation of these phenomena using the pole concept would be very difficult indeed.
All right.
But then,
So you saw that the ending part of it just has a piece, a non-magnetized steel can attract the ball. Yeah, can attract the ball that's stuck to a magnet. Like, what is going on here? All right, this is epic stuff there. Definitely post that, the link there in this. Let's go. Epic videos. Okay, there's epic videos there. And then 1, 2, 3, 4. Eric Lathwaite magnets, poles. Let's do that. Experiments. Yeah, so that's next level stuff. Always check that out. And that's has like, I got like how many views now on that? 159,000 views. Let's go. Just taking over the game. And now I got a message from. So did I close my Telegram? Okay, that's bad news bears. I'll keep it open. This is I got it from a 9/11 revisionist sent me a message, 1-minute video about the disappearing building. We'll play that soon. I think we're part of a building. I'll play that in a bit. I just want to finish the other video and then see what the order is we have. I don't know what's taking so long. All right, so MES links. I'll close this. Now the revisionist. Okay, I'll play this video and while this is loading, let's go. Okay, right here. Okay, another building disappearing. We'll play that soon. But here's this one right here. Evo witness.
People from the Pentagon actually employed John for a period of time. Colonel John Alexander, who at the time was working for Los Alamos National Laboratories, went and spent 4 months with John in 1983 to look at the experiments he was doing.
You write in your book Reality Denied about some experiences that were technically considered failures, but that you believe had a lot of merit to them. One of them you refer to known as the Hutchison Effect.
Yep. That was one that is really highly controversial. It began, George Hathaway and another Canadian had shown us a film of some things that looked really, really strange. We had items that were levitating, accelerating, burning. One of the problems was the range of effects.
Yeah.
So in that case, I actually paid them to recreate the situation. Mm-hmm. And actually, he had discovered a number of these things kind of spontaneously.
But the U.S. military took an interest.
Well, we did for a while. The problem, frankly, is control. Mm-hmm. You know, you cannot control the effects, but they're certainly interesting. For instance, they showed me he had a crankshaft. Remember, he's grabbing crap literally out of the junkyard.
Yeah.
And had exposed to it. They took it to BC Hydro for testing. And the same piece of metal on one end is case-hardened steel, on the other end is, soft as lead. Uh-huh. And it just from being exposed to things. Mm-hmm. We had PVC that literally was pulverized and disappeared. Another one, it took a rat tail file, put it between two wooden boards, put it in there. It lit up just like, remember the old incandescent light bulbs? Sure. We have a wire across there, and just like that, it lights up. Got to the point the whole file, which is as big as my finger, just lit up and, broke apart.
Split in two.
The interesting piece was, it had been white hot. They reached in and picked it up, and it was cold.
That was pretty risky.
Yes.
It appears that these effects were known to people at Los Alamos as early as 1983. In other words, this strange warping of metal, the levitation effect, which John was creating sporadically. Initially, John was not able to create these effects reliably, but as he worked on this and worked out how to tune his equipment, he was able to create effects very quickly within a few minutes. And we have done several interviews with John where he talks about his work and research. And in 2007, Dr. Judy Wood filed a court case, and John Hutchison submitted an affidavit in Dr. Wood's court case.
Upon examination of the destructive effects done to the World Trade Center on 9/11, as documented by Dr. Judy Wood and as reviewed by me, I can and do assert that the World Trade Center was destroyed by devices that are scaled up, refined, and/or weaponized versions of the effects that I have named the Hutchison Effect. Levitation of heavy objects, the spontaneous fracturing of metals, changes in the crystalline structure and physical properties of metals, fusion of dissimilar materials such as metal and wood while lacking any displacement, the anomalous heating of metals without burning adjacent material, and the disappearance of metal samples. I have witnessed the tops of steel bars turn to dust and white powders as well as chrome plating being blown off of their samples. In the years from and after 1979, many members of the so-called and aptly named military-industrial complex have visited my lab, corresponded with me, and/or in a variety of other respects, observed my work and my inventions.
All right, this epic stuff there, and I just wanted. I was looking over for this photo. I was going to use it in my thumbnail. this wood with this aluminum all draped around it. Like, that's literally impossible. All right, this is unreal. Okay, I shouldn't do. Actually, I'll put this. I'll type that in here. Wood is in here. Where did it go? Eric. Epic videos, and go here. Okay, and then this is has wooden aluminum sample. I was looking over for it. Okay, and then James says speculation question: how's Hutchison effect related to magnetism? Well, radio waves are electromagnetic, so it's when they say electromagnetic field, what I think is what I think it actually means is, so it's the radiation of the magnet, which is the magnet is rotation or vibration. See, rotating. So radio waves are magnetic. When you're connecting to a cellular tower, those are magnetic. They just call it electromagnetic. It's one of the same thing. The ether, like perturbations in the ether, or vibrations and rotations in the ether. Different classifications of it. Mainstream, again, this is my hypothesis. Mainstream calls it different words. But so again, and some of the properties, yeah, they're magnetic in terms of just common magnetic permanent magnet setup. But everything is magnetic. So like if you have electricity put in a loop, you create a magnetic field. You have a radio wave is made of this electromagnetic field. It's all the same thing. All right, like figure 8 in fields like iron filings on a magnet. Anyways, let's continue further. All right, so we have that, and let's see if there's some photos or something they sent here. So one, yeah, this is some coins and aluminum. This is at the 9/11, all fused together. No, actually, yeah, this is WTC, all fused, and you have the filing cabinet all fused, the only one, a 9/11. And going here, this is another 1 minute. Let's play this one. This is 1 minute. Okay, I have this muted.
Scientist named George Hathaway. So there's this Canadian scientist named George Hathaway, and he was at John Hutchison's lab a lot throughout the years, documenting his experiments on video camera. He wrote a book about them, and in John's affidavit, he talks about how George told him that him and Alex Sherezky, while they were working at a lab at 13th Street, they disappeared most of the building above them and shocked the insurance company that came by the next day.
Oddly enough, some of these things actually did happen. We had a whole building disappear in 1987 when I was with
What?
them. I'm not kidding.
A whole building.
I did not see it myself. It was my workers
All right, it stopped working.
there who worked with Boeing. An insurance agent was to come down to insure the laboratory.
Right.
And basically, he came down and found no building, just an empty lot.
It's like 9/11, you walk there and you're like, this is Alright, so that's epic. And let's see, Jola Fim says, again, MES is the most organized man I know. So some things I'm organized this, but 9/11 stuff. Okay, so James SS says, is it a kind of residue of an electric field, or just all the same, different states? Interesting. Most metals. Yeah, you guys have a discussion there. Okay, I'm going to go to the next setup now. All right, so Bob Greener replied to Disinfo Agent August. Now we're getting some debunkers right here. So debunkers remove sound, and John in the video literally says high voltage wires, okay? So we'll play, here's the debunker. So this is a fake, this is an absolute, like, disgrace. This Robert Murray Smith had uploaded this 1 year ago on June 10th, 2022, 165,000 views. Okay, and then we have MES replying and Bob Greener. All right, but Bob Greener didn't get the memo. Exactly. I asked John Hutchison here. And anyone ever looked into Daniel Lewin's, who seems suddenly death on flight 11? Who was seemingly, oh no, I haven't looked at that. That's epic stuff. Get that in. Anyways, so this guy right here is, let's see what his other post. This guy is a certified disinfo agent, like an absolute, like just a mockery of like all things good. And so again, the disinfo agents that don't look like it are the ones that are big science channels, because they know it 100%. But he might, Unless he was just using footage from before, so that's another thing. He might not. He might have spread disinfo unknowingly, but it's hard to tell. But again, if you're a scientist, get it right. So this guy's Science Guy, and if you search Hutchison Effect on YouTube, Hutchison Effect, just Hutchison Effect. First one is this. Not the thousands of videos of John Hutchison. It's literally this guy, and then he has a fake replication of it. And let's go play this. And let's see right here. Okay, this is this video. I'm not gonna play that part because what he basically does is he shows some demonstrations. He's saying, "Look, original Hutchison."
When having a look at these things.
So you're saying this original
Hutchison video that he documents that have been.
And notice it's muted. Why is he muting it? Why is he using muted stuff? Okay, so he's muting the video. Okay, and as if that there's some sort of hidden as if John was lying about a hidden string. Anyways, then he's saying he can do that too. He's saying, look, you can do it over here, and he tells you how he does it. He says, here's original, and look what he does. He says there's a string right here. Okay, let's continue further.
You think out of the way and give it a tug. That is exactly Tesla and some of his marvellous inventions. And then I tied a bit of string to this and stepped out of the way and gave it a tug. That is exactly how that video was done. And you can even see the string waggling around in that top left-hand corner. I did a couple of other things. I mean, like John, I put...
It's an absolute psycho right here. Okay, so Sonny G, hey, Sonny G's in the house. Stephen F's in the house. Let's go. Robert Murray, yeah, discussing shell. Yeah, but this one here, the only leeway is the videos. That video was spread as it is quiet, and it fooled me too. Like half feel because I just didn't know. It looked like maybe he was doing it as a joke or something, but no, this is a legit, and it's not even the Hutchison Effect. It was work of Townsend Brown. So now if we go Hutchison, or just go muted, or if you go to my Telegram muted. And it's not just them, it's a whole bunch of people. So in a blatant cover-up right here, this is absolutely ridiculous. So in a blatant cover-up of the Hutchison Effect, how do I move this away? Okay, that's cool. So in a blatant cover-up of the Hutchison Effect, the 500k subscriber YouTuber Robert Murray Smith deceptively mutes John Hutchison's video in order to, quote, debunk the Hutchison Effect, and compare that with the original footage that John literally, that has John literally saying, let's edit this, literally saying he is using a high voltage wire for a direct connection to replicate Thomas Townsend Brown's experiment. He's literally replicating Thomas Townsend Brown's experiment and using high voltage wire. John even mentions the muted audio deception in his description, and I've called out Robert as well. Interestingly, so did Bob Greener, but he didn't know Robert was deliberately lying. So here I had same footage, and I put it with the context right. Disinfo agent Robert Murray Smith with 500k subscribers.
That's cheating. Let me show you another one of John Hutchison's films that he took of his own experiment and paid particular attention to the top left-hand corner.
See, audio deceptively muted. These are the contexts you need. Like, well, absolute evil person. Okay, Stephen F says, I saw this, Murray Smith, and I was convinced this was before I knew what happened. Yeah, that's the way they do it. It's like they have this. Well, also people will tend to believe what people are saying to them. Well, they also has like a way.
Now, in case you think I didn't do a replication of John Hutchison's experiment, actually, I did exactly what he did. I talked about high voltage. And I talked a little bit about resonance. I chucked in a reference.
Okay, notice what he said though. Okay, this is where I take back the point where he may have just got a muted one. He literally mentions high voltage. He says, I talk about high voltage. In other words, he heard John say high voltage in the original video and then muted it. So this guy is a certified disinfo agent, like 100%. There's no going back. He's certified shill.
Talked a little bit about resonance. I chucked in a reference about high voltage.
See,
exactly.
That's what he says.
I talked about high voltage.
He talks about high voltage, but you muted it. So how does he know? How do you know what he said if you didn't talk about?
I talked a little bit about resonance. I chucked in a reference or two to Tesla and some of his marvellous inventions, and then I tied a bit of string to this and stepped out of the way and gave it a tug. That is exactly how that video was done. And you can even see the string waggling around in that top left-hand corner.
All right. So yeah, okay. So that's left. I've just been looking to dude Lou, and we'll most likely put something together. Okay. Yeah. Put something in. That's left. Yeah, it's epic stuff. All right. So here's the original footage. The original footage, and remember, he's saying that John Hutchison is a liar, and he's making up stuff about voltage, Tesla coils, and he has this one video out of thousands. Okay. Here's the actual video. Here's the original footage. This is original footage. Original footage, all it says is UFO TT Brown type Townsend. This is Thomas Townsend Brown. And then look, and he also writes in the description, it's December 3rd, 2009. TT Brown works cyber stalkers take out the audio and repost it all over the internet. This is John Hutchison. He's a unique guy. And literally being attacked by these absolute evil people. And this was Ace Baker was the first one to attack him for this nonsense. Okay, I've been looking for. Okay, this one says thank you so much for the Melissa. Okay, let's play this. Thomas, listen to what he says.
In this experiment here, I have added, or taken away, actually, the electrostatic field, and we'll apply it again. If you notice the high voltage wire running...
He says, if you notice the high voltage wire, it's over. He's telling you there's a wire. I cannot believe this. Yeah, I think that's only one of reviews. That's only one even the X community note reviews. It's absolutely evil. Like it's, but it's also because they know people are lazy. That's where math stuff. Math, you need to prove a formula, and that's where I learned. Okay, prove it. You got to go to the original source and see what happens. All right, and see this here again.
Running up, over, running. The high voltage wire running up, over, and down to the little flying saucer there. So in time, I shall add the electrostatic field. This is T.T. Brown's work, by the way, not mine.
So it's not Hutchison Effect, it's T.T. Brown's work. And he said it's actually levitating. So that's the interesting part. It's actually levitating from the high voltage wire.
This is very interesting. Now, there's a little bit of smoke happening here as the 32 gauge wire is brushing against some wood, mainly a ship's steering wheel. As we're sailing along here, I slowly apply the electrostatic field in this region, and we'll see some interesting gyrations. To your right hand side, you can see the high voltage wire and corona coming off of it. There we go, the electrostatic field has been added, and we're starting to get some unusual gyrations. Notice the unusual types of effects in there, such as glowing, corona effects, as well as distortion. See the rather the bluish kind of stuff coming off there? Very interesting experiment, and extremely dangerous.
Alright, so you saw that, guys. Does this look like someone trying to fake something out? And he literally says high voltage wire. Alright, it says it there, and he literally says people take out the audio and repost it everywhere. And I asked him literally in the live stream. Let's see, Townsend. Voltage. See if I can find the voltage. Okay. John Hutchison literally messaged me. The video sent out other people. Anyways, and I said, thanks. I see you were saying high voltage wires. Was that an actual experiment? And he says, and I was talking about this one here. He says, no, it was a TD Brown replicated work, not mine. It's a lifter. And then I asked him about the Townsend Brown. Townsend. I think I mentioned here. Okay, and I found the experiment there, and he says, yes, I did many other experiments. Okay, and I asked him, I keep asking about the thing. Okay, so it's a Thomas Townsend Brown. It's not a Hutchison effect. Okay, he says it was an actual, it's not an actual Hutchison effect. He mentions it later. Okay, I think got it later. But anyways, I asked him directly, and he says it's Thomas Townsend Brown. I go back to my Telegram. So deceptively mutes it, direct connection to it. And John even mentions the muted audio description as a description, and I've called out both Robert and here's Thomas Townsend Brown's experiment right here. This is an interesting website right here. So here's Thomas Townsend Brown has a high voltage wire on this, and it flies around and so on. So he's literally replicating that, and he says he was able to replicate it. So that's the footage, and it's not only not fake, it's also not Hutchison Effect, but it's also anti-gravity. But it's literally anti-gravity. That's the plot twist. This channel's pretty interesting. He has a book by some guy saying he had a vision about rewriting the Bible or something. Where is that? The True Life. Yes. Someone says he had a vision and told him. So anyways, that's next level. But going back to the Thomas Townsend one, he has a lot of good posts right here about the Thomas Townsend Brown setup there and information about this flying saucer. So he was literally replicating this one, and that absolute liar Robert whatever Murray Smith, absolute lying to his audience. All right, so that's that stuff. Okay, Ashton Forbes has gone full attack mode for sure. That's interesting. MES, would you like some Scrabble eggs? I'm just getting up. Interesting. All right, Scrabble some eggs. If you use a Hutchison effect, maybe. All right, so 45, and let's go. And let's go. I don't eat breakfast until I don't eat breakfast. I just eat my one meal at 5 p.m. and I haven't eaten yet. Actually, I ate a pear. I ate like a fruit before this, and I'm good to go. Okay, Ashton Forbes. Okay, and 9/11 send me a bunch of stuff. We're good. We're good. I was gonna keep continuing with this one, and then we'll see what else we get. All right. So, oh yeah. So going back to that thing. So John. So this right here. Yeah. So going back here. So this is his I think his old account. This is Bob Greener of the Martin Fleisch Memorial Project. First of all, I wrote right here the original Hutchison effect literally has John saying he is using high voltage wires for a direct connection. You literally muted John's video. Stop spreading lies and disinformation to your audience. The Hutchison effect is very, very real, and this is why one of the reasons I put the title on. Another reason is Paul Loveless. All right, let's go. Continuing further. Almost time for tea. All right, so I'm gonna read this. This is from and also remember that what he said about the I think it was Thomas Bearden saying about the alloys. Has creates alloys not created naturally. So this is Bob Greener says his name is Hutchison. As you write in the description, not Hutchison. I used to make the same mistake sometimes. Anyhow, I've met him. Yeah, it's Hutchison. I used to write Hutchinson. It's Hutchison, not Hutchinson. All right, going back, zooming there. Okay, let's go. Yeah, let's go here. Okay, his name is Hutchison. As you write in the description, not Hutchinson. Did he actually? As you write, not how I used to make. Did he actually change the spelling? Let's see. Right in the description. Did he do that on purpose? Let's go Hutchison. Okay, so then he updated it. Okay, so he wrote it earlier, and updated it. Anyways, and then he says, as you write in the description, not Hutchinson. I used to make the same mistakes sometimes. Anyhow, I've met him, and the first thing I asked was about the comically fake videos. I don't know about the video. I think it was just one. There's another high voltage one. He did not bat an eyelid. He just straight away. Sometimes a TV crew wanted to see something and pressed to come over in a few days. I said it would take weeks to get things done working, but they wanted to come over in a few days, so I put on a show. And this one is another quote from Tim Ventura. He's not talking about he's faking it. He's literally saying he put on what he was saying is that he used a high voltage one instead of the Hutchison effect. So he showed them the Thomas Townsend Brown one, which is just a bit more chaotic than his setup and high voltage. He's not saying he's faking it. All right, they're not faking it for a TV crew. That being said, so he didn't get the memo on that. So I have to ask John directly. Anyways, that being said, I've had some samples from him and analyzed, and in damaged areas, and there are non-natural isotopes. Remember what Thomas Bearden said. So you get non-natural isotopes, alloys, and so on. I've respected you, Robert, for many years, but I don't want you to be on the wrong side of history on this. I derived a fractal toroidal structure in part from studying his samples that explained the X-rays of plasmoid strike marks in Postic and Nardi's 1980 paper. They've been researching for the U.S. Department of Energy since 1948 for ways to make fusion. When I showed my findings to a group of senior Russian researchers on April 31st, 2022, when did he post this though? 1 year ago. Okay, yeah, this is when he got his findings. 22.1 without comment, pointing me to a 1995 paper by Zabrilis in Chemistry of Life, referring to a classified Soviet-era energetics research. What they were researching was an exact technological equivalent in the form of a coil of a coil of a coil of the structure I derived from Hutchison, from the Hutchison sample. Then I saw Zabrilis' paper referred to a 1993 paper in the Russian peer-reviewed journal Electricity by Novitsky, a senior physicist and mathematician at the Russian Academy of Science. He was tasked by Zabrilis to see what, if anything, making a coil of the type he saw in 1980 would mean. Turns out it would mean, from generalized Maxwell equations, that the pointing vector would be closed in a loop. This would explain the observance in 1980s of an electromagnetic phantom that would persist for up to 2 days. Interesting. Got some ghost holographic tech. Sometimes that has been seen since by Yurtuzov in 57. This is iron right here, Fe 57 atomic number. In early 2000s, exploding. This is titanium, I think. Yeah, titanium or tin. Yeah, titanium foil experiments and probably tinfoil. Yeah, tinfoil experiments, and in the peer-reviewed 2019 paper by Bogdanovich et al. This also explained that observations on other systems we had evaluated or in the field of condensed matter nuclear science. He says, on the 10th of May 2022, a person following my investigation sent me a paper from 2009 by a SLAC researcher called David Freiberger. In his 2009 paper funded by the U.S. Department of Energy, he built on his previous DOE-funded explanation of a ball lightning from 1994 by realizing that there must be possible from generalized Maxwell equations the ability to create vacuum currents in the Dirac sea. All right, again, some technical stuff that are not dependent on ordinary matter. This supports earlier work of Soviet energetics program Sverilis Novitsky, and indeed his papers explained many of the anomalous properties that Kenneth Radford Shoulders, so Ken Shoulders that John Hutchison mentioned, and that he and Judy Wood met while they were touring and lecturing and so on, ascribed to what he ultimately called exotic vacuum objects, or EVOs, which Ken said ball lightning are. Ken, who is the father of microelectronics and inventor of the quadrupole mass spectrometer, spent 33 years investigating Hutchison Effect. Yeah, that's Ken Shoulders. He's literally... the big names are on there. Even that... so the Eric Lathwaite was the one who created the MagLab, or magnetic levitation for trains and so on. So all these super big names are the ones that are heavily interested in this kind of Hutchison Effect type stuff. And gyroscopes and Eric Lathwaite's case. In the 2009 paper, Freiberger states that if the right level of clustering energy and frequency is achieved in the clusters that are functionally equivalent to ball lightning, then the diality angle of them is such that it disrupts ordinary matter nucleons, referenced with the local Dirac sea, leading to the decay of nucleons. This is coherent matter reactions. We've imagined a toroid of toroids. We have produced in a range of systems the crenellated iron plus oxygen microspheres, also found in natural ball lightning impact. Okay, right here, going right here. We have videotaped the process of ball lightning reaching coherence and consuming Ti nickel and copper. It does the consumption on the inner boundary layer, and we have shattered 8K. And we have shared 8K. That is true. Yes, super high definition. Scanning electron microscope images of the interaction cut zone between ball lightning and a copper pipe, a 10-yin coin, a steel Hutchison sample from 1986, and another steel Hutchison sample from 2007. They all show a regular scalping in the affected area and material disappearance. Moreover, on our ball lightning cut copper pipe, we see an orthogonal circular mesh of disrupted material in this fresh cut. It appears as if a mesh of toroidal structures have made the material disappear. This is consistent with John Hutchison, Ken Shoulders, Dr. Tayaki Matsumi, David Hudson, Taihaku Musunu, Stanislavov Adamenko, Safari Project. In our research, Freiberger offers one explanation: the diality process decays matter into light and leptons. We have observed both light and lepton emission in our research. Strong light at below the black body temperature required to generate it, and it is clear that John observed light emission from things that were not hot also. Yes, again, 9/11 Hutchison Effect type stuff. Okay, I would like to offer a public Zoom debate with you on Hutchison Effect work and the immense international multi-decade research that was in part spawned from it, now that we are getting to a good understanding both from a physical, experimental, and mathematical electrodynamic and physics principles point of view. How we made the samples we physically have possession of. Yeah, so that is true. Like, this is an epic statement by Bob Greener there, and hopefully we'll get him on the show soon. Okay, so yeah, so Jeremy, let's see, a slight change of subject, but I just want to say I love you guys. It's great to know that there are people out there who can see or at least seek the truth through the lies, except you, Paul Lovelace. Oh, we'll get to Paul Lovelace. He makes an appearance. He told me not to share it this time, but he told me to share it now. I already spent just a while looking at stuff, so I'll cover this, and then if he has other stuff, I'll go over it, because I highly believe he's a disinfo agent, and he might be that Knicks guy that guy that did a hit piece on. But anyways, I highly believe he's a disinfo agent. But nonetheless, if he says he's not, he can send me some stuff. I just don't like people acting dumb or filling the chat section with a debate that I believe there's no debate. 9/11 the quote planes, the Hutchison Effect. It's not a debate, so you can do. So if you want to debate somewhere else, we'll go over it later. Anyways, not a reply. Effing burial. Yeah, that is true. This guy, he's not gonna join a debate. He's all destroyed. Now the revisionist. Oh, someone here's 9/11 tagged you on a post on X. Yeah, I saw it there. I'm just logged out to the other one. I just have to like switch. We'll go there. I don't want to do another like giant marathon of stuff, so I'll try to power through everything. And let's see. Spin the dew to concentrate energy field in a direct beam. Valve vortices have been looking at that, or actually, I think I got a telegram as well. Now the revisionist, evil scientist, people. This is 2 minute. Okay, we'll play that soon. Actually, this is a good segue. I'll play this and then I'll get back to work on the stuff.
Look what they did to cold fusion. There's real stuff in cold fusion. You know, 600 experiments worked, for goodness sake. So the thing is, you're against the scientific community is against you. Lock, stock, and barrel. And by the way, everything is a distribution curve. Get off of this horse pucky about scientists are always sweet, nice, reasonable people. That is not true. 10% of them are devils. 10% of them are angels, ought to be rewarded at the salt of the earth. But 10% of them have absolutely no ethics, absolutely playing nothing but the big monkey and power game, and absolutely your worst enemy in this area. Glorious opportunity to, in other words, the vultures, or there's a better word for it, the wolves go around looking for the rabbits, and you're the rabbit and they're the wolf. So your next thing you get into is a big wolf-rabbit game with the scientists over on that 10%. So you face all of that. Meanwhile, you've got to go to the patent office. You get to the patent office, what are you looking at? This is impossible. This is perpetual motion. You say, well, the atoms have been doing this for 15 billion years. It's not perpetual motion, but it's just long-lasting. But they call it perpetual motion, and of course there is an unwritten law that anything that's perpetual motion shall not be even proved or looked at. You can't even get a serious consideration in the patent office. I speak as one who has submitted patents in this area. I know what I'm talking about. I've defended a couple of them. So what we have is a situation where the entire structure of science, industry, the organizations of science, and the patent office are already against you. If you can't get a patent, how can you license? So it's a real neat little thing. It's the old chicken and egg situation. If I had the chickens, I could get some eggs. If I had the eggs, I could get some chickens. This situation is designed so you never get chickens and you never get eggs. So the only thing you can do is to try to put your head down and continue with that and do one other thing, communication. Fortunately, we do have the internet. Sure, it's full of a lot of bad information. It's also full of a lot of good information. You just have to discriminate. So the other thing you have to do to have any chance at all is communicate, 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 which we do to the limit that we're legally able to do and not lose our patents.
Right, epic stuff there. My only, yeah, this is, I didn't see this before, but that is true. The only thing I want to point out is patents, again, we're not just dealing with people that control everything. We're dealing with people that will literally like sacrifice entire like countries for war and so on. So if you're talking about free energy, you got to get this public and find other revenue sources. Ask people to donate instead of patents. So that's my take there. But also the other one. So he talked about the 10% good, 10% bad. But then the bell curve, you have the middle ground, and that middle ground. Eric Lathwaite will bring that up right here. Eric Lathwaite. This is so remember. So he's talking about like people talking about perpetual motion and so on, and like people will scientists want to cover that up and so on. But now Eric Lathwaite, he's talking about just gyroscopes, like little spinning tops. All right, it's just spinning metal, and this is a letter he received from a scientist that was too scared to discuss his work. So the bell curve, you have the middle ground, not the good, not too evil, not too good. They're just too scared. I guess most people are just scared. He's saying Eric recalls a letter he received from a scientist that was too scared to discuss Eric's work on gyroscopes for fear of losing his job. Listen to this.
Are these discoveries new? Well, not entirely. I've had letters from all kinds of people who've done similar experiments before, and for one reason or another have given up for 1, lack of know-how and scientific background, 2, lack of money and workshop facilities, 3, lack of courage, 4, lack of anyone to listen, especially 4. Now today I've got all of you here ready to listen. What a pleasure it is to talk to young people who are ready to listen after you've talked to adults. Quite the most amazing letter I had was from a man who wrote quite unemotionally that he'd performed some of the experiments that I'd done some 10 years ago. And he knew that they worked, but he added, I've not told any of my colleagues or friends because even though I occupy quite a senior post in the scientific civil service, I still have a few years to go to retirement and I still cherish hopes of further promotion. That is a hell of a thing to say in the scientific world, isn't it? This man dare not tell his colleagues. We talk about blackbirds pecking out the white feathers of their colleagues or killing them if they can't because they didn't conform. This man is afraid of being put away because he wouldn't conform.
Alright, epic stuff. Yeah, so that's pretty much fear runs the world. Fear of reality. Going here, the lack of courage, yeah, definitely. And then let's see, I got some notifications from Rotary Motion. Let's see what we have here, and play it maybe after the next one, because we have this segue. Spin the dew, concentrate the field. Iron filing, spinning magnetic field. Alright, so we'll do some of this stuff. How did I do it? Alright, so we'll do that, and see what's this one here. So is it the same, oh, those same thingy here. See what is this one? Devil's most mysterious. Alright, we'll get to that. I'll open some of your stuff after the next segue. I'm gonna go power through this because we have still a lot. I want to try to get the important stuff done. Alright, so the next one is, okay, so we got the yeah, so we went over that no sound one, and it all stemmed from, well, initially stemmed from Ace Baker, the CGI, the Sinfo agent, and who faked his own death. So John Hutchison calls out Ace Baker in 2009 for muting his audio. So remember that that Robert whatever evil scientist. So Robert. So in a blatant cover up. So this Robert, this is like an absolute.
And you think that's cheating?
Evil human. So that guy, that was a post from last year. So now we go muted. Let's go again. Also Telegram. This is why I like Telegram. It's super quick. You can search everything and you don't get distracted by a newsfeed. First noticed, okay, so I posted this right here. So John Hutchison first noticed that people were deceptively muting his high voltage wire experiment at least as far back as December 6, 2009. This is, we're talking 15 years ago. When he made his Stalkers Remove Audio, his playlist called Stalkers Remove Audio. He literally has a playlist, last updated December 6, 2009, called Stalkers Remove Audio, and has Colin Alexander, which is Ace Baker's real name, allegedly. And in this, Ace Baker, or Colin Alexander, he says, after being caught in blatant fakery, he mutes this, and he says, John Hutchison initially claimed this string was a high voltage wire. Later, he admitted the fakery, and he claims, so he's completely lying about everything. He's lying through his his teeth. And then and going further here, Ace Baker in the comments as well, he says it isn't high voltage and it isn't levitation and there's no Hutchison effect. The UFO is being yanked on a string. It doesn't matter what I named it. And John Hutchison is a fraud. After offered him $100,000 to reproduce his effect, and he won't. He can't. He actually reproduces it. He still needs to pay him. Okay. Another night. I'm sorry for bumping train of thought. No worries. Just send the stuff. If it's next level, just no. I'm on a live stream, so you got to make sure it's in the theme of things. And then I said I replied just now. You literally muted the audio where John says he's using a high voltage wire to replicate Thomas Townsend Brown's flying saucer, and this wasn't even a Hutchison effect experiment. Stop lying, Ace Baker. I used his disinfo name. Well, they're both disinfo. There's mockery of anyone named Ace. It's obviously fake name. So go back here, and then he has an article as well on March 1, 2008, on his 9/11 disinfo blog. So if you go here, let's play what he has. Actually, whoops. Oh, I will put a link there. So this is his February 11th, 2008 upload. literally uploads it like 2 months after Hutchison. And again, Hutchison is when you look at Hutchison's stuff, there you just look at it. You go to oldest. This is where you go. You go oldest, and then these are the titles. The descriptions are like barely anything. There's no description anywhere. These are the kind of stuff he's posted. This is the UFO TTT Brown type, and his original only has 294 views. All right, and then those other clowns that mute it and then lie about it get thousands, hundreds of thousands of views. So now you have John Alexander, this liar right here. Here's the levitation. So here's the playlist. All it has one video. Then you go to John Hutchison UFO levitation. So this guy, 31,000 views 16 years ago. John Hutchison, actually that was 16 years ago. Interesting, because this was before. When it was, this was 2008, February 11, 2008. Oh, this was an even older one. So I got to find John Hutchison's oldest one. So this one is UFO TT Brown type 14.
In this experiment here.
Okay, I gotta find where is that old video he has. But anyways, this is what he made it so because he says stalkers take out audio and so on. Going back here. All right, so 2009 is when he made that video there, Hutchison. But anyways, let's play this one here. So he mutes the audio, and then but not only does he mute it, he also adds weird noises to make it seem like he didn't mute it. So wait up, let's see here. He adds a weird noise right here. Actually, what was that? Okay, there it is. You can hear the weird ticking sound. Yeah, see? It's as if to make it seem like he didn't mute it. That's my idea. Yeah, and again, there's the wire there. So he muted the audio. Absolute evil psych. I just fast forward that. So he says a tow UFO is being yanked around. Again, that's fake. He's doing Thomas Townsend Brown. This is not John. Yeah, this is not the Hutchison effect. Notice the string on the upper left part of the screen. This demonstration of the quote Hutchison effect was done for a television show. Yeah. Again, this is fake stuff. He might have been using that again, like he's saying, for he wanted to speed it up. Yeah. 9/11 version says Hutchison's not as organized as you. Yeah, definitely. After being caught in blatant fakery, again, this is all fake. Hutchison initially claimed the string was high voltage. No, he stated in the video. In other words, there's literally no argument. He stated in the video. This right here is an absolute lie. Later, he actually admitted the fake. Again, this is a complete lie. I literally talked to him directly, and he claimed that he did it because he was under so much pressure to reproduce his effect and had been unable to do so. No, again, this is out of context. This is again a lie. He was the TV crew wanted to get it done quick, so then he did a Thomas Townsend Brown experiment instead with a wire. The Hutchison effect has no wire, and then he says, "Please see Ace Baker right here." John Hutchison fraud and so on. He gets this 2007. I gotta find the original videos he has. Hutchison effect part 1. Wiggles falls apart, and then he's saying that he's filming it upside down. So he has a. So what about the bowling ball? The bowling ball is literally how's that upside down? This guy is absolute absolute nonsense right here. Okay, and again, whenever you hear Ace Baker, always search up. That's so Ace Baker. Death. All right. So Ace Baker. Whenever you hear about him, you hear about this. He faked his own death on live radio with the help of Jim Fetzer. Faking his own. All right. This is the clown. That same clown made the video.
They support what government does, and what government does is murder, theft, and counterfeiting. Everybody else evidently has no problem with that, but I just can't accept it. I've tried really hard to produce good science about the 9/11 airplane videos, and I succeeded. I proved video compositing. I did. I solved 9/11, but nobody cares. Well, I don't know why. And not even anyone within this so-called truth movement. I mean, Dylan Avery, he got co-opted and he ruined his movie. And Stephen Jones lied to me and he lied to everyone. Judy Wood lied and Rob Balsamo lied. And Simon Stack's movies, you might like them, they're completely false. They're 99% false. And I've been banned from every...
there's a truth he dropped right there. Simon Stack is the other CGI guy, so he's saying it's 99% false. So that's interesting. Which is they're both complete liars.
every so-called truth forum out there, and Hilltown and Fred. They're
Ace, I care so much about your work.
About me, and I can't take it anymore.
Ace, I care so much about your work.
Just stop doing 9/11.
Ace, look. People who are listen to me a second. People who are very original in the field are often not appreciated at the time. I have so much confidence in your work that it's a prominent part of the new book I'm editing on the 9/11 controversies. I feature you regularly on this program. I feature you.
I say to my daughters, girls, I love you, and I know that 9/11 has taken a lot of me away from you, and I'm sorry for that, and I hope that someday that you'll forgive me for that. And to my wife, Claire, I just want to say that I love you, and I'm sorry. I'm really sorry for everything. And to my parents, Mom, Dad, I miss you, and I want to come home.
Ace,
I want to come home.
We need you, Ace. We need you. I need you. The world needs you. These are temporary problems of innovators in their fields are frequently unappreciated. My God, Galileo was subjected to an inquisition, prosecuted by the church. Galileo, for God's sake.
I'm coming home.
All right. And then look at Jim.
I hope this is not for real.
Why? Out of anything he says, you have to say, you have to give it away. Like Jim Fetzer, he could not hold it, could not just keep his mouth shut. Oh my goodness, this is such a. Where's Fetzer? Okay, Fetzer is a whole bunch. There's something about this face. I think Fetzer face. Okay, here. Fetzer was on the Jim Warfare one, and this is the Fetzer guy I was talking about. His face is like melting, like Jabba the Hutt. Anyways. Enough Fetzer shaming. Ace Baker kills Galileo. Alright, going further. Okay, so, then also the X community note references bogus rational wiki and Ace Baker. Okay, so we'll go over this. This one's gonna be pretty in-depth, and then we'll go segue into Rotary Motion's videos, and then go back into the Paul Lovelace made a video on me. Oh my absolute goodness! All right, let's go back here. That's another thing. Okay, speaking of my laughter, so if you notice something here, if you notice that I laugh a lot, so this is from my okay, so here in grade 7, so on 9/11 I was in grade 7 or I think grade 8 maybe, first year of grade 8. So, but this is 2001. Yeah, 2001. This date of this one, it's like June. Yeah, this is March 2001. So grade 7. And then in that same year, in September, I would turn grade 8 in high school. So this is elementary school last year. Did you say video on Paul Lovelace? Yeah, no, Paul Lovelace made a video on me. All right. Anyways, first I wrote right here. MES dominating grade 7 just before 9/11. Epic stuff here. So I got A math, A here, and then everything was good. I have a lot of G's everywhere, but S for like satisfactory for effort. There's effort at the bottom, the letter grade's at the top, and then French A, unreal, no way. And then so S wasn't listening properly. Anyways, let's continue further. Okay, is Polov's the new Ace Baker? No, I think he's a new Nix. But anyways, I don't want to make too much fun. We'll just go stick to the facts. Because he has some interesting stuff. But again, it's ridiculous when you deal with 9/11. You gotta realize 9/11 is a big one, and you can give leeway to other stuff. All right, so here, MES had a giggling problem, dominated math, and was an expert on Argentina in grade 7. So for some reason, if you listen to my report card, March 2nd, 2001, that same one you saw at grade 7. So Matthew has a good awareness of his strengths and weaknesses. He has had a good term showing improvements in listening, math, science, music, and French. He has been more responsible this term. Matthew encountered more difficulty this term during his presentation because he is unable to present his work seriously. Matthew will still need to learn when he can be humorous and when his work needs to be serious. All right, so that's I've always had this giggling problem. So then Mrs. Hoy reports that in mathematics, Matthew takes risks and contributes fully to problem-solving discussions. He has made excellent progress with work on integers, decimal fractions, percent, ratio, and probabilities. So I was dominating math. He is cautioned to work more neatly, and I definitely did not write it properly. Work neatly to avoid organizational errors. Also in high school, I started writing with both hands. So I write left and right, so every sentence I would switch. So in university and so on, when the teachers mark my math stuff, they're like, the answer is right, but I have no idea what you're writing. But anyway, so I write with both hands. Even at the same time, I could do it at the same time. So my left hand was super bad, so I'm like, I'll just force it. So in high school, I started in grade 10, just like when I was doing math, just force everything to do with left hand. And yeah, and the good thing is when you do like a test where you have to do a lot of writing or essay, everyone else will get tired of writing for an hour, so I might just switch back and forth. It's like a workout. It's pretty fun. Anyways, in French class with Mrs. Hoy, it was reported that Matthew is beginning to take more risks with oral contribution to class. All right, going further, areas of strength and growth this term demonstrated a good understanding of Argentina. All right, Argentina out of nowhere. Absolutely expert. So Messi, I knew about Messi back then. You bloody overachiever. No, I'm not an overachiever. I just do what I do. All right, and let's go back here. Okay, and so now I'm gonna go back to the X community note. So X community note references bogus rational wiki. Again, well, rational wiki is like written by Ace Baker or something. It's like literally slander to the 10th degree. All right, so we go back here and we'll go bogus. So first I post bogus right here. Okay, Illuminati bot. So this is a big channel. Post inventor in Canada named John Hutchison is credited with one of the science's most unusual and controversial discoveries. Not controversial, it's real. It's just most covered up. You should be proud. All right, that should be proud. Or just a bit. We should do MES Pride Day. All right, readers added context to this video. John Hutchison has not provided any scientific claims to support his claims. This is a complete lie. And can't even replicate it on demand. Oh, well, yeah, that's the thing. It's completely advanced next level stuff that he accidentally discovered and just somehow and it's hard to replicate, but it's real. Admitted some footage he was released since was fake. No, he's never admitted it was fake. And it's at $100. This is horrible wording. They're literally saying that they're making it seem like he was selling $100 per tape videos, fake videos. It's absolutely evil. So and then I did a full-on debunking of this absolute evil garbage. Okay, so the bogus X community note, and also when you get an X community note, the author is out of the revenue, doesn't get any revenue from X, from Twitter or X anymore. So they made a new thing so that anyone that has a community note, revenue isn't paid to that person. All right, so going back, so I wrote, the bogus X community note on a Hutchison Effect slanders John by stating he sold fake videos and references the disinfo site Rational Wiki, quote, debunking sites. Absolute disgrace. All right, so going right here. That disinfo site lies about the levitation effects being due to an upside-down camera or held up by, quote, strings. They included deceptively muted footage of John Thomas Townsend Brown's flying saucer experiment with a high-voltage wire. They also reference the 9/11 disinfo agent Ace Baker, whom faked his own death on live radio, and take John's and Tim Ventura's quote completely out of context and never mention that John mentions the wire in the video. Am I the only one that states it? It's literally mentioning it in the video. Okay, Jeremy Bartlett says, I'm a deeply closeted MES. All right, I'm proud of my MES. It's MES Pride Day, guys. Just no Diddy. All right, if you guys seen that Diddy video, absolutely brutal. The new one that released by CNN. They cut out Tim's full December 5th, 2005 quote where he says John's got, quote, creative by using a direct wire power to replicate Thomas Townsend Brown's work, and that this was not the Hutchison Effect. The Canadian government confiscated his original 1990 lab equipment, which is what Tim is referring to when he says the quote, true Hutchison Effect, since he had access to more powerful equipment. Anyways, so going right here, so we go to that place here. I have some stuff bolded right here. So fraudulent footage. Hutchison himself claims to have replicated the results numerous times prior to 1991, while admitting some footage he has released since since, and then he puts out $100 per tape was fake. No, he never said that. As he is no longer able to recreate the facts. Again, this is all completely fake. He assumed that nobody would notice the, quote, levitating objects were actually falling in front of an upside-down camera. Again, this is all just fake. They're not linking to anything when you actually look at it. Or held up by, quote, invisible strings, which is he initially tried to convince his audience were cords supplying power to the levitation objects. No, he's literally stating it. He's directly stating it. Okay, going back here. And then they include a quote here. Actually, okay, we'll go back here and then got creative and Ace Baker. Okay, so there's the bolded stuff. I'll go over to it directly and see it. Okay, so we're going to go directly here. I'm going to open, this is the Rational Wiki absolute, like, brain cage right here. Interesting quote, I mean, interesting logo too. They literally have a brain being inside a cage, inside the Matrix. So that's what their goal is. So John Hutchison, born October 19th, 1945. Interesting, so he's older than Donald Trump. As a Canadian, Donald Trump was born in 1946. So as a Canadian self-proclaimed inventor who claims to have discovered and promptly forgotten the secrets of levitation, promptly forgotten. These are all just complete nonsense. The secrets of levitation, free energy, and how to make certain metals vanish. He also claims to work for the U.S. military while living in the Vancouver. No, he not claims. He actually worked for the U.S. military, Los Alamos. I think not like an employment work, but they like paid him to do some experiments. That's the thing. Hutchison also runs a blog, Waiting on the Edge Forever. This blog contains a scan of documents which supposedly helps support his claims. No, that actually do support. See this nonsense. I'll go through this, and this is all they have. It's literally absolutely nothing. So while attempting to recreate the experiments of Nikola Tesla in the late 1970s, Hutchison claims to have discovered new phenomena. He did discover it. Everyone, this isn't any controversial statement. They literally discovered it, including effects manifesting in metals. The effects of the experiments supposedly, they included metal objects floating to the ceiling, shattering, melting while keeping enclosed wood cool. Yeah, that is true. That's fusing with other objects and other interesting manifestations. Okay, and then they put a link to, look at the link they add. They add a link to BS. Like, this is the kind of absolute garbage. Like, I can't say that enough. Okay. Yeah, so garbage is Rational Wiki. So Irrational Wiki, no, just Evil Wiki. These disparate manifestations are all being lumped together under the name Hutchison Effect. Explanations of the effect rely on heavily on technobabble, especially referencing zero-point energy Casimir effect. In particular, Hutchison claims to have invented batteries called crystal batteries or Hiroshima cells, which are capable of creating free energy. No, I think he has done that as well. We'll discuss with that on him as well again. Rational Wiki. Once Rational Wiki lies, everything else they state is complete another, like, just is nonsense. Just take it for a grain of salt unless you can prove it yourself. This purported technology revolution, which he says has the potential to change the world around us, is yet another example of Hutchison's extraordinary effort. It's not extraordinary. Again, look, they always reference that same BS thingy. It's not. It's not a. It's like it's real, and then once you know it's real, and now it's like, okay, there's literally an extraordinary cover up of reality, like this Rational Wiki is part of. So it's certainly odd too when one considers the fact that no other scientific breakthroughs have been blocked in such a way in democratic countries, democrats such as Canada, and that making such a breakthrough should make a person of $1 billion. No, it's not. Money is designed, the whole monetary system is designed so people follow in line the specific ways of earning your little number. Okay? Anything you do outside of this matrix of nonsense, you're not going to get that number. Okay? It makes it. And Canada's democracy. No, the majority of people were like against mandates, and they still go ahead and do it. Majority of people are against war, but they still go ahead and do it. And they also stage false flags to sway that democracy towards lies like 9/11 and so on. So replication woes. No attempt to replicate Hutchison's experiments by a third party has so far been successful. And this is completely fake. Bob Greener's done it. Many people have done similar cold fusion type stuff. 9/11 literally does it. Hurricanes has similar effects. Yeah, so including NASA. So many agencies, including NASA, have attempted to recreate a Hutchison effect. So they're saying that some guy using strings, so using invisible strings, and whatnot, and doing camera upside down, somehow had NASA attempting to recreate the Hutchison effect. All right, so NASA is going to recreate someone that's doing cameras upside down and using strings. How convoluted is this article? Okay, so NASA's literally trying to replicate it. In other words, it's real. The effect is real. NASA's not going there to like, you know, just and not go there and play with strings. They're gonna play with strings and the camera upside down. They can't really. After extensive testing, Mark Millis, NASA's head of finding new propulsion methods for spacecraft, wrote, Hutchison Effect has been claimed for years without any independent verification ever. No, that's fake. Has been verified. In fact, its originator can't even replicate it on demand. This has been investigated more than once. Been part of documentaries on the Discovery Channel. So it's been part of like 30 plus documentaries. Again, that people have seen it. So why are they making documentaries? And still never seems to pass critical muster. This is in a category of folklore in general. The American Anti-Gravity website caters such folklore and institutes it gets tagging anti-gravity. Again, this is NASA. It's a complete nutcase. So NASA debunk on Wikipedia, and Dr. Wood is not allowed. No, this is Rational Wiki. I don't know if I'll have John. He might be in there. Yeah. Yeah, Judy Wood's not allowed on 9/11 because 9/11 is irrefutable. Like, you look at it, there's a photo before and after. That's it. You're done. It's on Wiki. I think he was on it or deleted off it. Oh, John W. Hutchison. No, I think he used to be on it. No, I think he's gone. He's not on Wiki anymore. John Hutchison. This is Rational Wiki. Rational Wiki also talks about Judy Wood as well, but they don't debunk her because there's nothing to debunk. Let's see, Dr. Judy Wood, Rational Wiki. They mention her credentials because there's nothing you could do. They barely talk about it, and they also include legal actions. Judy Wood is an American material science former assistant, so she earned this. And then she's independent, doesn't talk about 9/11 here. Oh, no, it's right here. She believes the World Trade Center were destroyed by a direct energy weapon. Justification, observation of that, and a whole series of lectures, what is maintained at debris pulse nowhere near tall enough, and so on. And then here, Greg Jenkins, so he'll make an appearance in this live stream too. On January 10th, 2007. A lot of stuff were happening in 2007, right? I think right when Judy Wood was doing 2007, like lectures and so on, direct energy weapons. And then you had Hutchison actually was able to find some, Hutchison was able to recreate a lot of his effects. And then you had hit pieces started rolling out all at the same time. Once Judy Wood connected Hutchison Effect and 9/11. So January 10th, 2007, at the National Press Club, Dr. Wood agreed to be interviewed on TV video by Dr. Greg Jenkins. he's a complete liar. Was unconvinced by Dr. Wood's theory of justification. Opinion is sharp bilaterally. Some analysts have claimed the charm for Greg Jenkins, others the reverse. All right, so they don't actually say anything. They mention legal actions and so on. Okay, Wood potentially stood to cash in big time if her petition has succeeded. Again, they make it seem like it's bad money. Keaton normally granted 15% of the final settlement. The settlement would be in the trillions if you're doing a number system, because they're covering up free energy and printing infinite money for wars. So they don't actually debunk her. This is so Rational Wiki. Whoever wrote this article is pretty good for a non like it's pretty good for mainstream standards. Obviously, because like if you want to get a letter A on this, you got to tell her it's real. Greg Jenkins is a duping delight liar, and yeah, she's right. That's it. That's we live in a giant conspiracy. That's it. Okay, so that was that one. Going back here. All right, so fraudulent footage. Hutchison himself claims to have replicated the results numerous times prior to 1991 and recently. So this is not even updated. Like, this is complete nonsense. While admitting some footage he has released since at $100 per tape. Again, this is fake. No, he's not releasing any footage that's fake. Okay, for any money. He's never sold any fake footage. This is complete nonsense. As he's no longer able to recreate the effects, he's done it. He has done it, and he would need the apparatus to do it now, I believe. We'll discuss with that. He assumed that nobody would notice levitating objects were actually falling in front of an upside-down camera. No, what are they even referencing? They reference Tim Ventura blog. John is unable to recreate the true Hutchison effect. True Hutchison effect, meaning the big lab stuff that was stolen from the EPA. Again, this is a complete lie. It claims to replicated and then no longer replicated. No, that's a lie. The true Hutchison effect. They're taking it out of context, and I'll show you the full quote. And then this quote doesn't even go to it anymore. Putkammer, Peter asked John to get creative, however, resulting in a tow UFO flopping wildly in the air. So this is the quote that they take out of context. And then let's see what else they write here. I'll get to that out of context. He assumed that nobody would notice. He literally tells, the string. He literally tells people about the string. And this is the levitation video. What are they referencing? Maybe I could find it. And they reference not the actual original with audio. They reference Ace Baker, absolute psychopath. All right, so they reference Ace Baker, The reference here, Hutchison Effect, levitation, Discovery Channel. In each case, the wooden floor is not actually a floor; it's just a piece of wood. The videos are upside down. Okay, so they're making up complete nonsense. More in Hutchison. Yeah, that's just another nonsense there that they're just lying. Anyways, as Hutchison said, and then as Hutchison said, the string is not string, but 32 gauge double polymethylized wire on a take-up reel with 20 to 50,000 volts DC. The main apparatus, John Hutchison quote from Tim Ventura, was turned on, causing the toy plastic UFO to fly all about in amazing gyrations. This was a pretest to Gyron films airing this fall. A pretest, not actual in there. Footage. Gyron films airing this fall for Fox TV. I did not need the extra high voltage 2000 time period. So 2000 time period. So that toy levitated without a high voltage hookup during the filming. For graphene, there was a string on the toy, no high voltage DC, but interesting movements. All right, interesting. This is you can tell it's a John Hutchison quote because it's a bit all over the place. All right, Jerry Bullet. So hi from Maui. All right, so we have God the Son, Jesus Christ saves, says hi from Maui. Hi. How's Maui? Is it still on fire? Anyways, Tim Ventura later removed this explanation from American Anti-Gravity website and claimed that Hutchison got, quote, creative with the footage because the EPA won't let him do experiments anymore. The levitation effects have been mockingly reproduced by Ace Baker while juggling in the background. And Bill Beatty is another absolute liar. These are all complete lies. Everything's out of context. And they ignored the full thing. Even this creative part was he didn't want to set up the Hutchison one. It takes weeks. They needed footage now, so they did the Thomas Townsend Brown one. And he says 9/11 nonsense. When asked why he's unable to demonstrate the results of his experiments anymore, Hutchison claims he has been coerced and had his work destroyed by the government, which then used his technology to do a 9/11. All right, anomalies. And then they reference Dr. Judy Wood. But where's the coerced part? But that's the interesting part where he flip-flopped. Coerced. Hutchison. There's no word for coerced. They just reference things without they don't actually have the word in there. What I mean is like they literally just reference nothing. Okay, Hutchison. So then WTC anomalies and the Hutchison Effect. This is a good one. Actually, this is good footage right here. So at least they linked to Dr. Judy Wood. But they know that not that many people read Rational Wiki. Rational Wiki see the views. Well, it's still decent in terms of size. 835,000. It's big, but so you compare to Wikipedia. Wikipedia is massive. That's why I don't really care what the Rational Wiki says too much. Wikipedia is what I care about, what they say. So they don't have John Hutchison anymore. They removed it. I think John Hutchison had a post about why they deleted. He wanted to get back on it, but they just deleted his name. So 1.1 billion views. So you have Rational Wiki. Again, you have this nonsense. So whoever wrote this article did not write the Judy Wood one. The Judy Wood one probably may have been someone trying to keep it on there, or at least part of it, trying to at least have it on there with the links and so on. All right, so we have that. So I opened some links. Now go back to here. Again, I told you this was going to be extensive. So this info site shares that, and that's a bogus X community. I think the community, you can click it right here. Oh, whoops, I have where's the link? Illuminati post open on Twitter. Okay, and there's that thing. John Hutchison has not provided any. He has provided. Everything's provided. It's 100% real. Rational Wiki is pure evil. And what you could also do is you could also rate it. So I rate it not helpful and state why I say that they provide no evidence. It's complete nonsense. Anyways, going back to this stuff here. Let's get back onto the show to show you how ridiculous they are lying. Okay, so they cut out the full quote. They don't mention that Ace Baker faked his death. They're using Ace Baker footage, not the original. And they never stated that he says high voltage in the video. He didn't use it as a response to whatnot. And I think even from that, because John Hutchison is a bit hard to communicate with, understand what he's saying. Probably also why Tim Ventura got a bit flip-flop, just a bit unsure what he was, why, unsure why you even need to ask him. Here's the thing. They cut out the full thing. I'm going to click open here. Okay, so this is a quote. Here's the full quote. Here's the Rational Wiki quote. This is the quote they use right here. They quote right here. They put right here Tim Ventura comment, and this one right here. They say John has been unable to recreate the true Hutchison effect. They ignore the meaning of true. Since approximately 1991, by mandate of the Canadian EPA, Puttkamer asked John to get creative, however, resulting in a toy UFO flopping wildly in the air. So they're literally cut it out, so it makes it seem like he faked it because it was running out of time to get creative. That's not what happened. It's completely and utterly false. Here's the full quote. Okay, and then creative. So you go creative. Here's the full quote that Tim Ventura is saying and December 15th, 2005. Here's a bit of context and for the information about John Hutchison on this page. First effect was well documented by Colonel John Alexander, who funded a 4-month exhaustive study on the effect through Stanford Research Institute and the Central Intelligence Agency, CIA, in the 1980s. The documents prove that. And Colonel John Alexander is also saying it. So the other part is, if you're saying John's faking it, you also say he's getting some sort of he has his handlers with John Alexander, CIA, everyone involved in this. Tim Ventura, American Anti-Gravity, everyone, documentaries, Discovery Channel, CNN, CTV, a whole bunch of stuff. Even I think Daily Mail or The Guardian. We'll get to that in a bit. Okay, first effect was well documented by Colonel John Alexander, who funded a 4-month study through the Stanford, and also saying that Stanford is also liars too. So anyways, a team of 4 military scientists stayed with John to document his results and found all of them, as witnessed in the 1980s footage, to be quite real and unexplainable by conventional physics. 2 of the team members were physicists from Sandia National Labs. All right, so now you're just adding more and more people to this conspiracy if you're a Hutchison effect denier. Further, there is no definitive physics explanation for the Hutchison effect, even by John himself. Quite likely what he is tapping into is a torsion or spin field effect, although more investigation is required to fully understand how he's achieving the results that he achieves. Also, there are 2 sets of videos for John. The original 1980s footage that was performed by Alexander's SRI team, and a second set shot by Peter von Puttkamer and Gryphon Products in 2000 for the Discovery Channel. This second set is a concern because John has been unable to recreate the true Hutchison effect. So even in this footage, the one that he's saying that he can't replicate it, the way they reference it, it's fake. No, he literally has footage of Hutchison effect, but it's not the original 1980s, which is much more bizarre and epic. Anyways, so Puttkamer asked John to get creative, however, resulting in a toy UFO flopping wildly in the air. So he said, get creative, and then the other one cuts the rest out to make it seem like he's faking it. So this clip has been criticized because the wire is clearly seen suspended in the UFO. This is a result of John's attempt to produce low power effects by direct single wire power transmissions and not in any way indicative of his experimental procedures or results from the 1980s, which utilized no wires or strings. So it's literally in the quote. They cut out the quote saying about the high voltage. They also never mention that Ace Baker used a deceptively muted footage. They never mention that he's literally saying in the video is high voltage. So in other words, it's not a conspiracy. He's literally saying, here's a video, here's a wire, here's a high voltage, and there's the thing it's doing. Even if he pulls it or whatnot, he's probably moving it, if he was, he's moving it to see, okay, does it affect here now and whatnot, and let it go and see it. So anyways, so they cut out everything. And I've written about Hutchison extensively at American Anti-Gravity. The best reference for background information can be found in our PDF article about a recent trip to interview John at his home in Vancouver. And here's a link to it. It's pretty epic. I haven't seen it all, but it's pretty epic. I would hope that you'll post this online on this page. To my knowledge, I'm the only person who's actually spent time with John and studied both the footage and materials up close. Tim Ventura, American Anti-Gravity, and there's other people, Hathaway and other ones, but this guy does it pretty sensibly. Anyways, where's the document? Documents, like, I have to find the document. Anyways, I put the document somewhere here. Okay, I had to make this not as dark. Okay, refresh. What's going on here? Okay, there it is. Okay, now you go PDF. I think right after this I uploaded. Okay, now it's freezing up. I'm gonna start closing some stuff. Anyways, so Rational Wiki, absolute disgrace. And also this string one right here. This was another comment. I think I have the video clips. Let's see, I think I have that as well. Okay, faked his death there, and direct quote confiscated. Yeah. Anyways, that quote is literally just John talking about the string and so on there. Let's see, it's a full quote. Gotta find the full stuff here. Hutchison. Okay. And then he says here, a video clip notes, I've received a number of messages about the above video links pointing out that a string is clearly visible holding up the toy UFO that Hutchison experimented with. Asked John for more information on the purpose of the string and received the following. Well, but so even Tim Ventura probably didn't see that the video is literally, he mentions high voltage. He literally has Thomas Townsend Brown. He's literally Thomas Townsend Brown in there. The string is not string, but 32 gauge double polymerized wire on take-up reel with 50,000 volts. And the main apparatus was turned on, causing the toy plastic UFO to fly up all about an amazing gyrations. Alright, so it was actually levitation. This was pre-tested gyrophone films airing this fall for Fox TV. I did not need the extra high voltage 2000 time period in the 2000 time period, so the toy levitated without a high voltage. hookup during the filming for graphene. There was a string on the toy. No high voltage DC, but interesting movements. Interesting. All right, so yeah, that's John, whatever that means. It's hard to grasp what he said, but he's saying is Thomas Townsend Brown set up there. Anyways, yeah, I gotta find the original photos of that there. And you can see the one with audio. Again, there's literally audio. Nobody, again, even the quote's not even needed. Yeah, so going back here, yeah, the quote is not even needed. None of this is even needed. Anyways, the Indian government confiscated his original 1990 lab equipment, which is what Tim is referring to when he says the quote true Hutchison effect, since he had access to more powerful equipment, and he literally was confiscated. You can see here. So first of all, I messaged him. Back to this quote, is this true that Canadian EPA, or does he mean they confiscated the original lab? And John messaged me yesterday. There was a Supreme Court case with two partners in 1989 for ownership of the lab. I have the newspaper's article all that time. I left for Germany by invitation of Germany. Australian scientist Dr. Peter Kokoschnig, a cargo container was sabotaged at our Cargo Express. Rolf Kibberling, the Environment Canada, got involved. Richard Glue, how my lab and guns were put in storage later returned. Or when I came back to Canada, I'll try to find you the papers. I sold my guns and other equipment and was to return to Germany. But my lady Ying Gazdada showed up. We decided to get an apartment in Vancouver. I'm like, oh, thanks for info. And please send me the link to the papers. And he sent me, so the link from his website I found. Actually, so here's the confiscated original. So this is the original. Okay, and here's I put some screenshots and with some highlighted text. So here's a Vancouver Sun, Wednesday, February 28th, 1990. Inventor goes to ground. So they were saying there's hazardous waste storage, and that's what they got. So he's saying that they're claiming that he has hazardous waste storage without a permit. Lab was the lab was a large room full of high voltage electric equipment, some which with polychlorinated biphenyls. I think they're saying PCB storage site in Surrey. So they're just making up some stuff. And then he said the creator of the levitation machine that led the provincial environmental ministry to create a new PCB storage site in Surrey. And then they said the levitation machine, a gizmo that defied. Did it work? Did the investigator float to the ceiling when he entered? I don't know. Honestly, don't know. Anyways, they found a levitation machine. And then going further in this, other ones with his name in it and so on. Is that investigators followed a paper, I think it was a paper trail that led to an international freight company and discovered an attempt to ship some of the PCB equipment to West Germany. So anyway, so his Germany stuff checks out. So he's literally going to Germany just for, I think people invited him, and he was sending some, and he was sending, I think he was shipping some of his samples to Germany for testing. And then you got the Canadian government take his equipment, throw it in a Surrey site, and so on. It's a pretty wild. All right. Oh, sweet. Cheers. It doesn't highlight on my screen, but my name is when you guys see it. Sweet. I learned something. I don't know what he's saying. Did your name highlight? All right. Epic stuff. All right. And let's see what we have. Okay, so that's that stuff. I just want to... It's been how many... let's see how long we've gone through. We have 35 people in the show. It's less than a record of 69. We peaked at 46, 48. All right. And we have a little bump, a higher low, so it might be in a bull market in views, but might pump soon. All right, someone said something MES, I think. Can't say the same when I watch MES math tutorials, except that I have a lot to learn. Interesting. Yeah, never. People ask about the math. The math is for me to learn. Like it's a brain exercise and to learn next level stuff. Because math is how you can like structure yourself better. All right, and also prove things. So like that Rational Wiki is an absolute disgrace, and you can do that with basic mathematics. Anyway, so here's the Vancouver Sun papers that he sent, and the links there. Some of the Hutchison files, and he has a whole bunch of lists. So some of them have links, some of them don't. But this is a cool the press stuff from John Hutchison has 1985, 1998, 65, 1978. He has paper on Hutchison Effect by Louis Vallée. So anyways, he has a whole bunch of stuff on this. So this is real, very, very, very real. Okay, close some stuff. This is a cool article. There. We're the fringe. Oh, we're the reality. People are literally living in a daydream. Anyways, we are something. Yeah, so Hutchison doesn't have a Wikipedia page anymore, and Judy Wood doesn't have one. They usually do that as well. even so sometimes they put it on there and then gradually remove it as time goes on. Well, people forget that so that they don't complain. So that's why you archive and don't trust Wikipedia for storage. Anyways, going further. Okay, so I want to get to the PDF right here. I think I have the PDF. Okay, there's an epic PDF. So this is a PDF that by Tim Ventura. Here's an epic PDF, and I put a second link to it. And here's the archive, Ultimate Hutchison Effect by Tim Ventura. And look at the date where he has to publish it. September 11th, 2005. 2005. I think it's before Judy Wood realized Hutchison and 9/11 are connected. So this is called MES duality, and where things match up. All right, and then he documents his Hutchison there, interviewed him, and so on, and a lot of people involved, and the students involved, the statisticians, the scientists involved in this, and so on. Let's close this thingy. I just want to power through, and documents everything again. So, and there's Peter von Backener. Okay, so he's Jack too. Okay, he's got some of the RFK and Stephen Greer genes. Or yeah, so I might have him in the live stream as well. All right. There's close-ups. There's people filming it. There's John chatting about alt science and anti-gravity, and Colonel John Alexander. There's levitating jelly, and so on. There's a squeezed water bottle there, and so on. So this is epic stuff there. All right. And then there's the event rod. And here's an interesting thought I just had right now. So at this spot, okay, so this one right here, where's the, where did that go? Yep, zoom in like this. How come it's gone there? Okay, so I gotta find it again. Let's keep going. I gotta find that bottle that was squished. Yeah, it's a bit higher maybe. I'm gonna go back to the bottle. It's a good train of thought I just had, because I have a vacuum chamber, and I put, if you put in a milk jug that's like closed and squished like this, if you put it in that squished and then take the air out, it all expands out. So what this could mean is it's increasing the pressure of the air around it and squishing it. So that could be something like that. That's an interesting thought I just had. So it's increasing the pressure around it and squishing that. That's interesting. I have two phones, but not two channels. Interesting. All right, and here's Hutchison jellification, other stuff here. Okay, and yeah, and there's him talking, showcasing the samples. All right, so yeah, definitely check out this PDF. Cutting edge, because we don't cut corners. That is true. We're cutting evidence. Okay, Jerry Barlow is banned from posting. Interesting. What is that from? Anyways, go. I think I'm a revisionist. Send some stuff. Tesla. This 2 minutes. Play from that. Okay, we'll play that in a bit. I just want to see what I have in store. All right, the next one is continuing. So we already sent the Hutchison Effect 50x zoom. Stephen Greer duping the light. Okay, we'll do ARA. We already did this. Okay, Paul Loveless. Actually, this is the human hands one. This one's brutal. Okay, Paul Loveless made a video. Okay, so we'll go over the Paul Loveless one after a short segue. I'm gonna go watch. Okay, watch some of this videos and then find interesting. That's all. It looks like bending block. Okay, I'm gonna play this one, and then we'll play a 9/11 revisionist video. See this? Magnetic fields, iron filings. All right, interesting. It's pretty cool. Just a note here, like the Fractal Woman showed, and I uploaded my MES experiments. If you rotate this along that axis, if you rotate it this way, the iron filings don't move. Like if you have it in 3D. So what I mean by that, if you rotate it north-south wise, not the other way around. So if you go MES experiments, let's go here, experiments playlist. So it's similar. It's just a note on, just touch on that. So if you go right here, here's ion filings. I made experiments here from Fractal Woman's work. This is on Faraday's paradox with iron filings. So if you go scroll in here, if I move it sideways, it moves. But then if I rotate the magnet, wait. So if I rotate, I'll zoom in. So yeah, see if I rotate, it does nothing on the magnet on the filings. I got a bit closer to stuck up. And the same thing with using ferrofluid. So ferrofluid right here. Whoops, the next one. Whoops, how do I get bigger? Go to the ferrofluid. If you go here, here's ferrofluid, same thing. So if I go underneath it, look how it is. I'll show the whole thing. You place the magnet underneath and okay, see this sign, but if you rotate, nothing happens. And you can also rotate it super fast with the drill. And have the drill. Okay, so put a drill underneath, and now rotate it. Yeah, it doesn't affect even though I'm rotating like super fast. Same thing with iron filings here. Rotate, nothing happens. Make a complex pattern, still nothing happens. Alright, so nothing happens. And you use a drill as well, nothing happens. And then put it on this setup here. Nothing happens at drill. See, none of the, even though super delicate, nothing's happening. So that's a cool finding. And some people were actually mind blown. It's interesting. Some mainstream physicists. So we'll play that. Okay, so we have that. I'll play this one after. Okay, let's see the other one you sent. Alright. Let's go and spin the do. This is another do one. Okay, we had this do one. This one. Interesting. I don't know, this guy is sending Lily the dancing on the ceiling. Where's the other one you sent? I think you sent another one. Might be this one. Nope. This one. How do I... Oh, vortices. The file vortices. See what this one is. 21 minutes. Okay, it's too long. I'll play this later. Or find me a shorter one. I'll look at it later. Another thing actually I want to go... Okay, we have this one. So from the... debunks Paul Loveless. Okay, we'll get to the Paul Loveless part then. Okay, we'll show this maybe after Paul Loveless part, or maybe before. We'll play before we do it. But I just want to show this one here. Volcano. Amazing lightning strike of volcano. So here's amazing lightning strike directly of volcano, similar to again. This is all cool stuff. Someone's saying it was a discharge from down up. Let's see this. Whoa. See this? Holy! Whoa. So striking a volcano as it's erupting. They're probably testing out their space beams. Okay, so we have that, and okay, so it's and I just want to play it slow motion, see where the path comes from the other thing, the lightning. Where's the lightning? Oh, well, that was rapid. See? Okay, so it's I need to go like frame by frame. Okay, that's instant. That's epic stuff. So that's definitely a space beam right there. All right, let's see what else we got. Okay, this one here will okay. I just want to set up everything. So Bob Greener has SEM samples at 108 spectroscopy. So maybe we'll cover a lot of this. I'm losing. Yeah, I don't want to go too long in my live streams. I don't know if I can do another 5 hour. Let's see. Let's check the time. Okay, so we have. It's been 2 hours 48 minutes. We'll see another 30 minutes or so. I'm trying to power through. It's gonna be pretty epic. Actually, yeah, might be a bit longer, but we'll see how it goes. I guess I'm gonna make it zoom in better. It'd be cool if you can get Duchenne, Duchenne of on the stream. Which one's Duchenne? All right, maybe if you know anyone that wants to be on stream that you think is good, let them know. Otherwise, I'll have to let them know. That's just more work. All right, we'll play this one here from the from 2 minutes from 10:05 to end. So we'll go 10:05.
we have been compelled to create a permanent armament.
Oh, this guy right here.
It was all Tesla discovered ways of making objects disappear. This we know. I know a guy who was from DuPont who was in charge of Navy battery construction and testing. And what they found out, they'd have batteries as big as this thing to run for submarines. That's what they did. And they had certain requirements that they had to, when they threw the switch and shorted out the two poles of the battery, all the plates and the electrodes and everything had to withstand the surge of 100,000 amperes. That's an awful lot of juice, right? So they would short this thing. You know, it was all set up in a way that nobody could get hurt. And they found out if there was a wrench left in a room or some piece of metal, it would suddenly vanish. Now this is ordinary workers, DC batteries and so on. Now Tesla did the same, and they found out that metal would levitate and a lot of other things, but the main thing was vanishing. The man is alive, and he's a very reliable witness, top DuPont official. So anyway, there's another thing that Tesla did that nobody ever understood. He took 3 Tesla coils and placed them upright in a triangle. And when you surge the juice through them, it wasn't DC now, it was AC, that objects would float, and things like a wrench would get white hot, but you could pick it. It had no temperature, it was just white hot. I mean, it looked white hot, but it was white, but it wasn't hot. It was heat without energy. Anyway, this has been duplicated in Canada. A friend of mine that I'm going to see, I want to see how they're doing with the experiment. So that is part of the mechanism. I haven't explained, you know, why an atom can exist here, a cluster of atoms, and then somehow flip into another space. We call it orthorotation, and they disappear, and they go somewhere else. And they tend to come back to the point of origin. It's like, you know, they flip, they go out, and they come back. A lot of vistas in medicine which don't exist.
In the book you said that you actually operated on one with the Regal...
yeah, he taught me to operate, right.
How'd you do it? You mean you can do it too now?
I never tried, I'm chicken. I mean, no, he taught me how to stick a knife in the eye and take out a cataract, and the patient didn't feel any pain, and I had a little problem, you know, a little queasy. No, I never followed up. That's not my... I just wanted to see once if I could do it, you know. I mean, that gave me the assurance and the idea that it's something that can be learned, even though we don't know what the learning process is. Anyway, isn't that enough of wonders and Munchausen tales?
Bearden believes that these satellite photographs are of mysterious non-nuclear explosions near an uninhabited island in the East Siberian Sea, and that they are discharges from an RF weapon that uses intersecting energy beams called scalars.
In doing so, you can create, for example, either an electromagnetic explosion at a distance, or you can create an electromagnetic implosion at a distance, the extraction of energy from a distant point. This would look like a cold explosion, so to speak. Or you can create an electromagnetic implosion at a distance, the extraction of energy from a distant point. This would look like a cold explosion, so to speak. This would look like a cold explosion, so to speak.
Epic stuff there, yeah. And 9/11, the big part is like, once you realize it's cold. There's no high heat anywhere. And that's the game changer. It's cold or just like room temperature. And then this one's turning dust right there. So that's epic stuff there. And then yeah, Dr. Andrea Putra, writer of Nikola Tesla Correct Record. Yeah, that's good. Also, just a note, if you can put the dates when when he's talking and so on, just so. Otherwise, I'll have to do it. That's pretty good footage. And I believe he's referencing Hutchison there when he says it's a good friend. And yeah, in Canada. So referencing Hutchison, I just want to know the date of that. And because if I were to share that, I would have to do the research. And Rogan Motion says he's put another video with a timestamp. We'll play that soon then. Okay, we'll play that after this stuff. Actually, we'll see how long it takes. Maybe let's go a new post. This one's spinning. MES spinning. So we'll create vortices. Okay, this is maybe I've seen something like a timestamp too. So mute the audio. I don't want to get. Oh, it's Magnetrix. Yeah. See how he gets this one. Okay, spinning it. What's in the center? How is it not doing? Yeah. Yeah, that's cool. I did this one as well, actually. Oh, so that's how it is. Yeah. No, in that video I shared experiments. Yeah, John Hutchison sent that to you. Okay, interesting. I'll have to look up some stuff there. But that was a good video. But yeah, so that's another thing. So Hutchison Effect deniers have to say even this random guy, old guy, physicist, is also in on this giant conspiracy. Like, come on. And he's talking so casually, like, yeah, John Hutchison's a good friend, making things vanish and so on. And he's going back here. I have this part here. I made actual experiments near the end there. That's why I don't like people putting music and stuff. Okay, so near the end, I do some spinning stuff. So if I put it this way, remember I put it this way now. You can now it's like that fidget spinner. Now you can spin it in a vortex here. So spin it up like that. And you can also make a move. You go parallel to it. So parallel to that, and you can make a move around. So you can move it around like that. And another part is this one here. This channel has a pretty good setup where you can create processing. You can get a iron block.
Hello, everybody.
So you have a coil right here spinning. A coil with AC current, like go back and forth, 500 times, like just rapidly the coil. You put a magnet underneath.
In this video, I will show you how you can rotate and let process a magnet on a flat.
Actually, I'll play it on YouTube because I can make it super fast speed.
Hello, everybody. In this video, I will show you how you can rotate and let.
Okay, so anyways, so you have just magnets, so you get a bunch of these in like that.
So I have to decrease the frequency to around 10 Hertz. And when I do this, I'm at the range where it is easier to start the rotation. So I just have to give it an initial slight pulse, which is kind of tricky sometimes, as you can see. So now I've got it going. And it will start to rotate after an initial push. Sometimes it starts by itself. Depends on how many magnets you use and, yeah, of course, the shape of the magnets and frequency. So now I'm at 10 Hertz and gradually increasing the frequency again. So now I'm at 20 Hertz, 25, 30. And so on. Now I'm at 40 Hertz. And
notice the shape there. It goes not in a perfect circle.
As you can see, the precession got quite violent, and it's drawing kind of a star pattern.
I'm gonna make it fast forward so we can see the star pattern.
That is because it is directly to the center, and also and doesn't like the audio outline with your audio amplifier, and also with the frequency. So it's a bit of a dance between finding the right.
All right, epic stuff there. DC current better than AC. Interesting. That's interesting. Anyways, now we're gonna go. We'll go through. We'll do quickly the Paul Loveless one. Initially he said go over it, then later he says don't go over it. But I'm gonna go over it because you don't tell me to do something and then get out. Okay, so Paul Loveless made a YouTube video quote responding to MES about the Hutchison effect. LOL. Paul thinks that the solid block of iron is made of clay. He's accusing John Hutchison of being a liar and everyone associated with him being a liar. Okay. AC fighting DC, interesting, because DC, you could think of that as...
Hey guys.
Okay, so Austin, he made a Facebook post and tagged me in it. And he says, edit, I'm making a second video to address the new, the quote, new measurements, etc. Yeah, all right, here's my first ever video. So his first ever video is 4 days ago. It is a 10-minute video that I made specifically for MES. So it's the first time he's ever made a video, and he tags me. He responds to MES asking tough questions about Hutchison. They're not tough. It's like slandering Hutchison with like nonsense. In it, I asked some difficult questions about the Hutchison effect. I hope MES will play the video in its entirety on the stream and respond to some of the points. Respond to the points. I'll respond to some of them. Some of them are just... But, so yeah, Paul, so you're going to check out. He tags me on Facebook. I just don't know anymore. Okay, let's see. Where's the Facebook post? How do I like see stuff? What is going on here? See previous notifications. Okay. Oh yeah, Paul's mentioned me because I banned him on the account. I just I keep saying, don't act dumb and do stuff. 213s when I ask real questions. Okay, I have made my first ever YouTube video asking Matthew Solutions some difficult but genuine questions about Hutchison Effect. They're not genuine. And then he says, it is my hope that he plays the video on his weekly 4 p.m. Eastern Saturday live stream. 213 is where I begin to get into real questions. Anyways, it was also interesting is he started posting his first ever post like since for years was April. Let's see, April 18. No, yeah, April 18. He says, so before it was 2002, and then he post April 18. And then he says, yeah, he dropped on here for the first time in years, sober, single F, working for 3C, DC, and steady, and so on. So anyways, so he's sober, and now he's back on there. And let's just play some of his Hutchison response.
Paul Loveless here. I'm at work. This is the first video I've ever made in my life. I hope that Matt will give me, 7 or 8 minutes on his stream to play this video in its entirety. If he does, I'm very grateful that he's given me that time. I've suffered some injuries on my face, a long time ago, so I might look a little funny. I talk out of one side of my mouth, and you can see my eyes a bit deformed or whatever, but I hope that...
Yeah, so, yeah, I don't know. Yeah, he's saying don't make fun of it.
We don't necessarily pay attention to that, and instead we...
Yeah, I won't make fun of it. I'm just saying it's interesting on the left eye stuff, as when I... MES eyes, MES.fm/eyes. I have a tweet of a weird left eyes with like disinfo agents, politicians, MK Ultra victims, this guy, man arrested for stabbing the mother of his child and gouging out, anyways. And then you have this right here. Anyways, I'm not saying anything's with Paul, but... Okay, but that's pretty interesting. Anyways, go back to it. No more making fun because you stated don't make fun of it.
You just listen to the info and maybe get a response. So thank you for giving me the time on your stream, Matt. You'll notice I appear to have a boogie in my nose in the next clip. That's unfortunate. I didn't want to re-record. I hope you won't make fun of me too bad. Thanks. My goal is not to disprove the Hutchison effect.
All right, so his first statement is the goal is not to disprove it. So yes, that is what your goal is.
My goal is not to say, Matt or Norman, you're wrong.
Okay, 1 second. I'm getting... Alright, I am back. I have to get some food. Alright, anyways, let's go back here.
And I'm right. None of that matters. It's irrelevant. Instead, I'm asking difficult questions. Right? I'm delivering statements that require a specific, determined response.
I know, but that's another part you got to realize, Paul. It's like, I assume you're listening. This live chat isn't about as if I'm some sort of chat GPT where you can ask me anything constantly. You could also do the research yourself. Find something, because especially you know how I feel. You know exactly my statement. My 9/11 is literally some sort of holographic, etc. Justification. It's not a theory, as you've stated. And Hutchison Effect is 100% real. So it's 100% real. You asking, there's no video evidence of it. No, that's complete nonsense. That's a statement that shouldn't be uttered on my channel, and especially when I told you many times. And you've said it's real, and then you flip flop, and then once you see, and then once I showed that other part of the that Somewhere Out There documentary, which it's another documentary with witnesses literally seeing it firsthand levitating, and your first response is it's a scam now because there's another documentary showing something. No, it's another layer that you're gonna have to somehow weasel your way out of in your denying. Anyways.
So.
And he mentions Norman, I think. He mentions Norman earlier. See what else is
delivering statements that require a specific, determined response. So, you know, when I made the comment, Matt, you know, thinks that I'm being...
Oh man, this is next level. Anyways, let's go back here.
You know, my goal is not to disprove the Hutchison effect. My goal is not to say, you know, Matt or Norman, you're wrong and I'm right. None of that mattered.
Again, he's trying to make it personal to me, or Norman. I'm like, Hutchison effect is like literally well documented for decades. Okay, it's real, but not well understood by most. Yeah, we know that. But the thing is, it's like once you, my view is it's real. If you want to discuss it being real, you can go discuss it. If you think it's not real, find something contrary to it, and then do it. Make a separate. For example, doing a video here, but it's just another question thingy, and something that you can add to the table, as opposed to just a constant nonsense of no's without looking at the stuff.
It's irrelevant. Instead, I'm asking difficult questions. Right? I'm delivering statements that require a specific, determined response. So, you know, when I made the comment, Matt, you know, thinks that I'm being like I'm asking dumb questions on purpose, right? But I'm not.
100% you are. Anyways, let's go on.
I'm using kind of the Socratic method to pose these questions that require a difficult answer, right? So for instance, I said, we have the ability to prove transmutation in Hutchison samples because we have Hutchison samples. Now, a valid test would be to perform like optical emission spectroscopy before exposure to the Hutchison effect, and then perform OES again after exposure and measure the difference, right? Now, we can't really do that because the sample has already been exposed to the effects purported.
See, so he just throws that in there as well. It's like, oh, but we can't do what I even asked. I'm like, it's been done. It's shown. Some of them show either transportation or possible just the alloys, different elements migrate towards it. So even then, doesn't necessarily mean transportation. But again, it's got the weird eye. But as the Bob Greener stated, different, and I think Thomas Bearden, different isotopes and alloys that are not naturally shown have been proven. But again, he's just saying I should go do that, which eventually will. But we'll look at it again. You got to dive into it and get the samples tested.
But we can take the sample.
Yep, Matt G's got it right. He got the list, and also this list right here, this playlist. Matt G got it perfectly right. He's not asking difficult questions. He's asking questions that are difficult to difficult to question, or questions too difficult to question. I'm not sure what you mean, but I think he's asking things that are hard to answer on the spot. Like I'm doing a video about like about whatever, doing 9/11 disinfo agent video. MH37, and then someone asks about Hutchison effect. He jumps in and says Hutchison effect is not proven video or SCM or anything. And I'm like, it's just nonsense. Anyways, this playlist, all of the Hutchison stuff by Bob Greener, and we'll get him on the show. And so he says he's proven that there's transmutation in it. Anyways, but go back to the Hutchison response. Where did it go? Oh, response.
With enough money, certainly that's a real challenge, but with enough money, we could submit that sample to various forms of analysis to get like an elemental composition of the sample. And if we find that the elemental composition is grossly different than what we expect, well, then we know something remarkable has happened in that sample. But if we just see background trace levels of unexpected elements, then we know that it's, you know, perhaps a sampling error, or it is contamination, you know, whatever.
Brutal.
I made the second comment, which Matt muted me for right after, about only seeing the hand-drawn, I'm going to call it a spectrograph, but the only measurement that I know of, the only elemental compositional measurement that I know of regarding the Hutchison sample is that hand-drawn elemental composition. I don't know what to call it, except that it's hand-drawn, and we don't know the genesis of it. Why?
All right, so he's doing now. He's again, as I showed him, there's a bunch more. He says he's going to be making a second video to address the quote no measurements, etc. And he puts it in caps lock. All right. Yeah, but anyway, yeah, he's setting it up. That is, does it sound like he wants to set up a question in a paradigm that would not support an answer in that paradigm, like he's dooming the answer to be invalid? Yes, 100%. He's trying to set up such that the specific answer will not be adequate enough. I'm like, Hutchison Effect's real. Even if the Hutchison doesn't show transportation, it literally shows the actual physical object. Shows no burn marks, no scorching, no different discoloration from heat, no clamp marks on it. There's little videos of the actual things being done, and then the elemental composition is just additional stuff, which again others have claimed it's got transportation and so on. And Hathaway literally says you can literally see the alloy, which he's never seen before in a sample ever. That is called evidence.
Why was it hand drawn? Why couldn't we take a picture of the result coming out of a printer or a computer screen, right? And I don't know the instrument that did that, but
oh yeah, well Hathaway, well, that's something we could ask him, but I think it was like the 80s or something. I don't know when he did that, or the instrument's hard to do. But anyways, these are obvious things that it doesn't involve a giant conspiracy. That's the thing. He's saying that it was because it was hand drawn, or it looked like it was hand drawn. He's saying it's a ginormous conspiracy.
You know, these are my.
I remember this is a guy well, even when he says 9/11 is done by energy weapon, and then he mentions Judy Wood theory. It's like 9/11 is big. 9/11 literally shows Hutchison Effect. All right, it literally shows tower certainly does. What more do you need? You don't need to go make a video. Instead of making a video responding to me, you should make 100 or 1,000 videos on 9/11 being dustification, and then another video after spreading the actual like most important stuff. Not this absolute nonsense. And also another thing is, if you go here, now the Plains Research replied as well, and I think there's another comment. You have to play newest first. Okay, there's Martin Fleischman, Memorial Project, 260 videos on Hutchison Effect with analysis on the metals. Now do your homework. Yeah, that is true. And then, hey Paul, welcome to the video making world. It's good to see you and hear you, as it is much better to get an idea about the person rather than the text message. By the way, I wouldn't have known or noticed your facial injury. Glad you felt okay to make the video. I'm not sure what has been exchanged between you and Matt regards the Hutchison samples, but I can see where you come from and made your points of position and idea as well. I can't speak for Matt, but I would think he would play your video. It'd be interesting to see what comes from this. Regards. All right, nice. I don't play research with a nice comment. and then now the revisionist with the obvious going after him. But anyways, let's see.
My questions, and as it relates to the jellified metal sample, I'm going to make some tough statements. I'm going to say that John cannot produce that sample. We will.
No, this is about the X thread I showed here. This is the iron block of experiment right here. Oh, whoops! X thread iron block. Hutchison. He's talking about this one, which X thread Hutchison. So this is the sample. You guys, I assume you guys all have seen this. We just played in the thingy before. This one right here. Let's make double speed. This one right here, and it shrinks.
Get it, get it. Oh goodness, what the hell?
Alright, so this is the one he's talking about.
Just pull it out of the test area over there. And put some paper in the hallway here.
Yeah, so this is, he's saying, he's going to say this is clay.
That used to be, oh my mercy.
Yeah.
7 long, just under 2 inch by 2 inch, solid block of iron.
All right. So now this is where he gets completely slanderous, like an absolute, like, pathetic. Again, let's see this.
Never see a metal, iron, whatever.
He posts that one right there.
Bar that looks like the one we saw at the end of the jellification video.
Hutchison has literally many that look like that, but he sold the one. I asked him because he sold it on eBay. It doesn't show where it's sold, but he's trying to find the exact person he bought it. I think someone from Scotland. So this is a real sample. It was actually found. There's actually the other thing is this isn't the only one. There was another test with the same block, but with a different different stuff. Nobody has seen but me, or that. I'll show that soon.
Doesn't exist. It will not exist. It will not be produced.
Okay, this is pathetic. This is absolutely pathetic.
Why? I contend that it's not metal.
No, you were lying.
Right? Imagine if you did that yourself. You would tap it. You would weigh it. You know, you would be shouting to the world that you just did this.
Hutchison has been literally shouting to the world for like the decades. Everyone's known it, and in Los Alamos, he has them showing his experiments and so on. But he's just an eccentric guy. He's not going to be doing the kind of promotion that Ashton Forbes type would do. Yeah, this guy's and 9/11 happened. 9/11 literally shows this.
This crazy thing to a solid piece of steel, metal, iron.
He literally has videos and documentaries on people showing up and doing it. You're acting as if this is one experiment. There's literally hundreds or if not thousands.
Right, but we don't see that. In fact, in the video, he doesn't touch it. You know, there are close-ups of it, which is interesting. But my contention is that the jellified object is clay or foam.
All right, so this is where the slander comes. So if Paul, if you make another video like this or a similar one where you repeat the same pathetic nonsense, you're not gonna. I'll just block or ignore you like I usually do. Well, you already blocked. You're not gonna get unblocked because you are disinformation. But anyways, unless you prove it's clay, you have to prove it's clay. Otherwise, stop making outlandish slander.
And the reason I say that is because think of the amount of volume.
All right.
If that was solid metal, if that was a crystal lattice of iron atoms, think about the density of that. And we see how the sample deforms and twists, and it appears to lose a large amount of volume. It's not possible if it was solid steel.
Okay, so this absolute clown. Like I try to be respectful, but when you're clearly like, no, he's single, and I also think he's gay, but that's a secondary. I'm not trying to be make fun of it. I think he is. I think he mentioned it in the live stream. Going back further. So let's go. I want to go to let's say 9/11 playlist. So he's saying it's impossible things that appear to lose volume or do lose volume or whatnot. There's literally a ginormous sample, the compilation of this one. There's literally a 900-foot giant column right here. There's literally a giant steel column turning dust. Like, I don't know, what more do you need? This is proof. this is hard evidence that Hutchison Effect, without even knowing anything about, just watching that one video of Hutchison Effect, is very likely true, just by seeing this. Look at it. So this is a 900-foot spire, all right? We need to delineate useful critiques and non-useful arguments. Yeah, all right, going. That's what I mean. This is just the one time. If he has another similar thing like this, you're not gonna be played. But also, this is my channel. I don't want to hear things that I obviously know is like this is absolute nonsense.
It is possible, however.
No, but anyways, he's not joking. I actually think he is. He is. Again, I'm not trying to make fun of him, but I think he mentioned it in the live chat before. Also judging from his Facebook page.
To appear to lose volume if the object is not solid, if there are air pockets in it, right? Then it can shrink, appear to shrink, but not lose volume, right? And be consistent with the laws of thermodynamics. I wanted to clarify.
What? Just pops up in another video.
Something about density and volume. So when we have an object, if it loses volume.
Okay, so now I think he's getting pointers from alien scientists. He has similar fake physics sounding talk.
Then the density should increase. What I really should have said is that an object can't lose mass. But what we're seeing in that video is the purportedly metal object. We're seeing it lose volume, which means that its density should increase for its mass to stay the same. But what I'm suggesting is that it is a porous material, whether foam or clay, and that when it heats up, it loses rigidity and collapses in on itself.
All right, so how's it being heated? What's heating it?
It's in physics.
All right.
But if it was solid...
He's basically saying jellification of... It's not the only video. There's many videos of jellification. And the person's thumbprint on it. And Bob Green are claiming he's replicated.
Steel. I contend that we would not see it deform the way we did because it appears to lose a considerable amount of volume, and that's not possible. Oh. I know that John is not a scientist.
Oh my goodness.
So I know that it would be inappropriate to pose, you know.
Well, you're not. John is a scientist, okay? He's a real experimental scientist. You're just a. Well, I'll just straight up disinflated. That's you already stated many times that you work for the government, in literally in his own words, of steering groups like online groups to a specific target, and other disinfo stuff like it. But he says he doesn't work for it anymore. He literally says he's a disinformation. I only kept him on to see what's happening.
Very technical questions to him, right? Because he's an inventor. He's not necessarily a scientist, and that's okay. But I hope that we'll get a response to some of the points I brought up in this video. Thank you. If Matt has played this video to this point, I'd like to thank him again for giving me time.
The other part is the fake senior, like the fake gratitude or whatever. like he's literally just trying to get his voice, his lies across. He's trying to put any sort of doubt in the Hutchison Effect, which is 100% real.
I'm on his stream to ask these difficult questions. I'd like to make my final point that last stream I said, hey, we can get the samples tested for evidence of transmutation, and Matt replied that there is evidence of transmutation. I believe his exact line was, there is evidence, or there is, period.
I think that tested, yeah, but there is transmutation as well. I think I said, I don't remember making a definite statement. I just said, I said there has been testing. He says there was only one test been done. I said there is multiple testing, and I'll eventually get mine tested as well. He's trying to like rush it, trying to like force me to go and do something. We'll get it tested when it comes in. I messaged the UBC faculty. They didn't even, their email's not even working, so I got to find a new email. But I'll do that when I have time because I have the samples. Eventually, we'll be done. Anyways, going back here.
So, the burden of proof is on the side or the person making the extraordinary claim. Right, and I know that sounds like an easy cop-out, but, I mean, that's just the reality.
Right.
I don't need to prove that there is not transmutation, right? Matt and the community, and, you know, I certainly will participate in that effort, but the burden of proof is on those claiming there is evidence of transmutation, you know? And what is reasonable proof? We can't just say that there's evidence of transmutation. Now, that video where the person indicated that copper spherules were coming out in solution, that is interesting, right? But it doesn't...
No, that is evidence. That's literally talking about Hathaway saying that he saw alloys popping up in the solution he's never seen before. He's literally saying he's never seen before. That's a real proof. Anyways, we'll show you some proof of the iron block being real, not this clown.
Prove anything. It could be an alloy of high copper concentration. The copper could have been on the surface contamination. What would prove it?
It's like he asked ChatGPT for a list of just possible ways of having copper there.
Is some sort of elemental analysis pre-exposure to the Hutchison effect, and then elemental analysis.
So you're saying pre, so you're saying actually get the Hutchison effect done again. So that's what he's trying to say. Which you wouldn't believe
after
in video.
After exposure. Maybe Matt or the community can suggest other methods of proof. But to me, that's what sounds reasonable.
All right.
And you know, this isn't me trying to make a stir. This isn't me.
It's 100% you making a stir.
Trying to disrupt things. It's
100% you disrupting things. You're just, it's like statement analysis. You don't need to say that. If it's a real question, just say the question, that's it. You don't need to try to persuade, overly persuasive, making a video, pretending like you're my true friend as you message in the email. Yeah, I'll pop that one out, actually. Let's go here. Okay, I'll show the email. This one is just too ridiculous. It's just absolutely ridiculous. Like if someone tells you, get the hell out of here. Okay, it says, 9/11 Revisionist says, actually, this is, where's the true friend one? This is when he first said it. Oh, okay, this one right here. So Paul says here, he emailed me it, and emailed Norman, 9/11 Revisionist, and 9/11 Plain Research. Anyways, he says in my first video, and then later he says, oh, you actually found a test here, but then he didn't know what it was. Anyways, I said, LOL, you never give up, Paul. I'll go over your video in the stream. And he says, blah, blah, blah. I'll be very honored if you played my video in your live stream. You're a true friend, Paul. That's how you can tell he doesn't read the room, which is, I'm trying to tell you, I don't find you credible in any way.
This is me asking difficult questions because we're talking about an extraordinary subject. We need to be realistic. Anyway, that's all I have. Thank you for giving me the time. I look forward to your response. Thank you.
Alright, so absolutely ridiculous. Oops, go back.
Make a stir.
What is the ending?
I look forward to your response. Thank you.
Then I think, okay, okay, so...
Hey, guys.
So Maggie with the 99 cents, epic stuff there. Thanks for the donation. And with the emoji there. I just wanted to show something here. So basically, for every person who would deny Judy Woods, it's a good way to organize our arguments in an ordered manner, but he's annoying. Okay, so basically, unless unless you have something significant to bring up in another email or video, I will not play it or go over it besides this laughing matter or on Telegram. Yeah, so unless it's very significant, or you start uploading about 9/11. And you mentioned Dr. Judy Wood and the towers turning to dust, mentioned dustification, not just energy weapon. actually stated, make multiple videos proving that you actually, the whole time you believed that towers were turned to dust during the live stream. Because you said that you were in agreement with it. You have Dr. Judy Wood's book. So make a video about it, and then they'll give you a higher likelihood of actually being on the channel ever again. Because it's absolutely pathetic. Anyways, so going back here. So that brings us to a playlist I'm working on. I am working on a playlist on the Hutchison Effect, because so what I kept them in just to see what is the strongest arguments that these disinfo agents have, because he's 100% disinfo agent. I'm not like an out-of-the planes researcher, which is a bit more nice and stuff, where I get straight to the point. If I find you that after I give you many chances of trying to prove otherwise, and you prove a disinfo agent, I'm just gonna call you as that. So, but what I realize is the Hutchison Effect is a very sensitive topic. So sensitive that even John Hutchison does not want to connect it to 9/11. That's how sensitive it is. John Hutchison, who wrote an affidavit, again, that's proof. That's literally very strong proof that it's real. So Hutchison Effect, I'm gonna do a live stream on it. I'm gonna do a video on it. The one I'm working on is, the first one's gonna be Solid Block of Iron. Second one's gonna be Debunkers, going over those debunkers, all those liars, but demuting the thing. Okay, Restless Native says, that segment was 30 minutes of my life I would never get back. And then the next one is 3 test time lapse. I have these in here. So John Hutchison sent me this videos. It's not just one video. Here's the video time lapse. He has this is part 1 of 4. This is George Jack Houck 1985. There's some levitation in here, but he has the camera set up for, this is 2 hours, and it's part 1 of 4. I'm gonna live stream this whole thing. I think there's I'm gonna time lapse it super rapidly. So what I'm trying to say is, there's literally not just like one or two segments, 1 or 2 minutes or whatever, actual full-on experimental videos here, and like them actually in operation. You're gonna go 16. I'll try to fast forward this all. So this is what I mean by it's hard to replicate, because he would run it for a long time and see what happens, and test it out, and then try to see what happens in this area. And then John says that there was something levitating in here, but I will have to do this. This is part 1 of 4, and this is on his wife's account. Okay, that's it. Okay, I'll put this link as well. That's good. Okay, I'll add that to the I'll add her account to the list of Hutchison accounts. That's what I do. I'm trying to organize as I do. Okay, so that's his wife's account. So we'll get that in. Anyways, so this is gonna be a good proof of that. The next one is the one I'm working on at the moment. I'm just trying to get John to like, I'll ask him to make sure everything is accurate. Is all the footage of that setup, and also I'll trying to talk to Peter if he can find the high definition footage. Okay, so this is just a random one. Here's the wrong one. Okay, I'm gonna close this. I'm gonna open this. I'll show you some stuff. This is a bit over my time limit that I wanted to go, but this is pretty cool stuff. And we'll show you this stuff. Hutchison, Solid Block of Iron. Solid Block of Iron. We will play it here, and I found all the clips from his old channel. Okay, so it's opening, and what I'll do is, so this is how you get to verify it's real. Okay, you can go to his channel. There's the ones that he uploaded. It's called like the names of it are ridiculous. It's like he calls, I'm going from oldest to newest, and then you can go close-up steel cylinder. Where's the one? Okay, so this one here, iron block jelly, vanishing steel, disintegrated block. These are the ones, and then these are short clips. You have to put them together to actually see it. So it's not one continuous thing. And then there's the UFO. He calls it huge UFO invasion. 6 seconds. That's near the end of it. And when he says nobody touched it, he's actually lying or just completely playing dumb. Because in the thread, I show him playing with magnets on it. So here is all the footage. You guys are getting like a first-hand experience of it right here. I'll play that here. I'm gonna hide this. Actually, yeah. So this is November 3rd. You could hear him say it.
Oh, this is some hours later. Here we've got decided on this piece. It's heavy. If it levitates or flies around or goes sideways.
So what I'm doing right here is showing you all the different clips put together to show the footage. This is multiple ones, different angles, different whatever, to show that this is a real experiment being done, and he's carrying it. Move.
So down, it's going to be crash into our radio. So I guess we'll place it by my hand. You can tell Moving along here.
So he's moving this clay thing. It's clearly heavy.
Heavy. I'm in the far side of the room, so yeah, I think I'll just place it. There we go. Probably about there, and the camera people will put some lights on it. Again, this is 2 inches by 2 inches by roughly 7 long.
Whoops.
Chunk of cast iron that broke off of something else. That's kind of rough on the end of it.
Yeah.
So, place it.
So anyways, I'm showing this just to illustrate that it's not just one little clip that was used. I'm showing you the whole process in the making of this iron block. I'm trying to find all the full compilation of this, and then also the eBay product, who bought it, and so on.
There, I suppose, will be just about perfect. Ooh, that's a heavy thing to move around. No, I guess we'll settle for there, I suppose.
And this also gives you a personality of pretty much John Hutchison, the guy who, cracking the code Tesla Tech.
Yeah, okay, cool. Then I guess we'll go for something to eat, turn on some more lighting in that, and fire up the machinery and see what, if anything, at all happens with this block of iron. November 3rd, approximately, 2008.
Right, so that's where I got the date from, November 3rd. I'm asking John like questions to help this out. He doesn't. That's like hard to get an answer. And also, Rotary Motion says you're good at MES, fascinating, epic stuff. Thank you.
Doing a lot of filming. This was the Ace Baker Challenge stuff. We're finished with that.
He mentioned Ace Baker because the Ace Baker Challenge. He showed that levitation. Ace Baker never gave him the money.
Got good results. I was just rather intrigued by if any of these weird metals will do anything. As like the pair of scissors or the melting block of metal in 2007. Okay then. I'm off to eat something, and they'll be filming in high definition for this, and it'll air, I'm told, in probably a year. But anyway, I'm having a bit of fun keeping out of trouble, or always getting into trouble. Okay, folks. Cheerio.
Cheerio. Anyways, this one here, this is initially I thought this was because from his old account in the lab in Vancouver. No, he actually said this is a USA one, so I'll have to delete this one. But this just illustrate how the lab and the camera crew setup is.
And somebody's setting up a television station in here. Must be mission control.
Yeah, that's live. He's gonna June 8th. He's gonna be on Livestream. Or June 5th. Was it June 5th or something like that? Saturday, whatever is Saturday. Yeah, June 8th. June 8th. Next week's gonna be Morgan Reynolds. It's gonna be epic. Morgan Reynolds had a debate with Jim Fetz earlier.
Something's going on in here.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Oh wait, go back to that film crew. So you can see the film crew right here. But this isn't for this sample. So this won't include in the compilation, but I haven't updated yet.
Setting up.
This is in USA, but just illustrate. So this is how it is.
Television station in here. Must be mission control. Something's going on in here.
Absolutely.
Okay, so now here's footage. This is this one, and nobody actually posted this. This is footage. This is like a full minute before it actually turns to dust, or I mean, before it turns to jelly. There's no sign of high heat anywhere. So this was a clip nobody mentions, and which is just him just using it, nothing happening, and then we'll see it. But now it's the clip that everyone's seen. Yeah, Matt G says going late. Thanks, MES. No worries. I'll just finish this one and then and I'll try to just end the stream unless I find maybe a clip or two later. Yeah, there it is turning dust. I just want to lower the volume a bit somehow on the thingy. Because it's maxing out on this thing. Play it here.
Get it, get it.
Okay, let's go back here and then go play it again.
Get it, get it. Oh, goodness, what the hell?
Alright, so some fuming there. Again, is this clay? Have you ever seen clay like this ever? How do you make it from a distance? Okay, this is where he's like putting absolute nonsense. I don't have time for that garbage. Alright, I mean, it's going late. Thanks, yeah, no stress. No worries. And then 9/11 versions. Yeah, 9/11 isn't a 15-minute conversation. Yeah, definitely. Okay, and this one is a 6-second clip that you have to stitch together. So this is another part where it's like this person's like cracking the code to everything, but this next clip I'm showing you is 6 seconds of nothing. Of just a part here. So you have to put them together. It's not even one continuous video. It's like this, and there's a 6-second mark there. Let's play it again.
Just pull it out of the test area over there, and put some paper on the in the hallway here. This used to be the oh my mercy, 7 long, just under 2 inch by 2 inch solid block of iron. And this is a small sample that just sort of did some strange stuff, but not as impressive as this thing. Try and turn around and get the best light on.
Notice the outer side's like peeling off on the top there. Again, it's not clay. Also, evil suggestion there.
Here, it's a bit heavy. I'll do a rotary.
All right, so he's saying it's a bit heavy. He's rotating the, I think, whatever, the paper towel around it.
Here, it's still flaking off pieces of it here. Small bits are all over the place.
Remember, this is footage of this, right? And some other similar to it. And this is we're only 4 minutes in. It's 14 minutes of this compilation.
Seems to be the outer shell. Now the different, unique kind of ways this happened. There was a lot of smoke, by the way, but no, the actual sample was cold. I'm not sure if the smoke was like a dust formation coming off of it, or what. But these are some of the small pieces that came off of it. There's a bunch of others over in the other section. They're actually still in that too, I guess.
Alright, yeah, so basically stuff falling off. He's going to start touching to Paul says he never touched it. He touched it at the beginning, remember at the beginning? And now he's touching this one. That was another 6-second clip. And now this one here is a plastic hollow ball. Initially, he said it was levitated. So it's being lifted by static electricity that John said. This isn't anything interesting. Just a hollow plastic ball. But then there's the iron block in the background. So there's extra footage showing it in the background.
Turned it on now, locked on tripod.
Alright, so there's that clay metal in the background. Absolutely ridiculous. And this is November 20th, 2008. So as November 3rd, it was the first one he was testing, and then this 20th is a while later. I don't know exactly. I think a week after, or I'm not sure when he tested it. When that specific test was done.
Joking. Movement.
All right.
These are the pieces that fell off this sample here.
So here's there's extra footage, guys. More pieces on it.
And compared to, I guess, to the old VHS video, unless Peter really boosted up the quality, high definition of the huge chunks that blew apart. Well, maybe they have that somewhere. Anyway, this is like pieces that started to disintegrate off the unit, and there was a bunch of smoke too.
It's now November 20, I believe. Don't know the date that well. Today we've been busy doing these experiments. Some of the experiments failed. We levitated a ball as well as did exactly another sample like this. They use for machining dovetails in it for machine tool work. So we sacrificed that and actually.
All right, so this is a clay metal, as Paul was going for the polygon. Remember reading about a machine that rolled huge plastic sheets over a box-like shape to cut into it. Other than on dry days, they said birds, bees would fly in and get stuck over. Interesting. Jeremy says that this is proof of an almost immaculate deception. Certainly has Paul fooled, but then again, Paul is in a head start in the department. Yeah, definitely. He has a head start in the fooling people.
A repeatable experiment with the same type of sample, although the other sample looks different than this one. So let's take this piece here and see. Like flakes of iron. How close can I get to this macro? Not that close. Flakes of iron, I believe. And this guy here, anyway. That's it. They're going to take it and have it analyzed at a lab for an upcoming TV show on CNN. So keep your eyes open. They never tell me when the show's air, but
yeah. So apparently they were doing analysis and testing on it. So that'll be something to get a hold of.
I'll get it. Thanks, guys. They're over there having, well, okay, bye.
Okay, so now here has a magnet on it. It's literally a magnet on it, on the block. Because I think people are commenting what to do a magnet.
Come on, let go, let go, let go. Now let's see if the small pieces here are magnetic.
He already has a bunch on it. Some of them are jumping
Got the macro lens on here. Yeah, it's very interesting how they jump around as well as being very magnetic and very sharp. Oh, let me get close.
Alright, so stuck to it.
No, let go. Thanks. They seem to pop around in different directions when.
So you can see some of them someone gets stuck on it. You literally see some. I posted on X, on Twitter, and then someone says, "Hey, it's not the magnet. The filings aren't even magnetic." I'm like, "You literally some of them are."
Put a magnet around these pieces here.
Go back. I'll slowly here. There's one right here. Yeah, this piece right here gets literally. There's a piece right there. Literally gets stuck on it. Watch.
Pop around it.
And it's literally on it now. Like I don't know. It's literally magnetic.
Directions when I put a magnet around these pieces here. Like they jump away and collect onto the magnet. Oh well. Off to the races. Gotta get something to eat.
So John is so nonchalant. He just literally did magic. Okay, anyways. Now here's the second or first experiment. I don't know which one was done first. I couldn't get a proper answer from John. So this one is a different one. This is not the same iron block. I thought it was initially, but it's not. And John says it exploded, or at least made a loud noise. And then his camera got like it stopped working, and he had static electricity like feeling all over. And you'll see it right here. The video will cut short. I'll see if I could. How do I not make it? It's gonna be too loud. Play it. I'll just play it right here. And this one from the bottom. So this clay metal, as Paul would say. I don't think it will flake like that. It would more likely bond together. Yeah, and it's also it doesn't have a magnet on it, and it's not clay. Like I just don't know how to deal. And it's like yeah, and it's just a next level warping and jellification. Anyways, let's see this. This is a different one. Look at the bottom, and then his camera cuts off. This is a second experiment.
Thought you said something was happening with the brick.
Yeah, see, it's shriveling from the inside. No, from the bottom, not the top. This is different from the bottom now. Right, and then the camera cut off, and look what he's now. It's a weird dustification all over, or just it's like weird dust-like stuff all over the ground.
My God, we turned off the machinery here, and I'm looking at what happened here. Unfortunately, it knocked my camera off as it was shriveling. There was like a pulse come out and killed the camera. I felt a bit of a rush of like electrostatic energy. And I'm not going to touch the sample. Man, it's sparkly. It's like it disintegrated at the bottom and exploded. Going over here, I tried to see if a knife would work, but it's still intact. I'm going to try for a close-up with the camera. Put it on macro. We're alright. The camera people are going to be taking photographs of this stuff. Again, this is an iron chunk of iron that was broken off of something.
No, but this is a second chunk of iron. It might have been the first one he was doing. The other one was the second. I'm not sure what the order. But then I'm trying to find the high definition photos that people were taking of this. He shows it in his TV, in his computer screen, but it's not there as well. Yeah, camera interference on 9/11 at impact too. Yeah, that
5-6 pounds, I think. Okay, let's just see what happens here. I'm going to put it on macro so I can get close to it. Thanks. Wow, I'm on macro now. This is a big slab of cast iron that just blew apart. Again, it was broken before on the top, which made it into a slug, as you've seen. That knocked my camera and as well as me backwards here. And it just blew into all this weird, well, like iron dust, I guess. I'm not touching it as yet. How close can I get to it? Because the folks want to take photographs of it. This is November 2008. I was doing a series of weird experiments here. We laid down shielding because of the calls into New Westminster City Hall. And the shielding is back there. Of course on macro I can't see it that well. Anyway, so we had some interesting results with this piece here.
Anyways, so this is never before seen footage. Well, it's hidden in this channel. Now, please send me this video. I've never seen it, and I've spent thousands of hours. Yeah, well, I'm working on the compilation. I could send you a draft one, or I'll just send you links to where you can put them together. Because you can see, look at the link. I have to like find the correct order, and it's so hard to find. I'll show you how.
Really close. I'm not sure.
So, anyways, and look at all the shiny and stuff. Again, it's not clay, and there's multiple of them. And he says that there was many of these blocks that he used for what he had it set up in his lab for some sort of purpose.
What's going on here? I'm going to get a Geiger counter. I always do those precautions sometimes. But shouldn't be doing this. If it's cast iron, it should be black and non-reflective, although other samples have been reflective material. Oh, wow. Maybe we can get around it a bit. How much damage happened? Oh, wow. Shiny there. That's intriguing. Why would it be shiny? Well, so they're going to be taking photographs. I'll be taking photographs of this too. It should be cool. Nothing new, just same old jelly metal problem. Just curious on this rather unique properties it has. Talk to you later there.
Alright, and now, so this is another thing about John Hutchison stuff. It all cross-references. So you mentioned people are going to take high-definition photos. Now he has a camera on his computer, of his computer, showing the high definition photo, but he doesn't actually have a high definition photo to send me. But he says that a lot of the files are with his wife on his hard drive, and that Tim Ventura actually offered his wife $1,000 for the hard drive, and she said no. So and also he has his agent selling him for Discovery Channel and so on. But that footage one, she wouldn't sell a hard drive. I asked just our drive or even a link to upload it. So he says he'll ask, but we'll see. But I asked the Peter Vaughn, his agent, if he can find anything on this and send it to me. So he's gonna be looking through it, and I might visit him too in June when he arrives in Vancouver. Anyways, so this is footage. This is camera of his laptop with a high definition photo. That's not high definition because he's using his camera, his phone camera. Oh my goodness, we live in the Matrix. The guy who pretty much cracked the code to free energy. It's literally. Oh man, this reminds me of my gyroscope discoveries. The person who found the gyro top, if you see my earlier one, he was similar to John Hutchison, very obscure, no one knows, but he did epic stuff. Anyways, let's click this.
Oh, I thought I deleted them. Okay, some pictures I took in 2008, November 1.
So again, he's not taking photos of a clay piece, okay? This is not some sort of vast conspiracy. So this is another thing. If someone's making extraordinary claims, such as Paul Lovelace saying that there's a ginormous, vast conspiracy of making these incredibly bad videos of clay. These are like literally the footage, the quality is so bad, but it's like it's literally real. It's 100% real, and it's like nobody even knows about this existence of it.
Interesting. Okay, let's see what else I have here. This is in video format. Oh dear.
He's searching his computer with his camera.
In major open preview. Am I doing it properly? Interesting what happened there with that thing. There's a block of iron, folks. The knife in the background there. It shattered a bit too. What other pictures do I have, if any? This one here.
Alright, so is John part of a secret giant mastermind? Is he a mastermind of a ginormous conspiracy? Or is he just a guy tinkering with reality itself?
Oh, come on, computer, don't be so slow. Enjoying the weather here in sunny Los Angeles. Okay, that kind of turned out funny. But, the iron bar, as you've seen the videos of, amazing what you got in your computer when you search around for stuff. So we got a ton of it in here. Oh, tons and tons of stuff. Okay, doke. Guess I'll post this on YouTube as well as MySpace, as well as iReport and Metcalf. Okay, doke.
All right, so that's John Hutchison for you. I gotta get that. I gotta get the high quality one. And I looked at his Meta Cafe. I think it's like shut down. MySpace is like shut down. Everything's gone. And this guy literally cracked the code, everything. And yeah, 9/11 versionist. So you're asking, I'm gonna be, I'll eventually finish the video, but you can see all the footages here. I want to finish the full thing and then I'll send it to you. Because if you go to his channel, Hutchison Effect 2009, you have to put them all together. You have to go. I had a phone that could play video and was connected with the internet in 2000. Then he did in 2008. Yeah, that is true. This guy's next level. So you have to literally go into his Hutchison Effect 2009 videos, his channel, and you got to put these together. This one, and the order is going to be different. This one's the first one. Iron Block Jenny. This is okay. I believe this was the first experiment, the one I showed with the dust and the explosion and the camera glitching. I believe that's the first because he looks more surprised by it, and then I think that's why it got him to make this second one, which with a camera crew right there and so on. So That's an interesting thing there. Anyway, so you can find them over here. But I'll be uploading the this coming or next week. I'll be uploading fully with my voice, probably voiceover it maybe or text. But anyways, I'll put them all together. So just wait a bit. I'll make it nice. I just want to make sure everything is 100% right. Like for example, in this edit one, I need to delete this part because this is from USA. So unlike pretty much anybody else, I make sure everything's 100% right. This one is. So this right here, film crew lab setup is actually in the USA. This right here is actually in the USA, not the Vancouver one that he did it in. All right, I'm gonna close this part, and let's see what else we have. I'm gonna just start closing things again. This time lapse thing again, more evidence that this is something real being done, real, absolutely real. This is 2 hours, and on his wife's channel, and on September 11th. Oh my goodness! Again, is this again? It's like the Hutchisons can try to run from 9/11. 9/11 will not run from them. All right, and again, 9/11. So according to Paul Lovelace, this is impossible. Hence, it didn't happen. He's saying this is impossible. Hence, it never happened. The towers did not turn to dust because it's impossible. So that's Paul Lovelace for you. He's saying it's impossible for all this volume density, words he barely knows the meaning of. All right, anyways. And the extra, I included in the extra. I said, watch the whole extra. There's ginormous amounts of stuff. Hathaway there. There's interviews. There's multiple. Yeah, this right here. People saying high heat. Is that the? Well, if it does. I think this is that Mark Cullen in there. I think it might be Mark Cullen. Is that Mark Cullen in there? Yeah. And it keeps going on and on, and the paper's on it. There's this paper right here. This is not hand drawn. This is literally not hand drawn. I don't know what he's talking about. This is literally. Oh, this is from Judy Wood one. I think it was different one or something. But anyways, yeah, that was not hand drawn. And going further, and there's the affidavit. Again, the affidavit literally saying in court the Hutchison Effect is real and did 9/11 and was part of 9/11. And going further, you literally have the Guardian, 2004, before the hit pieces against him, literally saying it's real. Like they literally went there and breaking the laws of it, and they actually have the crew go and validate, and they have episode 6 Hutchison Effect files on CBC radio before they became the usual nonsense. Well, actually, they always were, but they included Hutchison because no one got the memo yet. And in this, it literally shows him with a magnet touching it. Okay, and there's literally samples here, and the ones that he sent me, he literally videotaped. Okay, and so what I mean is here I wasn't included there. So here's what I mean by Hutchison. Everything cross references, like checks, samples. So the samples that I bought from him, these ones I showed many times. I bought these, and just before he shipped them, he actually videotaped it, and his style videotape.
Okay, we're doing the video on metal samples. Different lighting here.
Yeah, so he's literally showing the samples he sent me. So what I'm trying to say is the videos he takes of the stuff actually exist. I'll bring up again for the Hutchison videos. All right. Literally, all those are right here. Like, he had literally all those pieces are right there. The one I'm on the screen right now is literally here. So, this is real stuff. So, these are real stuff. You can cross-reference everything he does. Anyways, and this one here with the twisted steel spoon with, like, completely no burn marks or scorch marks or clamp marks or anything. Hit pieces. Anyways, read this book. Where did the towers go? Yep. Anyways, guys. Okay, let's see what 9/11 has. Hutchison was reproduced many experiments and results are recorded on video and been included in a number of TV shows. And yeah, Dr. Judy Wood. And this Hutchison metal stuff have been repeatedly tested by scientists, including a group at the Max Planck Institute in Germany, confirming John Hutchison's effects. Yeah, 100% they are. He just wants me specifically to, like, literally dissect each one and show the evidence of them. But again, this one's not showing there. But anyways, I don't have time to show any much more, guys. See the stream. We have 4 hours. Oh my goodness. Okay, is that a clay? Yeah, it's a clay wrench, guys. Yeah, so the steel one was clay. The jelly steel was We have some stuff here, and this one here, timestamp. Okay, that's pretty cool. But again, everything is magnetism, and so Bob Greener on the show would be absolutely epic. Okay, so we got this. I'm gonna go power through. I am losing. I need to get onto my. I need to eat food as well. I've been eating all day. Okay, it's Bob Greener. This is an old channel. Words of wisdom from Anthony Fauci. Let's see what is he calling out Anthony Fauci? Let's see what Fauci says.
But she's had the flu for 14 days. Should she get a flu shot?
Well, no. If she got the flu for 14 days, she's as protected as anybody can be, because the best vaccination is to get infected yourself.
And
so
she should not get it?
If she really has the flu, she definitely doesn't need a flu vaccine. If she really has the flu,
she should not get it again.
No, she doesn't need it, because it's the most potent vaccination is getting infected yourself.
All right. Even though germ theory is not my, I think there's a lot of questions on it, but nonetheless, mainstream has full of contradictions. So yes, COVID-19, you need to take the vax regardless of what happens, regardless whether you have COVID or not. So yes, and it's called, they just flip-flop on other stuff. Anyways, Paul, if you want actual reply again, upload actually the Dr. Judy Wood documentary right here. Have you ever looked at the math, Victor and Walter Schulberger? Victor Schroberger, the math of the math. I looked at their stuff. I was actually working on an experiment on it. It's been, but my experiment, I have some draft. Oh, it's hard to get through here. So I've looked at the stuff. If we go to 420, you can reach my first record, and you can. No, I'm not gonna go that far. But Victor, I was doing the rising egg experiment, but I realized I gotta double check it. It's not as blatant as he's done in his videos, or his demonstration with the rising egg. But you're going to see some epic experiments on the Victor Schauberger egg that I've been working on. But I'll do the Hutchison one first, because I realize I got to do that a bit more accurately, because it's not as strong as effect as Victor made it seem in his book. But anyways, we'll get to some stuff. Here at MES, I critique everybody and anything. Also, this one here, I don't have time for this one. I'll do this next time. We'll do this in another time. Okay, but I'm John Hutchison. Okay, but I think I'm late. Oh, John. I'm still here. No, because John just joined the chat, because I told him join the chat. Feel free to ask any questions during the live stream, and today I'll go over them. He's like, I think I'm late. I'm still here. He's like, why are you still here? But I'm going soon. Say hi in the stream. Well, he said hi here. All right. So there's John Hutchison right there. Legendary Polygon, epic stuff. Okay, this one here, we will get through those later. I will, some other stuff here. Hutchison Effect, affidavit, near-death experiences, and this one. Okay, I'm just gonna play this. Police officer getting dude. I don't know what to make of it, but it's going viral now. But it's like old. Oh, Hutchison is in the house. Hi, John. Everybody say hi, John. I did a 4-hour debunking of all the debunkers attacking you. Pretty good. Epic stuff. Okay, is there any questions to ask? Oh yeah, actually, since you're here, okay, might as well show the thing. The videos. So this one, iron block right here. Yeah, I want to ask you this one directly. Okay, long string, no, long string is 5 hours, but here, we'll just show you this right now, since you're here, John. Because this one I was trying to ask you to chat. I'm going to open up again. I just want to know the order of these videos. So this order right here. So remember this experiment? I'll whoops, show this here, and then this one. Hi folks. Well, 4 hours. Yeah, we're going a lot. There's a lot of talking about it. There's people making recent videos too, trying to attack me for showing your videos. Okay, this is gonna be an epic interview when he has. Okay, so this video right here. Is this true, John? John, this one you said November 3rd, 2003. And then the question I have, if you can see this one here.
Oh, this is some hours later here.
Okay, and then
showing stuff.
And then that one, I assume that one is before this one, before this video. And the question is, at what date was this one? If this was November 3rd, 2008, what date was this video? The one that turns to dove, or it just turns to jelly. So it turns to jelly. Alright, so he turns to jelly. And And if you want, you could call me on Skype if you want. but I think I'm losing energy here right here. But since you're here, you just gave me a boost. Okay, trying for the film crew. Yeah. Okay. So what I mean is, what date was this one? This is November 3rd. Yeah. Do you want to call me right now? Can I call you on Skype? Or no? Right now? I'll ask you. Okay, preview of live stream. People worldwide are aware of what this universe is capable of because of John Hutchison. Yep, definitely. Can I call you right now? Up to you, John, if I can call you. But here's the thing. If I go here. Actually, and then this right here. Yeah, so this one you were trying for a film crew. And then the film crew, I got to find out which exactly and the date of I'll find different angles and stuff. So I've compiled 14 minutes of this block. And then the other question is, so there's iron block in the background. I believe that is. If it's not, let me know. But definitely looks like it. And then this experiment right here. So that you had the magnet one on it. Then this experiment. The one where it glitched out. So play this one. And then did you do this before or after? Did you do this before or after the other experiment? This one here.
Coming in. Cooking. Nothing. Thought you said something was happening with the brick. Oh my God! We turned off the machinery here, and I'm.
Yeah. So this one where your camera got destroyed. Yeah, I can go on Skype. Okay, I'll call you right now on Skype. Okay, we have John Hutchison live appearance. I'll call you right now, and you can keep the stream open. I just want to be able to talk. I won't show the video. I'll just say call. I'll call you right now. Let's see if it'll show up on the thing. Let's see if you can. John?
Oh, hello.
Oh, it's John in the house. Sorry, great to finally talk to you.
Oh, okay. I'm just holding EVO. He's got a lighter. He's resource guarding.
Okay.
So I'm waiting for him to drop it. So how are you doing with your video?
Oh, it's good. I was about to end it, and then I saw you message. I'm like, all right, we have to stay a bit longer.
Oh yeah, well, I guess that's okay. So how's it all going?
No, it's good. It's good. I went over a whole bunch of people that were using the muted video of your high voltage experiment.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, and then so I debunked them, and because they never mentioned that the original had audio. Like nobody mentions that. Even Tim Ventura didn't even mention that. I'm like, does anybody not mention that the original has audio?
Well, folks, you're speaking about the iron piece or part?
The other one where the Townsend Brown one, but the current one I'm doing is the iron block.
Yeah. People like to take the audio and redo it and claim that I'm a criminal.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, and they're saying you're selling it for $100 a piece. It's absolutely ridiculous.
Oh well, no. Some of them went for like.
Oh no, I'm talking about they said that you were selling fake footage for $100, not the real ones. I know you sold the real ones.
Yeah, they went pretty well. A couple of you were selling them, and a lot I gave away too. I gave Dennis Kucinich one, or a bunch of them actually.
Okay, that's cool. Yeah.
And other visitors and people down in Hollywood land, like Steven Seagal's got one, and Dennis Weaver and the other folks. But I don't know what to do with them. One I have is a Civil War Spencer carbine.
Oh wow.
And that one, unknown.
Mm-hmm.
It's got a weird formation on it, and that kind of bothers me. I don't like stuff being destroyed, so I don't want to destroy stuff I own. So
yeah.
No, anyway, I made a video on that Spencer carbine.
Okay.
I bought it from the RCMP, and when I bought it, it was in super mint condition. Now it's got this weird line or crack or something going on. I don't know.
Well, interesting. I'll have to see that one. All right, and so the reason I want to go on the call right as we speak is I'm working on the video compilation for the iron block.
Okay.
Yeah. So I noticed you have 2 iron blocks that you did videos on.
Yeah, I had a lot of them. I use them for things to hold up a lathe with.
Yeah, and the question I have is which one was the first video that in time? Like, which one did you do first, and which one did you do second?
The one that looks really bad, I did that one first, and then the TV crew filmed the other one.
Oh, so the one that exploded is the one that you did first.
Yeah, it exploded. Which one? No, yeah, it went funny, but didn't do anything too drastic, I don't think.
The one where it shriveled at the bottom, and you said your camera like turned off. Do you remember that? I could play it right now if you wanted to play it.
Well, I don't know, but I can look at it and see which one is which. I might have done it.
I can play it. If you do you have the stream opened or no?
No, I just on Skype now.
Okay, let's see if I can share my screen. Okay, I'll share my screen with you. Do you have it on? Are you on your laptop?
I'm on an iPad actually.
Okay, that would be cool too. I'll try to share a screen. See if I can share a screen.
That could be interesting.
Yeah. Okay, I'll share a screen. So this is what I want to share. Start sharing this one here. Okay, let me know if you could see my screen.
Oh yeah.
So this experiment right here. So initially I thought it was the second, and if you can play it, let me know if you can hear it.
Coming in.
What did you do? Oh, Avio, what are you doing? Where'd the lighter go? Huh? Oh, you dropped it. Oh my goodness. Okay.
All right. Just let me know when you're. Okay. Yeah.
Here.
I'll get him.
Wrestling.
I'll get him.
Okay. Evio's.
Oh, yeah, no worries. Yeah, so this experiment you can see on your iPad. This one here, if you can watch it. I'll just to refresh your memory how it looks. Let's play it right now.
Coming in. Thought you said something was happening with the brick.
A little mini Australian, mini Aussie kind of car.
All right, did you see this one where the camera cut off?
Oh, did it cut off? I don't remember it, but yeah, I see it.
No, and this is that same one, right? Yeah. So this was the first one you did.
Right.
And then yeah, so this was done first. Okay, so that's interesting. And then afterwards you did the other one second. And then at the end you showed you had photos on your laptop or whatnot. So these are the ones I need to get hold of.
Oh, this one here. What's that?
This is photos of that iron block.
Is it?
Yeah, so you can see it, and then this is a photo that you're talking over, but you're videotaping it on your laptop or computer. So I don't know.
Those days I had a computer.
Yeah, so if you can somehow get access to these files, and okay. Yeah, and then so Norman, Natalie Virgin says, please tell him I say hi from South Africa. And then,
hello, South Africa. How you doing?
And then someone's asked, can you ask if John is working on any new experiments?
Oh, Nancy's laughing.
Nancy, all right.
We've done a lot of things.
Oh, we got a lot of stuff.
Isn't Nancy my wife?
And we got high-def security cameras throughout the lab. So everything that we're doing is getting recorded.
Oh wow.
Yeah, there's John's working on time portal.
Yeah, time dilation stuff that I.
Holy. Okay.
Fascinated by and
we got the Mobius experiment to see if we can manifest matter.
Yeah.
And we've got Hutchison frequency harmonics that are used for the elimination of the radioactive contamination, and that includes the human genome and audio and RF infused into cannabis seeds sprouted and grown inside of the frequencies. And we have a licensed grow that is now taking this that we experiment on over the winter and expanding it into a legal grow in Northern California. And it's some incredibly wonderful weed. You don't get a crazy head high. It's just like a wide open, and you get to pick the brain of John Hutchison because all the information comes in your head. And then you get a full body rush.
All right, interesting. I see from your YouTube channel you have Evos, harmonics, and Hutchison frequency cannabis. So that'll be, yeah, I'll need to look at that. And yeah, this is epic stuff there. Yeah, that's good that you're doing next level experiments. And one day I do want to visit Hutchison and you guys. And another thing I wanted to say was, yeah, so Nancy, right? That's the name?
Yeah.
Yeah. So nice to meet you. I'm Matthew, and big fan of John Hutchison. So we have a live stream on June 8th. Feel free to as well join as well if you want with John and I.
Yeah, I knew it. I made that stick in my head June 8th.
Yeah, keep that in mind. Otherwise...
yeah, I'd be kind of embarrassed. Oh, you didn't show up. Hey, yeah. Why?
Otherwise, I'll need to dress up as you.
Oh, for sure. Go for it.
Oh, we got new outfits, too. So John's got a whole bunch of Carla clothes to wear. So it's summertime. It's time for skirts.
Skirts? Yeah. Well, yeah. Oh, yeah. I don't... I try to be more... how do you say it? Subdued when going to scrapyards and gun shops and stuff around here.
Mm-hmm. No, that's great.
Yeah. So,
okay.
One of my favorite places going out of business, fair radio sales in Lima, Ohio. Hi, Phil, Dave, George. I just saw a video they posted it 4 days.
I got the dog. I got to get the lighter out of it.
Oh, he's still holding the lighter at the outside.
Yes, he is. I think, I got num-nums today.
This fellow is a fellow Canadian in Richmond, British Columbia, Canada, and he's going to be talking with Peter, I hope.
Peter?
On Puckhammer.
Peter who?
Peter Griffin Film Production.
Oh, okay.
Hopefully Peter gets inspired to do Beyond Invention 2 or something. I don't know. Who knows? Okay.
Oh, yeah. That'd be great to talk to Peter.
Yeah, he upgraded all my videos a long time ago.
Yeah. Because I asked him to find footage of that iron block. So that iron block one, the reason I like that iron block is there's the debunkers have nothing to say but saying that it's not made of metal. It's clay or something. They can't say the video's fake. It's just a straight up video.
I don't worry about it.
Well, if you look at that video, is that the one that was used by Jesse Ventura?
Yeah, I believe so. Yeah.
Okay, yeah. So if you look at that and you put try some filters on it, you'll see this field effect, this block, this whatever you want to call it, something advances towards the aluminum block, and then once it hits the aluminum block, it starts to change and warp and stuff. But if you put some filters on that video, you can find that. And that's the same thing. I don't know if it's on my YouTube, but the work by the high def work that was done by the guy from Germany,
Dr. Ludwig.
Ludwig. There's a clip in there where the pendulum is starting to swing back and forth, and then it disappears. I went in on my Final Cut Pro, which I have the old Final Cut Pro, not the Final Cut Pro 10 is really lightweight. You got to get like a 6 or 7, and you can get in there and see what's going on. There's actually a slit that opens up in space, and the pendulum goes into the slit and then comes back out of it.
Wow.
Yeah.
I might have that on my YouTube. But the thing is, YouTube does this compression stuff, so you can't see all the subtle things.
Yeah, definitely, I understand. And I think I've seen some of these, the bar test, one of the tests on the iron block. I believe this one here from Hutchison's test, so analysis of the transmutation of iron block. I'll share this on the screen as well for you guys. Let me just go share, switch to a different screen. So if you could see this one here, Hutchison Effect bar switch window. Oh, actually, I'll include audio too. I need to share audio. Okay, switch window. So this one right here, I believe this is the one you're talking about. This one has multiple different.
Right, go in and put filters on that.
Yeah. Well, no, I mean this one has filters in this video. Bar test, see different filters.
I mean there's in Final Cut Pro 6 or 7.
Okay.
That's the old school stuff. It's what like Star Trek Next Generation was edited on. You get into Final Cut Pro 10 now, and it's nothing there. You don't have the ability. But if you get in there, and it might be on my YouTube, I might have put it on there. You can see where this vibrational field, you know, like you throw a sepia on it or do something to it to change your values of your colors, and you'll be able to pick up what's coming in towards the bar, and then as it hits the bar, you see how it warps around once this field hits it.
All right.
So anyway, I'll be right back.
Okay, necessary to be right.
All right, yeah. So she definitely needs to be on the stream, and this is Epic's. I need to find that video. So I'm on her channel. I will have a look for it.
The odd thing about the pieces that blew off of the iron bar, they were oddly, weirdly magnetic if you study it very carefully.
Mm-hmm.
They seemed to spin around or something like that. I don't know. I don't know if you got that clip where I use a magnet to pick up the pieces, but
yeah, it was hard to see the spinning. I didn't see spinning. Some of them didn't look magnetic, but some of them jumped on there. But yeah, it was hard to see it. But I did hear you say it in there. You said it was weirdly magnetic in the actual video at the time. So that was pretty cool.
It's very odd. But anyway, it's one of those things. And the other famous bar, I guess, getting famous, is the one with Alex Pizarro's fingers meshed in it. But back to the iron bar stuff on Dr. Ludwig, he filmed for 2 weeks.
Oh, wow.
About 2007, I think.
Yeah.
Then he gives a lecture in Germany. I met him in person down in Scottsdale.
Yeah, the stuff from the Gulf of Mexico, there's a report on Indian Creek, and again, YouTube compressed it. If you need something that is broadcast quality, it's like, I don't know, 8, 10, 12 gigs, the size of this thing. And so the things that were shown in that were amazing. Like, it looked like there was an actual shield created from the frequencies. You could see with the naked eye and then pick it up even more at the camera. But then you put it up on YouTube and it disappears. Wow. And there was when we had this glob of slimy, oily goo come into this tidal creek with the tide, and once we hit it with the frequencies, it was breaking apart and racing out against the tide.
Wow, yeah, this is epic stuff. I do need to see a lot of that, and I completely agree on the raw footage. When you upload to YouTube, they do weird compression, and a lot of that is gone. So
yeah, so the thing that there was John even picked up the camera once. When I was down there, I hadn't known John for that long, and I would go, "What's that over there? What's that?" And he's like, "Oh, that's nothing, not a big deal." Then when he picked up the camera, and he's very jerky and jumpy with the camera, so I had to really slow it down and do still shots in it. But there was some water entities coming out of the water along the edge of the shore of this creek. It was like, you're in a different dimensional creatures coming out. That's all I can say. But
wow.
Yeah. So yeah, and at the last, and then the minnows started coming in, and the minnows started swimming in patterns that were like the patterns of the frequencies that I picked up on the water. And the last day that we were in there, I thought, oh my gosh, we've got a really bad mess, of oil coming in. And I went down with the camera, and it wasn't. The creek was so full of fish, there's more fish than there was water.
Something I'll never forget. Wow. We had
It's almost like the water turned purple, like it was plasma water or something.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
We had Koryanka Kilter from... and Balloon Boy, as they call it.
Yeah, but
Richard Heaney,
Yeah, but that was nothing compared to John Hutchison down there. I mean, so,
we had good scientists, too, to document everything.
Yeah, we did testing on the water before treatments and then afterwards, you know, and it totally eliminated the contamination. There was a time when we were on Mobile Bay where there's like 2 huge storms that were going to meet right where we were. We turned on the equipment. We had clear skies above us, and where it pointed out, it literally stopped the front from going and meeting each other. And then all of a sudden, all these oil slick came up in front of us. And as they came by, you could see the vibrations and the frequencies on the oil, and it would break up as it came by. It got to be boring after a while. I mean, it was. It just kept going and going. It was like it was bringing it to us. So.
No, that's amazing. Interestingly, I did my master's actually in mining engineering, and my thesis was on an experiment to basically to characterize oil sand waste, like tailings. That's what they call it. Because the problem was the oil would get stuck inside the water, like the wastewater, and they just have giant ponds of waste that does not compress. So that they were just spending like all they can just try to get the water out of it or decontaminate as you guys were doing. So if I knew about your work then, that would have been a very good insight into cleaning up that place.
I uploaded a lot of the documentation to slideshare.net.
Yeah. There was also no current in the Gulf of Mexico when we got there, and I backdoored NOAA, and I found the currents in the Gulf of Mexico going from the floor all the way up. And after our first treatment, you saw this little bit of current right where we were. Then we went to another spot, and there was another little bit of current. We went to another spot, and then it joined. And then at the bottom of it, of the Gulf, looked like rotating vortexes, like a washing machine. And you can, and the Gulf current that comes up into the Gulf Stream and goes into the Gulf of Mexico, then around Florida and out to England. It had stalled, and once we started this washing machine, you could watch and see how the current was being drawn up to the shores on the Gulf of Mexico. And we were working with a colonel in the Navy, and I told him about this, and I told him the day that it was going to connect from my calculations. It connected, and then 3 days later there was oil on the shores of England.
Wow.
Yeah, so John does some pretty crazy, important things, not just, you know, the old stuff that he used to do. There's things that he's doing that are like the radioactive contamination, and how he's using this system. We've been able to go 1 billion years of decay on uraninite in 1 month.
Holy.
That's documented by Steve Coburn, scientist.
Yeah, that's amazing. This kind of stuff, we need like a full TV crew, YouTube influencers all like around you at all times. Get this out of there. Yeah.
It's all about harmonics. John knows how to make the harmonics work. And his signal that he uses is, I have recorded it, and I have analyzed it, and it's like a jagged sine wave with an isochronic pulse on it, and you slow it down, and you see this diamond and diamond pattern, and you slow it down again, and you got the jagged sine wave with the isochronic pulse, and it's fractal. You can go, I brought it down, you know, 1/100th speed, again, 1/100th speed, again, it's the same thing, fractal. And the diamond and diamond pattern is the harmonics. So this guy is a master on harmonics. And harmonics is how matter comes into existence out of the potential, out of the 0 point.
Yeah, no, definitely. 100% believe that. That's what I call it, the ether. It's the ether, 0 point, and then the vibrations in it, and then the resonance is what you get matter and form and so on.
Yeah, well, the 0 point has no vibrations. All it is potential.
Yeah.
And from, you know, written some stuff 2,500 years ago, written by the Essenes, and the guy they called Jesus was a master Essene, and he knew this shit, and he knew how to.
Yeah.
He knew how to transmutate bodies. You know, he He hung on a cross and he came back to life, and it was a different body. In fact, I think that we were actually photonic life forms, and we got stuck in these skinwalker suits.
Oh, here. Oh, my. I say, Major.
Interesting.
No, it makes a lot of sense because the body can exist with you being unconscious. If you're unconscious, your body still functions. You know, the consciousness happens when you're awake and you decide to move your arm or whatever. But the body is going to exist. And the other thing is that we're skinwalkers. We're not made for this planet. We would have hair all over the place. and we'd have, like, you know, feet that we don't have to put shoes on. And we wouldn't have to use that damn toilet paper, you know? So okay. And humans are great because when they work together in synergism and we have that harmonics, we can create amazing things. Okay, and when we're basing everything in fear, we make stuff like atomic bombs. You know, so you know humans can accomplish just fantastic things. The thing is that they don't know who the fuck they are. They don't remember. They don't remember that we are part of a one consciousness, living in this screwed up system. Arbitrary decisions made based on decisions based on good and evil, which is arbitrary. It's not harmonics. Jeffrey Dahmer thought he was good for him. He was very good for him, but he wasn't very harmonic. No. And that's what we need, like Putin and all the Bilderberg group and all, you know, the Bill Gates and everybody who thinks that they know shit. We need to get them in a room. We need them on these edibles. We need to have them smoke this weed and hotbox them, and then we'll talk.
Yeah.
We'll talk about how we solve things.
Well, I want to get Donald Trump over here, and he can dress up in drag too, and we can go to the farmer's market.
Yeah.
He's too ingrained in this.
You know, Jesse's got his own wheat farm now.
Jesse Ventura.
Yep.
Yeah, he lives around here somewhere.
Well, he's just south of here. He's got a place. I don't know if he's there right now, but he goes there in the summer.
Okay.
So, anyway, I gotta get back to what I'm doing.
Okay. Well, I wanted to play one thing because I need to sit down. I've been standing for almost 5 hours now.
Oh wow.
Because I stand when I do my live streams, that's just so I don't go too overboard. But then once you guys came in, I'm like, all right, I got to keep going. But what I want to show is, as you guys were saying, Putin and Trump and so on, and then the video I saw from John's YouTube channel. This is so John Hutchison for president. This is in 2008. There was that weird viral prank that somehow a guy named John, an unknown person, just on a TV show or a radio show, put him as a candidate for president. So anyways, so John Hutchison's to be the president, and I'll play this, and you guys, Nancy, you don't need to stay if you don't want. I'm just gonna play this, and then we're gonna end the stream in a bit. But I'll play this for audience.
Oh yeah, that was openly.
Yeah.
That was actress Sandy Fox sent it to me, and I joined in on that fun.
I was trying to find it online. I can't find it anything on it, but the only where I can find is your actual YouTube. I don't know how this disappeared from the web. And this is 2008. What's interesting is what I think is it was 2008, right when they were like Ace Baker and all these people were starting to do videos against you.
Oh yeah. Oh,
and then somehow the internet gets flooded with a John Hutchison. So I'm gonna play this video of your video. You can probably hear it or not. Let's see.
Oh yeah.
In a year of firsts for presidential candidates, a phenomenon that has taken even seasoned political analysts by surprise. A growing grassroots movement born on the internet to elect a virtual unknown to the highest office in the country. It began on a popular online chat site where Diana Falzone, a former Maxim model, hosts a weekly talk show.
It all started as a joke. Somebody called in and said, hey, I've got this great friend who could be president. And I thought, you know what, we have access to a lot of people, so why not see if we can make it happen?
But no one could have anticipated what happened next. What began as a joke turned into a groundswell of popular support for a candidate nobody had ever heard of.
All of a sudden, literally thousands of people were chatting and texting in to support this random person who they didn't even know for president. And I thought, what are we starting here?
What they had started was what political analysts are now calling a massive nationwide political movement.
We may be witnessing an historically unprecedented situation where an unknown candidate poses a tangible threat to Republican and Democratic candidates in this context.
Across the country, people from all walks of life are making an extraordinary show of support for a candidate who, so far, no one has ever seen.
How about you ladies? Who are you voting for? Would you like me to show you? Sure. Oh.
all right. So this is the ultimate Inception right now. Have you ever seen that movie Inception, where there's dreams within a dream? So I'm Skyping you, John Hutchison, and your wife Nancy Hutchison, and doing a live stream on the Hutchison Effect, and we're watching a video made by you about Hutchison for president, and it shows an old lady with a tattoo that says John Hutchison 2008. Right? I don't know what's going on anymore, and that you're filming.
Okay. Looks like this is one candidate who's coming up from behind. For Channel 3 News, I'm Colleen.
I did a commercial for Red Bull. Her boyfriend owns Red Bull or something like that.
Oh, you have a commercial for Red Bull? But anyways, so you're my vote for president, and 100% voting for you. All right, guys. I don't know if I can stand anymore, and I need to eat. I eat one meal a day, and that's now. Yeah. It's an hour ago.
Well, it's been fun doing this.
Yeah, for sure, John. Feel free to anytime join in my stream and so on. And then June 8th, keep that in mind. I'll remind you a week before. I'll put a link. And Nancy, feel free to join. Feel free to send me any notes or links, and also the hard drive. If you can, if you have a hard drive for all the footage, if you can, you don't need to send me the hard drive. If you could just like send me the videos, I could send you a link. We'll discuss that as the time goes on. I just need to go like rest.
Because If you have an FTP site or something, I can load it on.
Okay, well, because I can send you like a link where you can just upload directly from your computer, or otherwise.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll do that later. I can even show you it during the live stream maybe. But anyways, yeah. So it's great talking to you guys, and it's a John for president, and I'm gonna save this. And so that's all. I'm ending the stream, guys. I'll look at the other stuff later.
All right. Thanks for your time.
Yeah, thanks. Have a good one. And have a good one, John. Great to see you.
All right. Great stuff, man.
And
go eat.
Yeah, I'll go eat. I'll eat. Bye, you and Nancy. Right. Have a good one. And bye. Bye, guys. Oh, bye. Okay, so, guys, I hanged up. And now YouTube says verify. I'm going to end the stream, but it says I got to verify first. So we're going to be stuck on the live stream until I verify myself. Like, this is absolutely ridiculous. Alright, so I gotta verify to end the live stream. Like, and I gotta use two-factor and a factor with my Neuralink in my brain. Alright, so we are good to go. I'd love to chat with John, yeah. Alright, if you joined the chat too, that's 7 hours. Anyways, guys, I need to go and sit. We had John Hutchison in the house. We had Paul Loveless in the live stream, in the video. All right. And anyways, guys, this is a epic stream. And we have John for president. Well, Nancy's in the background talking. All right, this is all good, guys. Anyways, that is all for today. Thanks for joining. I'm closing everything. And then Peter von Buchner and so on. Alien Attack. I'll show that later. I can't stand this anymore. You guys, I need to sit. All right, guys, that's all for today. Thanks for watching, and stay tuned for another Math Easy. Yeah. Thanks for joining that. Anyways, guys, throw some cash. And throw some cash. Donate links. Yeah. I'm here standing for, I got John Hutchison now. Anyways, guys, that's all for today. Have a great weekend. And ending the live stream. Yeah, the HJ segment made the algorithm walk out. That was next level. John Hutchison shows up and he's doing some, and he's like, doing a whole bunch of weed enhancement and water decontamination and time warping and magic. All right, let's go, guys. Anyways, thanks for joining and have a good one. And I'm ending 3, 2, 1, go.